Part 1. Rejection and Awakening Step 1. Chapters 1 to 20. Chapter 1. The needle that cannot move. The Meridian Hall was built for certainty. White jade walls rose 40 feet overhead, polished so smooth they seemed to drink in light rather than reflect it. At the room's center sat the assessment stone, a table carved from a single piece of immortal jade, humming with power that had accumulated over 3 centuries. Beside it stood the measurement apparatus, a bronze dial faced with glass, its needle currently at rest, pointing towards 0. That needle had never stayed at 0. 23 disciples stood in a line, and Lin Xian occupied the last position. He'd been waiting since dawn. The assessment ceremony happened once per year, a ritual so fundamental to the Starlight Sect structure that generations of disciples had passed through this room with the same quiet dread Lin Xian now felt. But his dread was different. 3 years he'd spent here. 3 years of meditation, of attempting to cultivate according to the basic principles, of watching other disciples advance while he remained still. He'd never truly expected advancement. What he hadn't expected was this, the moment when everything would be measured, reduced to a number, assigned a destiny. The girl before him, Huang Wei, a disciple from the core family, had just stepped forward to the stone. The moment her palm touched the jade surface, light bloomed around her arm. Not gentle light, radiant, eager. The dial's needle swept immediately to the right. 3, 5, 7. It stopped at 7.5, quivering slightly like a living thing. The sect master made a notation in his ledger. A satisfied nod. Huang Wei bowed deeply and returned to the line, her face flushed with something that might have been pride or might have been relief. A 7-rated spiritual root. She would advance. She would have a future in the sect. The measurement had spoken. Lin Xian watched the needle settle back to 0 and felt something cold crystallize in his stomach. This was why he was last. The sect's organizing principle was efficiency. 13 disciples had already been measured. Each measurement took perhaps a minute. The light would flow, the needle would climb, the result would be recorded. Faster disciples were measured first, giving him time to prepare. Or perhaps it was something else. The sect preferred to end these ceremonies with successful ascertainments. Better to end on a high note than a failure. Lin Xian called Sect Master Lu. His voice carried no inflection. No judgment yet. That would come. Lin Xian rose and approached the assessment stone. His robes, gray, unadorned, marking him as a junior disciple with no special status, whispered against the stone floor. The sect master was a tall man with a face carved from stone, gray-bearded, and utterly impersonal. He gestured to the table. Your palm on the surface. Don't move. Don't speak. Let the stone measure your root. Lin Xian obeyed. His hand was cold as it touched the jade. The surface was warm, pulsing with an energy that seemed almost alive. For a moment, nothing happened. Then light bloomed. But not the radiant, eager light that had greeted Huang Wei. This light was white. Pure white. So pale it was almost colorless. It spiraled around his wrist in threads so thin they seemed barely visible. Not the rushing current that surrounded other disciples, but a hesitant, probing tendril. The white light moved over his skin like something confused, uncertain of what it was looking for. The sect master leaned forward. His eyes narrowed. The needle on the dial twitched. It was a small movement, barely perceptible. A micro-vibration, as if the apparatus itself was struggling to register something. The needle drifted slightly to the right, past 0, toward 1, and then it stopped. Lin Xian felt it before he saw it in the sect master's face. The moment when the apparatus gave up, the white light around his wrist grew brighter, more insistent, as if searching harder. But the needle wouldn't move. It remained fixed at a position between 0 and 1, unable to commit to even the lowest valid rating. Interesting, the sect master murmured. He raised his other hand and placed it on the assessment stone itself, directly against the jade. Power flowed from his body, the power of a cultivator in the late stages of immortal ascension, and the stone hummed louder, thrumming with resonance. The measurement apparatus was being tested. When the sect master removed his hand, the needle on the dial had shot to the far right, completely off the normal scale. The apparatus could measure him. The apparatus was functioning correctly. Again, the sect master said. His voice had changed. No longer impersonal. Curious now, and something darker beneath the curiosity. Lin Xian kept his hand on the stone. The white light returned, probing deeper this time. Lin Xian felt it. Now, a strange sensation like being examined from the inside, as if the light was searching through his meridians, touching the core of his being where the spiritual root was supposed to reside. The light moved through him with increasing intensity, desperate now, urgent. And the needle remained still. It drifted slightly left, back towards 0. Settled there with a soft click. The sect master pulled Lin Xian's hand away from the stone. That's sufficient, he said quietly. He made a notation in his ledger, and when he wrote, his hand was shaking very slightly. Lin Xian had never seen the sect master's hand shake. The silence that followed was the worst thing Lin Xian had ever heard. Not silence, the whispers. The other 22 disciples in the chamber had begun to murmur. He could hear them. Huang Wei's shocked intake of breath. The soft laughter of a boy near the front of the line. The laugh of someone who'd just been given permission to feel superior to another human being. The concerned murmur of one of the older disciples, a girl who'd been kind to him once when he'd been struggling with meditation technique. And underneath it all, the sect master's voice, quiet but somehow penetrating every sound in the chamber. Mark it down. Lin Xian. 0. The word hung in the air like something suspended in poison. 0. Not 1. The lowest possible rating for a functioning spiritual root. Not even unmeasurable or insufficient to quantify. 0. The absence of spiritual root. The measurement that meant nothing to measure. The sect master set down his brush and looked directly at Lin Xian for the first time since the assessment had begun. His eyes held no anger. That would have been better, somehow. Instead, they held pity. And beneath the pity, something colder. The administrative regard of a man looking at a problem that needed to be solved through proper procedure. The assessment is recorded, Lu said. Lin Xian, your rating is 0. The sect will discuss next steps. For now, you're dismissed from this chamber. We have other assessments to complete. Lin Xian heard the words as if from a great distance. His body moved on its own, bowing, stepping back from the assessment stone, walking toward the chamber's exit. The other disciples parted before him like water around a stone. No one met his eyes. No one whispered to him. He'd become invisible in a single moment, transformed from a neutral disciple into a problem best ignored. The smile came before he meant it. It was small, barely a twitch of his mouth, but it was there. Because as he walked toward the chamber's exit, as he felt the weight of the sect's judgment settling on his shoulders like ash, something inside him stirred. Something cold and curious. The assessment apparatus had broken, or it had encountered something it was never designed to measure. The sect master had been afraid. Not the fear of a man dealing with something dangerous, but the fear of a man encountering something his entire understanding of the world said should not exist. And Lin Xian, measured and found wanting by every system the sect possessed, felt only the faintest breath of something that might have been hope. If you enjoy cultivation stories where the system can't even measure the protagonist's true power, hit subscribe and the notification bell. A new chapter every day. Chapter 2. 7 days to disappear. The announcement came the next morning. An official notice was posted in the training grounds. Anyone with a spiritual root rating of 0 would be given 7 days to vacate sect grounds. No exceptions. No appeals. The sect's resources were limited. Cultivation required foundation, and those without foundation were a liability. 7 days. Lin Xian accepted this without drama. He returned to his small room in the junior disciples' quarters, began methodically packing the few possessions he had, and made a decision that would define the next phase of his life. He would spend those 7 days learning everything he could about the sect that was expelling him. It started with simple observation. During his remaining meals in the dining hall, Lin Xian watched the patterns. The sect consisted of roughly 200 active cultivators, disciples, senior disciples, elders, and the inner council that governed everything. They moved through the grounds in predictable patterns. The meditation chambers opened at specific hours. The library was staffed by a junior archivist from dawn until the evening bell. The training grounds were empty during the afternoon. Every cultivator above the foundational stage was required to make offerings to the core formation array that powered the sect's defenses. And there was the array itself. Lin Xian had heard it mentioned countless times, but had paid little attention. Now, as he walked the sect's perimeter, he began to perceive it. The array was invisible, a network of defensive power that prevented hostile cultivators from entering the grounds. It was elegant, sophisticated, the work of masters. But more importantly, it had gaps. He discovered the first gap on the second day. It was near the eastern wall, a place where the defensive energy seemed to thin slightly. Not from any flaw in the array's construction, but from deliberate design. Cultivators needed a way to leave and enter that didn't trigger hostile response. This gap was subtle, positioned so that only someone with training would notice it, broad enough to allow passage by authorized cultivators, narrow enough to prevent intrusion from outside. The second gap was at the main gate. Obviously, the third was more interesting. The meditation chamber had 2 exits. The primary exit faced the training grounds. But there was a secondary passage, narrow and rarely used, that opened onto the restricted section of the sect. the area where the inner council meditated, where the sect's most valuable texts were stored, where cultivation happened at levels junior disciples weren't permitted to witness. That passage also had a subtle discontinuity in the array structure. Another gap. By the fourth day, Lin Xian had mapped all 3 gaps' precise locations. He'd also observed the night watch schedule and charted when the sector changed hands. For cultivators, rotating on a 3-night cycle, 2 always patrolled the perimeter. 1 always guarded the archive tower. 1 always monitored the meditation chambers. By the 5th day, he'd memorized the exact positions of each watch rotation. By the 6th day, he was making notes. Not in a way that would attract attention. He sat in the library, still technically permitted to study, as no order had specifically forbidden him from using sect resources, and appeared to review basic cultivation texts. In reality, he was transcribing everything. The layout of the defensive array, the positions of the gaps, the names and faces of the night watch cultivators, the schedule of the core formation's energy cycling, the location of the restricted archives. On the 7th day, he walked through the sect one final time. He visited the meditation chamber, where he'd spent 3 years attempting to cultivate. He'd never succeeded. The meridians that should have opened to receive qi had remained stubbornly closed. The dantian that should have accumulated power had remained empty. But he'd spent so many hours here, with incense smoke curling through the air and the faint hum of other disciples' successful cultivation surrounding him. He let himself acknowledge, in this final moment, that he'd hoped. Even though he'd known better. Even though the measurement was inevitable. He visited the training grounds where he'd watched other disciples spar, learning basics of combat cultivation. He'd never been asked to participate. The instructors had unconsciously excluded him, not from malice, but from the unspoken understanding that resources spent on a 0-rated disciple were resources wasted. He visited the library and stood before the restricted section, knowing that many of the texts behind those sealed doors would be useful to him now, knowing also that he would never access them. That door was sealed by array as well, and he doubted the junior archivist keys would work for a 0-rated disciple who'd been expelled. Finally, he returned to his room and collected his belongings. The sect master had arranged for an escort, a courtesy that was probably more about ensuring he actually left than about courtesy. 2 disciples would walk him to the gate and watch him depart. They were young, barely older than him, and they both looked faintly uncomfortable. One of them, Lin Xian, recognized. They'd been in meditation training together once. The boy had tried to explain the correct breathing technique, back before it became clear that Lin Xian wasn't going to advance. They didn't speak as they walked through the sect's final corridors. The morning was gray, overcast, matching Lin Xian's mood perfectly. The gate, the primary exit, one of the 3 gaps in the array, opened as they approached. Lin Xian passed through it without looking back. He heard the gate close behind him with a finality that made his chest tight. For 3 years, the Starlight Sect had been his only home. For 3 years, he'd slept in their dormitory, meditated in their chambers, eaten in their dining hall. He'd been measured by their standards and found completely, utterly wanting. Now, carrying everything he owned in a small pack, Lin Xian walked down the mountain path and didn't look back. The mountain path descended through pine forest, and the silence of it pressed against him. His mind churned with the information he'd collected, the gaps in the array, the watch schedule, the layout of the grounds. Information that served no purpose. He had nowhere to apply it. No intention of returning. Yet his mind had archived it all, the way it had archived everything since he was a child. The compulsion to understand, to observe, to record. It took him until evening to reach the village at the mountain's base. The same village where he'd arrived 3 years ago with the sect master's representative, full of hope and nervous energy. Now he walked through it as a failure. An old woman selling vegetables in the market looked up as he passed. He recognized her son, who'd sold him food during his 3 years at the sect. Her expression shifted from recognition to understanding to something like pity. He kept walking. By the time darkness fell, he'd left the village behind and was sleeping under stars in a sparse grove of trees. He had no money, no destination, no plan. He had observation skills, a mind that worked with cold precision, and absolutely nothing else. Except, in the spaces between his thoughts, something stirred. Something that felt almost like possibility. The sect had measured him. The sect had found him wanting. But the measurement had been wrong. He could sense that much. The apparatus had broken because it encountered something it wasn't designed to perceive. And if the apparatus was wrong, then perhaps everything else was wrong too. Perhaps 0 wasn't the truth. Perhaps 0 was just what happened when the truth fell outside the scale entirely. Chapter 3. The abandoned meditation site. The cave was a 3-day walk from the village. Lin Xian had discovered it by accident, following a hunter's trail into the mountains. The entrance was small, barely large enough for a man to squeeze through, hidden behind a veil of hanging vines that had started growing across it perhaps a decade ago. But inside, the cave opened into a vast chamber, and at the chamber's center lay the meditation platform. It was ancient, carved from dark stone, its surface worn smooth by countless centuries. Around its edge ran inscriptions in characters so old Lin Xian could barely read them, but he made out fragments: void, empty, between, the space that isn't. The cave had clearly been a cultivation site once. Meditation niches had been carved into the walls at regular intervals. Shelves held the remnants of supplies, now crumbled into dust. A fire pit had been set carefully in the alcove designed for it, though no one had used it in many years. Above the meditation platform, the cave's ceiling rose nearly 20 feet, opening into a shaft of daylight that seemed to come from nowhere Lin Xian could identify. The light fell on the platform like a beacon. For some reason he couldn't articulate, this place felt right. He set up his sleeping area in one of the niches, arranged his few possessions carefully, and tried to understand why the cave called to him. The answer, when it came, was simple. No one had expected anything of this place. The Starlight Sect had presumably abandoned it because the site didn't work for their style of cultivation. But that didn't make it useless. It made it available. That first week, Lin Xian attempted normal meditation. He sat on the platform's edge, closed his eyes, and reached out with his mind the way the basic cultivation text described. There was supposed to be qi in the air, they said, in the earth, in all living things. A cultivator simply had to open themselves to it, draw it in through meditation, guide it into the meridians to accumulate power. He opened himself and encountered nothing. The void inside him remained empty. The meridians that should have been channels for power remained closed. His dantian, the core of his being where qi should accumulate, remained inert. Night after night, the same result. Meditation that produced nothing. No sensation of power gathering. No progress. No advancement. But something was different here. On the 8th night in the cave, during meditation, Lin Xian felt it. Not presence. Absence. Not something added. Something removed. He was sitting in darkness. There was no moon that night, and the starlight that sometimes filtered through the cave's opening was blocked by cloud, when he became aware of a coldness. Not temperature. A sense of absence so profound it had weight, had substance, pressed inward against his consciousness like the walls of a closing box. It was terrifying. Lin Xian opened his eyes, and his meditation shattered. His heart was racing. His skin was covered in cold sweat despite the cave's mild temperature. For several minutes, he sat in the darkness, breathing hard, unable to articulate what had just happened. Had something entered him? Had something inside him opened? Was he experiencing a breakdown? The first signs of cultivation failure manifesting as hallucination? He forced himself to lie down and sleep, pushing the experience away. And in the morning, he woke to find something had changed. The fatigue that should have accompanied 8 days of constant meditation wasn't there. He'd been sleeping on stone, subsisting on foraged food, and what little supplies he'd brought from the sect. His body should have been screaming with exhaustion. Instead, he felt more rested than he ever had in his life. It was as if something had drained out of him, not his strength, but his need for recovery. The weariness that comes from constant stress and insufficient rest had simply dissipated. Lin Xian sat up slowly, checking himself for injury or damage. Everything was functional. His hands were steady. His mind was clear. When he stood, his balance was perfect, his movements smooth. Something in him had shifted. Over the next few days, he began documenting the experience. Not in a cultivation journal. Those were for tracking progress in conventional cultivation, recording techniques and gains in the path toward advancement. Instead, he created something different. He found scraps of paper in the cave's abandoned supplies, preserved ink in a sealed container, and began writing observations like a scholar documenting an anomaly. The meditation produced no qi accumulation, as expected, given my assessment. However, a sensory phenomenon occurred at approximately hour 3 of session 8. A perception of profound absence, pressing inward. Upon awakening, fatigue was absent. Sleep requirement appears to have decreased proportionally, currently requiring perhaps 4 hours instead of 8. Physical performance has not degraded. If anything, it has improved marginally. This is not consistent with cultivator literature descriptions of advancement. Continue observation. Every night, he meditated. Every night, the coldness came. Now not terrifying, but strange, intimate, like being aware of a space inside himself that had always existed but which he'd never learned to perceive. And every morning, he woke without fatigue. By the 14th day, he'd filled a dozen pages with observations. By the 21st, he'd discovered something else. His sense of space had changed. He was sitting in the cave with his eyes closed, not meditating, simply resting, when he became aware of the exact dimensions of the chamber around him. He knew the distance from his position to the left wall, 42 feet, to the right wall, 38 feet, to the far wall, 96 feet, to the ceiling directly above, 17 feet. He opened his eyes and measured these distances physically, using his stride as a unit. The measurements were perfect, not approximate. Perfect. He tried this again, in different locations in the cave, eyes closed. Every measurement was accurate. The meditation appears to have induced spatial sensitivity. I can now determine distances, dimensions, and spatial relationships without visual input. This is not a cultivator ability mentioned in any text I've studied. Continue observation. But there was something else he'd noticed, something that made the observations more important than simple curiosity. The cave had a flaw in its stone, a seam in the back wall, running vertically from floor to ceiling. It was barely visible even with careful inspection, a line where two pieces of stone had been joined with such precision that only someone looking for a seam would notice it. And when he closed his eyes and reached out with his newfound spatial awareness, the seam became obvious. Moreover, he could feel something beyond it. Another space, deeper into the mountain. More chambers, as if the cave he'd discovered was only the entrance to something larger. Chapter 4. The village below keeps time. It was the market woman who first noticed Lin Xian's return to the village. Sin ran the vegetable stall in the town square, and she'd been observing the cultivators for 40 years. She knew the patterns. Young prospects arrived eager and confident. Senior disciples came through with the authority of their robes. Failed cultivators occasionally retreated into the village, usually bitter, usually hopeless. Lin Xian was different. He came down from the mountains once a week, in the early morning, to buy rice and dried meat and fresh water. He never haggled. He never complained about prices. He seemed, in fact, not entirely present in the transaction at all, as if buying supplies was something his body did while his mind was elsewhere. The zero cultivator still lives, Sin said to another vendor on the third such visit. It wasn't quite a prediction, more of an observation that contradicted the standard narrative. By the fourth week, the village had developed a consensus. A month before he dies, they said. Maybe 2. A cultivator without a root is like a fish without water. He'll waste away soon enough. Lin Xian heard this gossip and felt nothing in response. Not anger, not despair, just a kind of detached curiosity about how wrong they were being and why. He'd begun keeping a journal beyond his observations of the void. This one was more formal, more structured, dated and careful. Day 14, meditation observation void sensation, is becoming more predictable. I can induce it through deliberate meditation. The coldness still comes, but I'm beginning to understand that it's not external. It originates within me. Some aspect of my being responds to deep meditation by activating this sensation. The meridians don't respond to it, which is why it registers as 0 to conventional assessment. But the activation is real. Something is happening. I don't understand what. Day 21. Body refinement remains impossible through standard technique. However, I conducted an experiment. During void meditation, I made a deliberate attempt to absorb qi from the surrounding stone. The effect was unexpected. Instead of flowing through meridians, the qi seemed to absorb directly into the gaps between things. The spaces in the stone, the emptiness within matter. By focusing on these gaps, I could draw power into them. Result: a subtle strengthening of my body, but localized strangely, not in muscles, but in my structural integrity. Hand testing shows approximately 20% increase in impact resistance. The stone doesn't bruise my knuckles anymore. Day 28. The observation journal has accumulated significant data. The phenomenon is undeniably real. My body is changing, but not through conventional cultivation. The void response is a technique, though not one documented in any cultivator text I've read. Implications: either I am wrong about my measurement, or I am measuring myself by a scale designed to detect something different than what I possess. The Sect master was afraid. The assessment apparatus broke. These facts suggest the latter. Day 35. The village believes I'm dying. I've overheard them discussing it. A month, 2 months at most. The irony is that I'm stronger now than the day I was expelled. I don't have a spiritual root in the conventional sense. But I have something else. Something that operates parallel to conventional cultivation. Something the scale couldn't measure. Day 42. 1 month, 1 week in the mountains. The void meditation has become routine. The cold no longer frightens me. I understand it now as a state of deep internal awareness. When I induce it, I can feel the structure of my own being with precision. The spaces between cells. The gaps in my cellular structure. The emptiness that makes up most of all matter. I can direct awareness into these spaces and find power there. Not chi power. Something else. Something that works through absence rather than presence. Day 49. Return to village for supplies. The vendor woman, son, showed fear today. Not superstitious fear, practical fear. The kind fear a human shows when confronted with something that shouldn't exist. I bought rice and left. She followed me out of the market, her expression confused. She'd expected me to be dead by now. Instead, I'm clearly healthy. Stronger than when I arrived. The reality doesn't match the prediction, and she can't integrate the contradiction. Day 56. 2 months in the cave, a breakthrough in meditation. The void response is not a passive sensation. I can direct it with intention. When I reach into the void awareness, I can create local effects. A test. I sat in meditation and focused on the stone beneath me. The void sensation grew stronger. The stone's density seemed to yield somehow. Not physically, the stone didn't move. But internally, the gaps within it became more accessible. I was able to push my hand through the stone as if through sand, though the stone itself remained solid and unmoved. This should be impossible. I did it anyway. Day 63. 3 months in the cave, the void sensation has integrated fully. I no longer need to deliberately induce it. It's become a constant awareness, like the way I'm always aware of my own breathing but don't need to think about it. My body feels stronger in ways that don't quite match physical reality. My speed hasn't increased. My strength hasn't increased by conventional measures. But my efficiency has increased dramatically. Movements require less effort. Transitions happen smoother. It's as if I'm integrating more fully with the spaces between my own physical form. The seam in the back wall calls to me. I'm going to investigate it. He wrote the final entry in the afternoon, while light still streamed through the cave's opening. By evening, he was ready. The cave was empty as he approached the back wall. The seam ran vertically, splitting the wall into left and right halves. In all the weeks he'd been here, he'd never attempted to do more than observe it. Now, he pressed his hand against the stone. The surface was cold, smooth from centuries of polishing by water or air or cultivators past. His palm matched the contours perfectly. He closed his eyes and reached out with his void awareness. The seam wasn't just a visual feature. It was a rupture in the stone's internal structure, a place where 2 pieces had been joined with deliberate precision. And the rupture created a weakness, not in the stone's strength, but in its continuity. The void space in the crack extended deeper than the eye could perceive. Lin Xian pushed. His hand sank slightly into the stone, not through it. The stone remained solid and unmoved, but he was aware of moving into the gap between the molecules. The void space inside the stone had parted for him, just slightly. He pushed harder. His hand passed through the stone. Chapter 5. What lies beyond the seam? The second chamber was older than the first. The meditation platform here had no inscriptions. The walls bore symbols so ancient they'd weathered into near invisibility. Stone shelves had been carved into the walls, meditation niches for cultivators from an era so distant that their techniques and names had vanished into time. Most of the niches were empty, but on one shelf, wrapped in cloth that had mostly rotted away, lay a single scroll. Lin Xian approached it with the reverence it seemed to demand. The paper was brittle, paper that had lasted centuries without degradation. He unrolled it carefully, afraid it might crumble in his hands. The writing was archaic, predating even the oldest texts he'd read in the Starlight Sect's library. But it was legible, written in characters that had barely changed in meaning across centuries. Asterisk, for the one who measures in the absence. For the cultivator, whose root is the void itself. What you hold is not instruction, but documentation. A record of those who came before. Those who the scales rejected. Those who cultivated power through emptiness rather than presence. Asterisk, the scroll continued, documenting 3 cultivators across history who had possessed the void root. Their names had been struck out, deliberately erased, but their effects remained documented. The void cultivator of the Eastern Dynasty broke the sealed gates by making them unmeasured. The void cultivator of the Middle Era created a pocket dimension that swallowed an entire sect's offensive formation. The void cultivator of the recent past was hunted by 11 sects combined and survived for 17 years. And then, the final entry, written in shakier hand than the rest. If you read this, you possess the void root. The sects will hunt you. The scales will reject you. Every standard of measurement the cultivation world possesses will classify you as insufficient. But know this, you are not insufficient. You are unmeasurable. There is a difference. The void root exists outside the scale of presence and absence. It is the foundation beneath both. It is power that works through emptiness, advancement through hollowing, strength through the spaces between things. Learn to cultivate through what you are not, and become more than what any scale can comprehend. Lin Xian read the scroll 3 times, committing it entirely to memory. Then he carefully rolled it and returned it to its shelf, though his hands were shaking slightly. The measurement hadn't been wrong. The assessment apparatus hadn't broken because his route was insufficient. It had broken because it encountered something it was never designed to detect. He was zero-rated not because he was weak, but because he existed outside the measurement scale entirely. The understanding hit him with the force of certainty. The Starlight Sect measured spiritual roots on a scale of 1 to 10. This scale was designed to detect and quantify one specific type of power: the presence of cultivation energy, the accumulation of qi, the growth of spiritual force through conventional techniques. The void root didn't work that way. It worked through absence, through emptying, through the spaces between things. It was so far outside the conventional spectrum that it registered not as a low number, but as 0. The measurement system's way of saying, this doesn't exist on this scale. And that meant the 0 measurement was actually a perfectly honest result. He was 0, not on a scale of weakness to strength, but on a scale of presence to absence. The measurement had been so perfectly accurate it had failed entirely to convey meaning. Lin Xian left the second chamber and returned to the first. He sat on the meditation platform and closed his eyes. The void awareness opened within him, deeper than ever before. He could feel it now, not just as a sensation, but as a presence. As if something vast and ancient lived in the spaces between his thoughts, between the atoms of his being, in the infinite gaps that made up most of matter. Something that had been waiting for him his whole life. Something that was, in the most fundamental way, him. He opened his eyes and smiled. It was a small smile, barely visible, but it contained something that had been absent for weeks, a kind of dangerous peace. The certainty that came from understanding, finally, that the world's rejection had been based on a fundamental misunderstanding. The 0 wasn't a failure. The 0 was the only honest measurement of something that existed beyond measurement itself. And in the spaces between things, in the voids that made up the structure of reality, Lin Xian was beginning to become something the sects had no scales to detect. Chapter 6. The first real test the rogue cultivator found him in the second month of Batch 1's completion. His name was Korn, a man of perhaps 35, with a scar across his left eye and the lean, predatory grace of someone who'd survived years outside sect structure. He came up the mountain path in the early morning, moving with the deliberate quiet of a hunter, and stopped outside the cave's entrance. "Someone's living here," he called. His voice was casual, but his hand rested on the hilt of a curved blade. "That's new." Lin Xian was meditating when Korn arrived. He opened his eyes and walked to the cave's entrance without hurrying. The morning light was weak, filtering through the pines, catching dust motes that drifted like slow insects. Korn's eyes narrowed when he saw him. "You're young," Korn said. "Not a sect cultivator, no robes. Not experienced enough to be dangerous." He smiled, and it was the smile of a man who'd made a decision that had nothing to do with kindness. "You probably have supplies. Probably have something valuable. And definitely have no way to defend them." Lin Xian said nothing. He simply waited, observing the angle of Korn's stance, the way the rogue kept his blade hand loose and ready. Korn took this as a response. He stepped forward with the casual confidence of a predator approaching prey. "Hand over whatever valuables you have. Do it now, and I won't hurt you beyond what's necessary." Lin Xian raised his hand. It wasn't a gesture of surrender. It was an activation. The void awareness spread outward from his body with a force he'd never accessed before. Not the gentle, inward-focused sensation of meditation. Not the careful manipulation of spaces that allowed him to press his hand through stone. This was raw, unfocused, raw power radiating outward in every direction. The space immediately surrounding Korn became thick. Heavy. Wrong. The rogue felt it first in his lungs. Air that should have been breathable became almost solid, requiring conscious effort to inhale. Then his limbs. The space pressing against him from all sides, compressing his movement into smaller and smaller arcs. His blade hand couldn't rise more than a few inches before the distorted space made further movement unbearably heavy. His feet couldn't move at all. "What?" Korn gasped. His eyes went wide. Not the eyes of a man experiencing pain. The eyes of a man encountering something he had no framework to understand. Power that didn't follow the rules of cultivation. Energy that worked through spatial distortion instead of direct force. Lin Xian stepped toward him. The void pressure increased. Korn's breath came in short, panicked gasps. His body started to shake, not from cold, but from the strain of existing in space that had become fundamentally hostile. Every breath required conscious effort. Every moment of stillness felt like drowning in something invisible. For 3 seconds, Korn endured. On the 4th second, his mind broke through the paralysis of confusion. Survival instinct overrode everything else. He forced his body to move, pushing against the distorted space with all the strength he possessed. For a moment, Lin Xian felt the pressure resist him, real power pushing back against the void pressure. But the void pressure was stronger. It was sourced from a place deeper than conscious cultivation. It was, in a very real sense, irresistible. Korn's resistance crumbled. He broke from his frozen position and ran. The rogue cultivator fled down the mountain path at a stumbling pace, his movements ungainly, panic overriding grace. Lin Xian watched him go without pursuing. He didn't need to. The message had been delivered. This particular predator would never return. And he would tell stories, to the other rogues in the mountains, to the cultivators in the towns below, that something strange lived in the upper caves. Something that moved through space wrong. Something that would drive a man mad with distorted air and pressure that had no source. The stories would keep most visitors away. That night, Lin Xian meditated and documented the experience in his journal. Used void pressure offensively for the first time. The effect was far stronger than expected. The activation was reflexive, automatic, not deliberate manipulation, but an instinctive spreading of void awareness. The rogue cultivator fled. Assessment: my body refinement through void cultivation has progressed to the point where defensive activation is possible. This is not a studied technique. This is instinct. Whatever the void root is, it appears to have its own understanding of how to use its power. He paused, then added a final note. The rogue's fear was genuine. He encountered something that violated his understanding of reality. And I just realized this, felt nothing in response. No satisfaction, no anger, just the clear, cold awareness that I'd solved a problem through the most direct available means. This frightens me more than his fear frightened him. Chapter 7. The scholars fear the old blind man appeared 10 days after Korn's flight. He'd been traveling the mountain roads for a longer time than anyone could track. Scholar Ren was his name, or at least, that's what the villagers at the mountain's base called him. He appeared and disappeared with the seasons, and no one quite knew where he lived or why he existed in the narrow space between civilization and the wild. He found Lin Xian at the cave's entrance, sitting in meditation as the sun set. "I can sense you," the old man said without preamble. His voice was gentle, but his blind eyes were directed precisely at Lin Xian's position. "Your power makes marks in the world. Not visible marks. Spatial marks. Distortions in the arrangement of things." Lin Xian opened his eyes. The scholar lowered himself to sit without asking permission, his ancient joints creaking. He carried a walking stick of pale wood and wore simple gray robes that had seen better decades. "I've met 3 void root cultivators in my life," the scholar continued. "2 of them tried to kill me. One of them succeeded, in a way. I've been blind for 80 years because of the encounter." He smiled, and there was no bitterness in it. "So forgive me for being cautious with the 4th. "You know what I am," Lin Xian said. "Not a question. I know you've been measured and found to be 0, Scholar Ren replied. "I know you survived the rejection. And I know you've begun to activate your root in ways that suggest you're learning faster than void cultivators typically learn. That combination." He trailed off, his sightless eyes somehow watching Lin Xian intently. "That combination usually means either genius or catastrophe. Why does it matter?" Lin Xian asked. "Because the sects are hunting you," Scholar Ren said simply. "They may not know your exact location yet, but they know you exist. The void pressure you released on that rogue, that left a trace. Cultivators sensitive to spatial distortion have been following that trace upward. You have perhaps 2 seasons before they arrive in force." The words landed without emotional weight, but they were true. Lin Xian could feel the accuracy of them. He'd been so focused on learning his power that he hadn't considered the logical consequence. That learning would leave evidence. "What do you recommend?" he asked. Scholar Ren was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice carried a weight it hadn't before. "That depends on whether you want to survive or whether you want to change the world. Those are rarely the same goal." Chapter 8. Foundation reached by the 4-month mark in the cave. Lin Xian had accomplished something the cultivation text said was impossible. He had advanced to the foundation establishment stage without a spiritual root. The normal progression was simple. Measure spiritual root quality. Establish base cultivation techniques appropriate to that root type. Accumulate qi over months or years. Eventually break through to foundation and stabilize power. The entire path depended on having a measured root. Lin Xian's path was different. He couldn't accumulate qi because his meridians didn't respond to qi cultivation. But he could absorb power through void integration. By deliberately meditating within the void state, by drawing power from the spaces within and between things, by learning to make those spaces part of his being, he could advance. The breakthrough came without dramatic signs. No explosion of power. No blinding light. Just a subtle shift in the way he perceived himself. a completion of a cycle that had been running beneath his conscious awareness. One morning, he simply knew. His foundation was established. The void was integrated into his physical structure. He was no longer a zero-rated disciple. He was a zero-rated cultivator with real power backing up the measurement. That afternoon, Scholarin appeared. He'd become a regular visitor over the past months, showing up every 10 days or so, sitting in the cave, sharing stories about other void cultivators, offering advice that was useful precisely because it never directly addressed cultivation technique. "You've broken through," the scholar said, not as a question. "I can sense the change in your spatial presence. You've achieved foundation." Without a conventional path, Lin Xian confirmed. "I don't understand how this is possible." "It's not," Scholarin said, "which is why you've accomplished it. The void root doesn't follow the conventional paths because it operates on a different principle. Where normal cultivation fills space with power, the void root empties space of obstruction. Where normal cultivation creates density of qi, the void root creates freedom from restriction. You've reached foundation not by accumulating anything. You've reached it by removing obstruction to your own development." He paused, and Lin Xian could sense the old man's mind working through something complex. "There is a danger, though," the scholar continued. "Your advancement will make you visible. Cultivators with spatial sensitivity will begin to detect you now. The sects have already sent scouts. This season, probably. Next season, certainly. You'll need to decide whether to continue hiding or to finally step into the world." "Step into what?" Lin Xian asked. "The world is organized by sections. The sects reject me. What world is there for me?" "That's the question every void cultivator faces eventually," Scholarin said. "And every void cultivator who survived answered it differently. Some chose to hide until they were strong enough to resist. Some chose to infiltrate sects and learn from within. Some chose to become outlaws. And some," he smiled slightly, "some chose to create their own path entirely, outside the sect system." He stood to leave, moving with the careful grace of extreme age. "When the sect scouts arrive," Scholarin said, "and you sense them approaching, understand this. You have one advantage they don't. They're looking for you to be what they expect a zero-rated cultivator to be. They're not prepared for what you actually are. Use that advantage wisely." After he left, Lin Xian sat alone in the cave and allowed himself to feel something he hadn't felt since expulsion: hope. Not hope that the sects would accept him. Not hope that the measurement would change. But hope that he might have a future anyway, defined by what he was rather than by what the sect said he wasn't. Chapter 9. The Body Refinement Paradox. The cultivator theory texts describe body refinement as a straightforward practice. Absorb qi into your body cells. Let the power permeate your structure, gradually increase your physical durability and strength. It took Lin Xian 3 weeks to discover that the void root didn't work that way. He was experimenting with power projection one afternoon when he realized something crucial. The void root didn't strengthen his body by making it denser. It strengthened his body by making it less resistant to his own power. The difference was fundamental. A normal cultivator would absorb qi into their muscles, making them harder, denser, stronger through physical accumulation of power. Lin Xian's body was becoming stronger by integrating the void spaces within itself, by allowing the emptiness to permeate through his cellular structure, by becoming partly empty in a way that paradoxically made him harder to injure. The effect was that he could move through solid matter. He discovered this by accident. He was practicing with the seam in the back wall again, trying to maintain his hand-passing technique with precision, when he realized he could push further. His arm could pass through entirely, then his shoulder, then his entire body. By the end of the week, he could pass completely through stone as if it were mist. The mechanism wasn't physical penetration. His body wasn't forcing its way through by strength. Rather, when he activated the void pressure fully, he became partly integrated with the void spaces within the stone itself. His body occupied the gaps, moved through the emptiness, existed in the spaces between atoms. To the stone itself, he wasn't moving through it. He was moving through the stone's own internal structure, the vast network of empty space that made up most of all matter. "The body has changed at a level beneath the cellular," he wrote in his journal. "The integration with void space is not a technique I can teach. It's an evolution. Something in my being is learning to exist in the empty spaces the way water exists in gaps, flowing rather than forcing." He tested the limits. Could he push through iron? It was denser, more resistant. But yes, with effort, with focused void pressure, he could pass through. His body would emerge from the other side, covered in a strange sensation that was almost like being coated in ice, but it was harmless. Could he bring other objects with him? He tried, placing a stone in his hand and attempting to pass through the cave wall while holding it. The stone remained behind. The void integration only worked with his body. Could he do this indefinitely? He practiced every day for a week, and the only effect was a deep weariness that came from maintaining void pressure for extended periods. The technique itself didn't damage him. The implications were significant. He wasn't just a cultivator with unusual power. He was becoming something physically different. His body was learning to phase through solid matter the way it breathed air. That night, Scholar Rin appeared, and without preamble, he said, "You've achieved body integration. That should have taken 5 years minimum for a void cultivator with training. You've done it in 4 months alone in a cave. Is that bad?" Lin Xian asked. "It's dangerous," the scholar replied. "Not because the technique is dangerous, but because advancement this fast attracts attention. Cultivators sensitive to spatial anomalies will feel what you've become. And more importantly, you're becoming visible to things beyond just cultivators." "What do you mean?" "The void has consciousness," Scholar Rin said quietly. "It's not a god. It's not a being with desires. But it's aware, in the way that fundamental forces can be aware. And when a void cultivator reaches body integration level, the void notices. It reaches back. You'll start to feel it soon. A presence that's not internal and not external, but some combination of both." Beneath the scholar's words, Lin Xian heard a warning. This power had limits. And those limits weren't about strength or weakness. They were about whether he could maintain his humanity while becoming something fundamentally inhuman. Chapter 10. The marking. It came on a night in the 5th month. Lin Xian was meditating deeper than ever before, sinking his consciousness fully into the void state. In this state, he existed as much in the empty spaces as in his physical form. His body was merely an anchor, a point of reference. The rest of his awareness extended outward into the void spaces around him, permeating the cave, spreading into the stone, diffusing into the mountain itself. In this state, he felt it. A presence. Vast. Ancient. Not hostile, but aware. It moved through the void spaces like he moved through them, occupying the gaps, existing in the emptiness. And it noticed him. The encounter lasted only a moment in external time, but within the void state, time moved differently. The presence examined him, acknowledged him, and left something behind like a mark. When he opened his eyes, his left hand was different. A symbol had appeared on his palm. Not a tattoo, not a scar, something more fundamental. A pattern of void marks, like the spaces between atoms themselves had been rearranged to form a sigil. In normal light, it was almost invisible, but in shadow, it was clear, a mark that glowed faintly with the same quality as the void awareness itself. Scholar Rin appeared the next morning and took his hand, running his blind fingers over the mark. "The void has marked you," the scholar said. His voice carried both finality and sadness. "This means you've passed a threshold. You're no longer just a cultivator learning the void roots techniques. You're recognized by the void itself as something more. A vessel. A point of focus. The void can now use you as a conduit." "Is that permanent?" Lin Xian asked. "Yes," Scholar Rin said. "And now the sects will truly hunt you. Not because you're a threat, but because you're valuable. A void-marked cultivator is a resource. They'll want to contain you, study you, control you, or kill you if they can't contain you." He released Lin Xian's hand. "You have 1 month," the scholar said. "The sect scouts have tracked you to this mountain. They're gathering forces. When they arrive, you need to be ready to either fight or flee. There is no hiding anymore." Lin Xian looked at the mark on his hand. The void pressure that had created it was his own power, expressed in physical form. The marking was beautiful, in a way, a symbol of the void made visible. But it was also a target. He made a decision then, not consciously, but with a clarity that came from the void awareness itself. He wouldn't hide anymore. He wouldn't wait for the sects to come to him. Instead, he would go out and meet them. The zero-rated cultivator was about to introduce himself to a world that didn't believe he existed. Chapter 11. The breaking of stillness. The scouts arrived on the 28th day. Lin Xian felt them before he saw them. 3 cultivators moving up the mountain path with the cautious precision of men entering territory they didn't fully understand. They were Qi awakening stage, strong enough to be dangerous to any conventional cultivator, but still far below the strength of core sect elders. They were also the first of many waves to come. Lin Xian was sitting at the cave's entrance when they reached the clearing. He didn't stand. He didn't attempt to hide. He simply waited, allowing his void pressure to radiate outward in a low hum that they would definitely feel. The lead scout, a man with a scarred face and cautious eyes, stopped 30 feet away from the cave. "Lin Xian," the scout called. "Expelled from Starlight Sect?" "Yes," Lin Xian replied. His voice was quiet, but it carried perfectly across the distance. The void pressure was making the air itself a better conductor for sound. The scout exchanged glances with his companions. You're under arrest for unsanctioned cultivation and spatial manipulation outside Sect purview. You'll come with us to the Starlight Sect for interrogation and potential containment. Lin Xian rose slowly. No, he said. The word was simple. Absolute. The void pressure around him increased, not violently, but steadily, like the sky getting darker as a storm approaches. The scouts felt it immediately. All three of them stumbled backward, their hands moving to weapons they probably knew wouldn't help. The space around the cave was becoming thick, difficult, hostile. You don't understand, the lead scout gasped. The sects have formed an alliance. You can't fight all of us. I'm not interested in fighting, Lin Xian said. He raised his left hand, allowing the void mark to become visible in the afternoon light. It glowed faintly, pulsing with the rhythm of his power. I'm interested in being left alone. The lead scout saw the mark and his face went pale. He'd seen reports of void-marked cultivators. He understood, in that moment, that the three of them had no chance. None whatsoever. Go, he said to his companions. Tell the sections. Tell them we found the zero cultivator. Tell them he's something beyond our measurement. The three scouts fled down the mountain, leaving a trail of disturbed ground and the lingering smell of fear. Lin Xian watched them go and felt something settle inside him. This was the moment. The moment when he ceased to be a hidden anomaly and became a known threat. The moment when the sects would mobilize in earnest. He felt Scholar Ren's presence before the old man appeared. The blind cultivator emerged from the forest and took his place beside Lin Xian without speaking. They'll come in force now, the scholar said. Within days, the alliance will converge. You need to decide what happens next. I know, Lin Xian said. Chapter 12. The meditation grounds. The abandoned sect grounds lay 3 days' journey to the south. Lin Xian had discovered them through Scholar Ren's guidance. They'd once belonged to a cultivation sect, the Azure Harmony Order, that had disbanded 2 centuries ago after a conflict with the major sections. The buildings had crumbled back into the landscape. The formation arrays that once powered the sect were dormant, their energy dissipating slowly into ambient chi. But the training grounds remained. They were a perfect circle, carved into a plateau overlooking a valley. At the center, an ancient formation array had been inscribed into stone, its lines still clear despite 200 years of weathering. The array's purpose had been simple: to amplify cultivators' power, to allow them to train at intensity that would destroy ordinary rock and soil. Now it was empty, silent, waiting. This is where you should make your stand, Scholar Ren said. They stood at the formation's center, and even dormant, Lin Xian could feel the power it contained. The lines inscribed in stone created channels for power to flow. The geometry was perfect. The structure was engineered for cultivation. Why? Lin Xian asked. Because it's defensible, the scholar replied. More importantly, because the formation array here has something the sects have forgotten about. A hidden layer. Look at the lines more carefully. Lin Xian examined the array, truly examining it this time. The outer layer was visible, the amplification formation that had served the Azure Harmony Order. But beneath it, faintly visible only if you knew to look, were other lines. Different geometry, different purpose. This is a void formation, Scholar Ren said quietly. Built by a void cultivator, hidden beneath the amplification array centuries ago. The Azure Harmony Order never knew what they were standing on. The void formation was designed to empower void root cultivators specifically. If activated correctly, it could give you the advantage you need. How do I activate it? Lin Xian asked. You'll know, the scholar said. When the moment comes, when you stand in the formation's center and the void pressure reaches its peak, the activation will be instinctive. Trust the void. Trust what you've become. Chapter 13. The Phasing Technique. In the week before the sects arrived, Lin Xian refined his body integration technique to new precision. What had begun as a clumsy passing through of stone walls had become an art form. He could now pass through most materials seamlessly: stone, metal, earth. The sensation had become familiar, almost comfortable. His body would integrate with the void spaces within the material, and he would move as if walking through air. But on the 7th day, he discovered he could do more. He was meditating in the ancient training grounds when he realized something fundamental. He didn't need to pass completely through materials. He could phase partially. He raised his left hand and pressed it into the stone of the ground beneath him. Using the void mark as a focus point, he let only his hand integrate with the void spaces. The rest of his body remained solid, tangible, ordinary. But his hand existed in 2 states simultaneously, partially in the void space of the stone, partially in the material world. The effect was extraordinary. His hand became translucent, then nearly invisible. Yet he could feel through it perfectly, could manipulate materials at both the macro and molecular level. could sense through the void spaces in ways that sight couldn't match. He withdrew his hand and wrote in his journal, "The body integration technique can be applied selectively. I don't need to commit entirely to the void space. I can exist partially in both states. This suggests a new application. If I can phase parts of my body, can I phase my entire being while remaining conscious and aware? Can I move through the world entirely in the void state, invisible and insubstantial, but still present? This would be the ultimate refinement of the void root's inherent technique. Must test before the sects arrive." That night, he attempted it. He sat in meditation and allowed the void pressure to spread through his entire being. Not just his awareness, but his physical form. His body began to phase into transparency. The stone of the training ground became visible through his chest. His hands faded until they were barely perceptible outlines. For a moment, he existed entirely in the void space. Neither solid nor spiritual, but something between. A presence without substance. A consciousness without material anchor. Then his fear pulled him back. The instinctive panic of a human mind encountering the dissolution of physical form was too strong. His body reintegrated with material reality, and he gasped like a man pulled from drowning. But he'd proven it was possible. He wrote in his journal, "Full body phasing achieved. Duration approximately 30 seconds. The sensation was of existing everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. Consciousness remained intact throughout. No damage upon reintegration. Application. During Sect confrontation, I could move unseen, position myself strategically, strike from unexpected angles. The sects won't be prepared for an opponent they can't see or touch." Chapter 14. The emissary, a different messenger, came 4 days before the sects were scheduled to converge. She arrived alone, a woman of perhaps 40 years in the crimson robes of the Starlight Sect. She carried no weapons, only a scroll case at her hip. And when she entered the training grounds, she made no attempt to activate the formation array. Instead, she simply waited. Lin Xian emerged from the meditation chamber, a building that still stood, partially intact, and regarded her with the quiet assessment he applied to all things now. "I'm Cultivator Li," the woman said. "The sect master sent me to make an offer." "I'm listening," Lin Xian replied. "The alliance is forming to contain you," Li said. "They believe you're a threat. They're not entirely wrong. A void-marked cultivator is dangerous by definition. But the Starlight Sect has a different proposal." She withdrew a scroll from the case and unrolled it. The document bore the sect master's seal. "If you surrender to the Starlight Sect voluntarily," Li read, "you'll be given a full examination to determine your true nature. If you're deemed stable, you'll be granted conditional freedom. You'd be required to remain within sect grounds, to undergo monitoring, and to use your power only with the sect's authorization. But you'd be alive. You'd be trained. You'd have a future." Lin Xian took the scroll and read it himself. The terms were actually generous, for a sect dealing with an unknown power. They were also, of course, completely unacceptable. "The answer is no," he said. "Why?" Li asked. "What's wrong with having structure? With having support? Alone, you're powerful, but isolated. Within the sect, you could learn properly. You could advance without the terrible price of lonely cultivation." "The same sect that expelled me from measuring zero?" Lin Xian said. He allowed his void pressure to rise slightly, enough to make the air uncomfortable. "The same sect that measured me and decided I was worthless? That was before you proved yourself," Li said. Her voice held no fear. She was a high-level cultivator, experienced enough to understand the nature of what stood before her. "The measurement was based on incomplete information. Now we know better. The sect master himself authorized me to apologize for the misunderstanding." Lin Xian felt something stir in him. Not anger, not satisfaction, just the cold clarity that came with void awareness. He understood, in that moment, the exact mechanism of the sect's thinking. They'd rejected him when they believed he was weak. Now that he'd proven himself powerful, they wanted to co-opt that power. The zero rating had been irrelevant. The rejection had been irrelevant. What mattered now was whether they could control him. "Tell the sect master," Lin Xian said quietly, "that I don't need his sect. I don't need anyone's sect. I'll meet the alliance. I'll face them on this ground. And I'll teach them what zero actually means." Li rolled up the scroll without comment. She bowed slightly, not a gesture of respect, but a formal acknowledgement between cultivators. "Then I've delivered the offer," she said. "What follows is between you and the forces that come. For what it's worth, I believe the sect master made the right offer. I also believe you're making the right choice in refusing it. The void marked belong to no sect. They belong only to themselves." She turned and walked back down the path. Behind her, Lin Xian felt the void pressure in the training grounds beginning to respond to his presence. The dormant formation array was waking. The hidden void formation beneath the surface was recognizing him. The old cultivators who'd carved this place had left something for him. A tool. A weapon. A statement inscribed in stone. He descended into the meditation chamber and placed his hands on the formation's central marker. Power began to flow. Not his power, but the power of ages. Void energy accumulated by void cultivators across centuries, stored within stone and geometry, waiting for a void root bearer to come and claim it. The sects wanted to teach him what zero meant. He would teach them himself. Chapter 15. The formation awakens the morning of the convergence. Lin Xian stood at the formation's center and waited. He could feel them approaching, 5 different sect contingents, converging from different angles, tightening the net. He could sense them as disturbances in the void spaces around the mountain. Their cultivation power was great, their numbers significant, their coordination military precise. They were also completely unprepared for what they were about to encounter. The void formation had been fully activated now. It thrummed beneath the earth like a massive heart, pumping power through channels carved into the plateau's bedrock. Lin Xian stood in the formation's exact center and felt the power flow through him. It wasn't overwhelming. It was perfect. The void mark on his left hand burned with white light. The formation recognized him as what he was, a vessel for void power, a cultivator whose root existed outside all conventional measurement. The first sect group arrived at midday. They came from the direction of the Celestial Gate, a contingent of 10 cultivators led by an elder with power that suggested immortal ascension stage cultivation. The elder stopped at the formation's edge and felt the power radiating from it. His face went pale. "This is a void formation," he said. His voice carried across the plateau with cultivator-trained projection. "It shouldn't exist. The Azure Harmony Order were conventional cultivators. They shouldn't have been capable of building something like this." Lin Xian didn't answer. He simply raised his left hand, allowing the void mark to become fully visible. 4 more sect contingents arrived over the next hour. The Starlight Sect, the Phoenix Rising Sect, the Eternal Star Sect, the Azure Dragon Order, all converging, surrounding the ancient training grounds, realizing as they arrived that they'd walked into something they didn't fully understand. An elder from the Starlight Sect, not Sect Master Lu, but someone higher, stepped forward. "We are here to contain the Void Cultivator," he said. His authority was immense, his power carefully restrained but unmistakable. "Surrender peacefully, and you'll be imprisoned according to proper sect protocols. Resist, and we'll bind your power and drag you to containment." Lin Xian closed his eyes. He felt the void formation's power and the void mark on his hand resonating at the same frequency. The ancient void cultivators who'd carved this formation had left instructions, not verbal, but embedded in the formation's geometry. He understood them now, not through thought, but through pure instinct. He raised both his hands. The void formation activated. The amplification array that lay on top responded first, a burst of power that made every cultivator on the plateau stumble. But that was nothing. That was the surface. Beneath it, the void formation triggered. The space above the plateau began to distort. Not physically, no tremors, no earthquake, but spatially. The distance between points began to shift. The formation was creating small pocket dimensions around its perimeter, spaces folded off from normal reality. Cultivators found themselves walking into those folds accidentally, only to emerge confused, disoriented, unable to locate their companions. More critically, the void formation was feeding power directly to Lin Xian. He felt it flowing into him like water into an empty cup. Power accumulated centuries of void cultivation, stored within the ancient formation, now released into his being. His body couldn't contain it all. Excess radiated outward as void pressure that made the air feel like solid weight. The cultivators on the plateau found themselves unable to move effectively. The space itself had become hostile. Distance became subjective. Direction became ambiguous. They were warriors trained in combat against material forces. They were unprepared for being attacked by space itself. Lin Xian opened his eyes and felt the void mark burning like fire on his left hand. "I measure what you cannot," he said. His voice was quiet, but it carried through the distorted space perfectly. "I exist where you see emptiness. I am zero because I am infinite, and I will not be contained." The void formation amplified his power tenfold. The elder from Starlight Sect tried to activate a binding formation, a technique designed to restrain hostile cultivators. But the void formation had already distorted the space too much. The binding threads found no coherent structure to bind to. They dispersed like smoke through the spatial distortions. For the first time, the sects felt genuine fear. Not the fear of unknown power, but the fear of a force that operated on fundamental principles they didn't possess the tools to counter. The 5 sect elders exchanged glances, and without spoken coordination, they began to retreat. Lin Xian didn't pursue them. He simply stood in the formation's center and allowed the void power to flow through him, through the ancient carved lines, back into the earth where it would accumulate again for whatever void cultivator came next. The sects retreated slowly, carefully, aware that the formation could attack if it chose to. Within the hour, the plateau was clear. Only Scholar Ren remained, appearing from the forest when all others had gone. "You've passed the final test," the old man said. "You're a full void cultivator now. No longer an apprenticeship to the power. You are the power." Lin Xian looked at his left hand, where the void mark still burned. "What happens now?" he asked. "Now," Scholar Ren said, "you decide who you want to be. That's the question every powerful cultivator eventually faces. The sects will still hunt you, but they'll be more careful now. They know what you can do. You can hide. You can fight. You can walk between the sects and play them against each other. Or you can create something new, a path that no cultivator has attempted before." He smiled slightly. "But first, you should know, the void has marked you not just on your hand, but in deeper ways. The next stage of your cultivation won't follow any known pattern. You'll be discovering it as you go. The sects will be very interested in what you discover. So will the void itself." Chapter 16. The investigation begins. The first scouts that came after the convergence were different. They didn't come to capture or contain. They came to observe. They came to report. The 5 sects had established a perimeter around the abandoned training grounds, maintaining distance, watching. Every few days, a cultivator would approach the formation's edge and attempt to sense what was happening inside. Lin Xian let them sense what they wanted. He sat in the meditation chamber and allowed the void pressure to radiate outward in controlled pulses. Not aggressive, not hostile, just a constant reminder of presence. A demonstration that the void mark bearer was still here, still absorbing power from the ancient formation, still learning to integrate deeper with the void itself. It took 3 weeks for the first real attempt at direct communication. A messenger arrived, not a cultivator, but a civilian paid courier, carrying scrolls from each of the 5 sections. The messages were nearly identical: requests for negotiation, offers of resources in exchange for cooperation, veiled threats about what might happen if he continued to absorb power from the formation. Lin Xian burned all 5 scrolls. But the message was clear: the sects were frightened. They'd confronted him expecting conventional resistance. They'd encountered something outside their framework entirely. Now they were trying to understand through the only mechanism they possessed: negotiation, containment, control. Scholar Ren appeared as evening fell. "They're beginning their investigation," the old man said. "Cultivators are being dispatched to historical archives to research void formations. Scholars are being assembled to study the ancient texts. Your appearance has caused a disruption in the entire sect hierarchy. Is that good or bad?" Lin Xian asked. "It's unpredictable," the scholar replied. "Some cultivators will want to learn from you. Some will want to kill you to prevent others from learning from you. The sects are fractured by competing interests now. That creates opportunity, but it also creates danger." That night, a different visitor arrived. Not a scout, not a messenger, an elder. Cultivator Elder Dao came alone, moving with the careful grace of someone who'd lived longer than most kingdoms lasted. He was ancient. His face was lined like weathered stone. His eyes held the clarity of tremendous age and wisdom. "I'm here to observe," Elder Dao said simply. He carried no weapons, no cultivation robes bearing sect markers, just simple gray clothing. Not to negotiate, not to capture, just to understand. Lin Xian studied him carefully. "Why?" "Because I'm old enough to remember the last void cultivator," Elder Dao said. "He emerged 240 years ago, terrified the sections, revolutionized cultivation theory for a full generation. Then he disappeared. No one knows what happened to him, whether he ascended, descended, transcended, or simply ceased to exist in ways we could measure." The elder paused, settling his ancient frame onto a stone bench with a satisfied sigh. "I spent 50 years trying to track down what happened to him," Elder Dao continued. "I failed, but I collected knowledge about void cultivation that would be valuable to someone in your position. I'm offering to share that knowledge, freely, in exchange for your permission to study you. Not your body, not your power, but the nature of your cultivation path." "What's the catch?" Lin Xian asked. "No catch," Elder Dao replied. "When you've accomplished what you came here to accomplish, the knowledge returns to you in the form of questions you'll need to answer. That's the only transaction. But I suspect you'll find the knowledge worth the questions." Lin Xian considered this. The elder radiated no hostility, no hidden agenda, just the honest intention of someone seeking understanding before death claimed him. "All right," Lin Xian said finally. "Stay?" Learn what you can. I'll answer your questions. Elder Dao smiled, and in that smile was the satisfaction of a man whose life had been spent seeking the one thing that might finally make sense. Chapter 17. The infiltration word came through Elder Dao 3 months into his stay at the training grounds. The sects had made a decision. They would not attempt another direct confrontation with the void formation, but they would attempt infiltration. Cultivators were being trained to move through the spatial distortions, learning to navigate by void sensitivity, preparing to enter the formation and approach Lin Xian directly. The first infiltrator came a week later. She was a young woman, perhaps 20, from the Starlight Sect, with a spiritual root rating of 8 and training that had taken her to the Qi awakening stage. She moved through the formation's distortions with difficulty, but with genuine skill. Her cultivation was sophisticated, refined through years of proper sect guidance. She found Lin Xian in the meditation chamber and bowed formally. "My name is Hua," she said. "I was sent by the sect master to observe you and report on your nature. But I'm also here to ask permission to study under you." "Study what?" Lin Xian asked. "How to cultivate without measurement," Hua said. "My spiritual root is rated 8. According to the sects, I'm highly talented. But I've reached a plateau. My advancement slowed 3 years ago, and no technique the sect knows has allowed me to progress further. I believe the issue is that I'm limited by the conventional cultivation path. I need to learn unconventional technique. You represent the most extreme example of unconventional cultivation in the current era." Lin Xian recognized the truth in her statement, but also the complication. If he trained her, the other sects would want their own cultivators to study as well. He'd become an instructor, tied to the sect politics he'd rejected. "Ask the void," he said finally. "The void will guide you if you cultivate without the framework of sect measurement. Everything beyond that is up to you." Hua accepted this answer with a formal bow and left. 3 more infiltrators came over the next month, each bringing slightly different offers, slightly different proposals. Each was turned away with the same response: "The void will guide you." But the 9th infiltrator was different. She came from the Eternal Star Sect, bearing the mark of a void-sensitive cultivator, someone trained to perceive spatial distortions and navigate through them. And when Lin Xian saw her face, he felt something shift inside him. It was Mu Qing, older, changed by the years of hard work in merchant trading, by the cultivation path she must have discovered on her own, by the transformation that came with genuine power. But unmistakably his childhood friend, the only person from the village who had believed in him. "I couldn't stay away," she said simply. "When the void formation was activated, I felt it. I know what you are now. I always knew you were something impossible. I had to see it with my own eyes." Lin Xian rose and approached her. "You're cultivating." "I had to," Mu Qing said. "The merchant path was profitable, but it was small. When I realized what you were becoming, I realized I needed to become something too, to stand beside you instead of beneath you. The Eternal Star Sect offered me training in exchange for information about this formation. But I'm here because I choose to be here." "The sects have trained you," Lin Xian said. "It wasn't a question. They gave me technique," Mu Qing replied. "But I'm learning from the void the way you did. I realized in the last year that I have void sensitivity as a secondary root. It's weak compared to my primary cultivation, but it's there. The void has been calling me slowly. And when you activated this formation, I answered." Lin Xian felt something he hadn't felt in the months of isolation and confrontation, the presence of someone who understood, not through sect training, but through genuine connection. "Stay," he said. "Study with me. The void will guide us both." Chapter 18. The Sacred Paradox. 6 months into the formation's activation, Lin Xian made a discovery that changed his understanding fundamentally. He'd been meditating deeper than ever before, sinking his consciousness into the void spaces of the formation itself, experiencing existence as the ancient cultivators had experienced it. And in that state of profound integration, he realized something crucial. The void formation wasn't actually feeding him power. Instead, his presence was drawing power that was already present in the formation, arranging it into patterns his consciousness could understand and utilize. The power belonged to the void itself. It had always been there, accumulating across centuries. His role wasn't to consume it, but to serve as a channel through which it flowed. The distinction was fundamental. He shared this understanding with Scholar Ren and Mu Qing in the meditation chamber that evening. "If the void provides the power," Mu Qing said slowly, "then you're not actually advancing through your own cultivation. You're advancing because the void advances through you." "The distinction matters," Lin Xian agreed. "It means I'm not independent. I'm integrated with something larger." "That's the sacred paradox of the void root," Scholar Ren said. "The other roots produce power from the cultivator's own being. The void root produces power through the cultivator's being, from sources outside the cultivator. You become powerful not by gathering resources to yourself, but by making yourself empty enough that the void can flow through you. Is that slavery? Mu Qing asked. It could be, Scholar Ren replied, if the void had intentions opposite to your own. But the void has no intentions except to be, to exist in the spaces between things, to maintain the emptiness that allows all else to function. A void cultivator advances by aligning with that intention. So it's not slavery. It's partnership. Lin Xian closed his eyes and reached down into the void awareness that had become as natural to him as breathing. He felt the truth of the scholar's words. The void wasn't controlling him. It was simply present, always present, waiting for cultivators willing to learn its nature and work in harmony with it. The power that flowed through him was power that belonged to no one and everyone simultaneously. It was the fundamental emptiness that allowed all existence to occur. He opened his eyes and looked at his void-marked hand. The mark glowed not with acquisition, but with clarity. It was a promise inscribed in his flesh. He would empty himself so that others could be filled. He would make space so that power could move. He would be the void's instrument, and in that service, he would become more powerful than any individual cultivator could hope to be. There's a final stage, Scholar Ren said quietly. One that only 3 void cultivators have achieved in documented history. The stage where the cultivator and the void become indistinguishable, where the individual consciousness merges with the void's existence. It's called the Great Emptying. What happens to the cultivator? Mu Qing asked. No one knows, the scholar said. All 3 cultivators who reached it disappeared. They simply ceased to exist in ways anyone could measure. Some say they transcended. Some say they were absorbed. Some say they achieved a form of existence so fundamental that ordinary consciousness can't perceive them anymore. Lin Xian felt something stir in him, not fear, but anticipation. The void was calling deeper. The path ahead went further than he'd imagined. Not yet, he said finally. I'm not ready for that stage. There's more to learn first. More to understand about this world and the role I'm supposed to play in it. Chapter 19. The measure returns exactly 1 year after the formation activation. The Starlight Sect sent an official delegation. It wasn't a military force. It was the Sect Master himself, accompanied by only 2 attendants. Sect Master Lu, the same man who had recorded the 0 measurement, walked up to the formation's edge and requested entry. Lin Xian granted it. The Sect Master entered and made his way to the meditation chamber where Lin Xian waited. When Lu saw him, something shifted in the elder's face. Recognition of something that hadn't existed a year before. I came to take a new measurement, Sect Master Lu said. His voice carried no hostility, but also no apology. The assessment tools we have are inadequate for your current manifestation. I've brought a custom apparatus. He presented a new device, more refined than the original Meridian stone, with components that incorporated void sensitivity directly into the measurement mechanism. It was, Lin Xian realized, exactly what the sects would develop if they wanted to measure void power accurately. No, Lin Xian said. His voice was quiet, but it carried finality. Why? Sect Master Lu asked. You have nothing to fear from accurate measurement now. The number will be substantial. It will prove your worth. The point, Lin Xian said, isn't to prove my worth. The point is that measurement is irrelevant. I exist outside the scale. That hasn't changed, it's only more true now. Measuring me with a more sophisticated apparatus won't change the fundamental reality. I measure myself by what I do, not by what numbers an apparatus can assign to me. Sect Master Lu stood in silence, understanding the depth of what had occurred. The 0-rated boy had truly moved beyond needing validation from systems of measurement. You've changed, Lu said finally. I've grown, Lin Xian corrected. The part of me that needed your sect's approval is gone. What remains is something that works with you or without you, according to its own principles. The Sect Master bowed deeply, a gesture of genuine respect from one cultivator to another. Then I'll report to the Alliance that measurement is no longer possible or relevant, Lu said. I'll recommend that the sects cease their pursuit and grant you autonomy. What will you do? Continue to learn, Lin Xian said. Continue to help those who seek to cultivate outside the framework of sections. Continue to become what the void is creating me to be. And eventually, he paused, feeling the call from deeper stages of void cultivation. Eventually, face whatever comes next. Chapter 20. The scale rewritten in the meditation chamber at the abandoned training grounds. Lin Xian kept a journal. It had evolved beyond the initial observation notes. It had become something more, a record not just of his personal advancement, but of his philosophy. A documentation of what cultivation meant when removed from the framework of measurement. On the final day of his first year of integration with the void formation, he opened the journal and began to write the closing entry of Arc 1. The scale that once measured me as 0 has been rendered obsolete. Not because I've increased in power, but because power itself has been revealed to be something the scale was never designed to quantify. I began with a simple misunderstanding. That 0 meant weakness. I've ended with a revolutionary understanding. That 0 is the only honest measurement of something that exists outside measurement entirely. The spiritual root rating system serves a purpose for conventional cultivation. It measures the capacity to accumulate qi, the potential to grow through standard techniques, the likelihood of advancement within the sect hierarchy. Those are useful metrics for the sect's purposes. But I don't exist within the sect hierarchy. I exist in the spaces between things, in the emptiness that allows all else to function. Any attempt to measure me on a scale of presence would be fundamentally inaccurate. So let the sects measure if they wish. I have built my own scale now. A scale not of numbers, but of understanding. A scale not of accumulation, but of emptying. A scale not of growth, but of transformation. I measure myself by the depth of my integration with the void, by the clarity of my understanding of what emptiness truly is, by the quality of the emptiness I create, by my ability to serve as a channel for something larger than myself. These are measurements the old apparatus could never have captured. They required a new framework entirely. The year ahead, Arc 2, will be a year of application. I'll take what I've learned in isolation and apply it to the world. I'll help those who seek to cultivate outside the sect's framework. I'll challenge the fundamental assumptions of how power is gathered and wielded. I'll demonstrate, through action, what it means to be 0, not as an absence of worth, but as an infinity that ordinary scales cannot contain. The Starlight sect rejected me because they thought I was nothing. Now I understand the truth. I was rejected because I was something they had no tools to comprehend. The rejection was their honesty, not their cruelty. They were simply following the only framework they knew. But I no longer need their framework. I have built my own. And from this emptiness, filled only with void, I will create something the sects have never imagined. Arc 1 is complete. The awakening is done. The real cultivation begins. He closed the journal and placed it on the meditation platform. Outside, the void formation glowed with pale light, activated for a full year now, integrated with his being completely. Inside, Lin Xian sat in stillness, truly still, for perhaps the first time since childhood. He was 0. He was infinite. He was empty. And in that emptiness, every possibility existed. The sects could measure if they chose. The result would always be the same, 0. A number that meant nothing to them, but everything to him. He smiled. That same small, dangerous smile that had appeared when he'd first heard the verdict a year ago. The void smiled with him. Arc 1 ended. End of Batch 4, Chapters 1 to 20. Final Part 1. Rejection and Awakening Step 2. Chapters 21 to 40. Hidden Ascent. Chapter 21. The absence core of the meditation chamber in the Forbidden Ruins had no roof. Lin Xian had found this place 8 months ago, a structure older than the sects themselves, half buried in stone and time, its purpose long since forgotten. The walls were smooth gray granite, unmarked by any inscription or symbol. The floor was bare stone, and overhead, nothing but sky. He preferred to meditate where the heavens could see him or where they couldn't measure him. The distinction was the same now. His body sat in lotus position at the chamber's center, spine straight, palms resting on his knees. The posture was perfect. The breathing was perfect. Everything about his external form was perfect. But inside was something the techniques never mentioned, something no manual could describe. The void was crystallizing. Core formation rank didn't mean what the manuals said. The conventional cultivation method involved building an internal core of compressed qi, a sphere of pure energy anchored in the dantian, rotating slowly, growing denser with each breakthrough. Lin Xian had read about this process in stolen books, understood it intellectually. What was happening to him bore no resemblance to anything in those books. His dantian, the 0.3 finger widths below his navel where cultivators anchored their power, wasn't condensing energy. It was generating absence, a pocket of space that contained nothing, not emptiness, which implied the absence of something. This was deeper. This was the deliberate creation of a place where existence itself was optional. He could feel it growing, expanding slowly, carefully, a dimensional pocket the size of a marble anchored at the core of his being. It had taken 4 months of meditation to establish, another 4 months to stabilize it. And now, today, in this roofless chamber where the morning light fell in pale gold columns, it finally reached equilibrium. The sensation wasn't pain. It wasn't pleasure. It was presence, the overwhelming awareness of having something inside him that violated every law of physics the cultivators pretended to understand. A marble-sized hole in reality, contained within his body. Lin Xian opened his eyes. The world looked the same. The stone walls, the sky above, the entrance to the chamber where a small bird was singing. But everything felt different, separated from him by a membrane of void energy. He could sense the bird's heartbeat through the space between them, not through any technique, but through the natural sensitivity his absence core was developing. He stood carefully. The motion felt unstable, as if his body was being pulled in directions his eyes couldn't follow. He steadied himself, breathing slowly. For months ago, he would have needed hours of meditation to recover from a breakthrough. Now it took a moment. The void root adapted quickly to new states. Adaptation was, he was beginning to understand, the core of its nature. The chamber felt smaller now. Or perhaps he was simply more aware of how much space was devoted to him. Not the space his body occupied, but the space his absence core reached out into, creating a subtle pressure against the walls, against the air, against the very concept of proximity. He could feel the boundaries. The void wasn't expanding beyond 3 meters. Not yet, but it was aware of those boundaries with an intensity that made distance seem like a tangible thing. He walked to the chamber's exit and looked out over the ruins. The morning light touched the broken architecture, casting shadows that seemed deeper than they should be. He could see those shadows as more than darkness now. They were spaces where measurement was insufficient. Places where light failed not because darkness conquered it, but because the space itself didn't cooperate with conventional visibility. His void root recognized those shadows as kindred. The forbidden ruins were technically forbidden to no one. They were simply too old and too empty to be valuable. The Heavenly Ascent sect owned them in the same way a man owned the sky, nominally, and never really. Lin Xian had chosen them because they were abandoned. Because the void energy here was older than civilization. Because sitting in a place this hollow made his cultivation feel natural. The stone beneath his feet told him stories if he listened carefully. Not through sound, but through the absence of vibration. The gaps between the molecules where disturbance moved reluctantly, as if the very ground was tired of carrying weight. He could sense the architecture of the ruins now with a precision that had nothing to do with his eyes. He could feel where pillars had collapsed, where walls had fallen, where the structure itself had surrendered to time. Each break, each seam, each gap in the ruins was like a word in a language he was slowly learning to read. He pulled a small journal from his inner robe. The leather was old. He'd stolen it from a dead cultivator's abandoned quarters weeks ago. Now it contained the record of everything he'd discovered about himself. He opened to a blank page and wrote in precise characters. Asterisk core formation breakthrough confirmed. 8 months, for days. The internal structure is not a chi core. It is an absence core, a pocket dimension anchored in the dantian. Dimensions, marble-sized, currently stable. Capacity, unknown. Function, unknown. What I can sense. The core creates a perimeter of void energy that extends roughly 3 meters from my body. Living things are repelled by the pressure of absence. Dead things are drawn in, as if the void recognizes their incompleteness and seeks to complete it. The measurement tools cannot detect it because there is nothing to detect. It registers as empty space. This is why the assessment stone read 0. This is why every measuring device I've encountered since breaking free reads 0. I am not weak. I am incompletely measured. The device cannot measure what exists outside its framework of measurement. Asterisk he paused, considering the next entry. His fingers traced the texture of the leather cover before continuing. Asterisk the distinction is important. 0 might mean non-existent, or it might mean unmeasurable. The sects have assumed the first interpretation. I know the second is true. I can feel my own power. I can feel it pushing against the edges of this chamber, creating a space where normal rules don't apply. I have walked where my footprints were already predetermined to have walked, as if the void was showing me paths I would take before I took them. This is not weakness. This is a different kind of presence altogether. Asterisk he paused again, and then wrote. Asterisk I don't understand what I am. But for the first time, I'm beginning to understand what I might become. Asterisk he closed the journal and returned it to his robe. Then he walked deeper into the ruins, toward the central chamber where the abandoned formation array was slowly being consumed by void energy. He had a lot to test, and more than that, he had time. The void root had taught him something crucial during these 8 months. Time behaved differently in absence. He could spend hours in meditation, and it would feel like moments. He could walk the same path twice, and the distance would be different the second time, as if space was adjusting to accommodate him. The normal rules of the world, the ones that bound other cultivators, didn't seem to apply to him. This realization made him smile, just slightly, the faintest curve at the corners of his mouth. It was the only expression his face would show. But inside, beneath the controlled exterior, something was beginning to understand the scope of what he'd been given. Chapter 22. The architecture of seams 3 weeks later, Lin Xian stood before a wall. The wall was solid stone, part of the old administrative building that sat at the ruin's eastern edge. It was a barrier in the absolute sense. No seams, no cracks, no visible imperfection. A wall built by architects who understood that walls should prevent movement entirely. It had blocked him twice. He'd attempted to pass through it using the void techniques he'd been developing, and both times he'd failed. The stone was too uniform. There was nowhere for the void to find purchase. But he'd learned something in the past 3 weeks. The void didn't move through physical space. It moved through the gaps in reality. And in every reality, there were seams. He approached the wall and placed his hand against it. At first, there was nothing. Just stone, cold, dense, utterly ordinary. Then, slowly, his sensitivity expanded. He wasn't looking at the wall with his eyes anymore. He was feeling for the architecture of existence itself. The places where the stone structure left tiny gaps. Where the builders had fit pieces together imperfectly. Where the molecular bonds were slightly weaker. His perception had changed so fundamentally that he barely remembered what it felt like to see through eyes alone. Now, when he closed his eyes, the world didn't disappear. It became more clear, a landscape of gaps and seams rendered in perfect clarity. He could sense the discontinuities in matter the way a sighted person saw color. The wall wasn't uniform at all. It was a tapestry of imperfection, each stone block fitting against its neighbors with the infinitesimal gaps that made it destructible, penetrable, passable. Every physical structure had seams. Every wall, every barrier, every sealed chamber. Most living things could never perceive them. They were too small, too subtle, too fundamental. But the void root allowed him to sense them the way a blind man sensed the world through touch. Better than touch. With an intimacy that touch could never achieve. The seam was there. A hairline fracture between 2 stone blocks, running vertically up the wall. It was barely visible. It was, in fact, imperceptible to any conventional sense. But to his void sensitivity, it was a highway. Lin Xian took a breath and stepped forward. It felt like pushing through a membrane. The void part of him, the absence core and the energy it generated, slid through the seam before his body did. For a moment, he existed in 2 places at once. Inside the wall and outside it, his physical form straddling the gap between one reality and another. The sensation was disorienting, like being stretched across dimensions. He could feel the stone pressing against him from all sides, pressing against parts of him that shouldn't technically exist, his void self being compressed through a space that was simultaneously too small and infinitely large. Then he stepped through completely and was on the other side. The interior of the building was dark and smelled of age. Dust motes hung in the thin light that filtered through cracks in the ancient walls. He stood still for a moment, breathing, centering himself. The passage had taken him less than a second. It would have seemed instantaneous to an observer. But in that second, he'd experienced something new. The taste of stone in the spaces between atoms, the pressure of molecular bonds unraveling to let him pass. The sensation of being deconstructed and reconstructed across a barrier that had been impenetrable a moment before. He turned and looked back at the wall he'd just passed through. From this side, the seam was just as invisible. There was no trace of his passage. No marks on the stone. No evidence of opening or closing. Just a wall, solid and undamaged. He was beginning to understand the rule. His body could only pass through spaces that had gaps. Solid material with no discontinuities would stop him. But nothing was perfectly solid. Everything had seams. It was just a matter of perceiving them and having the will to move through them. He spent the next 2 hours testing this principle systematically. He passed through walls, noting the resistance each one offered, the quality of the seams he used, the variations in their structure. Some walls were more difficult than others. Walls that had been reinforced with qi during their construction offered more resistance, as if the builder's intention had been encoded into the stone itself. But even these had seams. He passed through the sealed door of an old storage chamber. Inside, he found the accumulated dust of centuries, records preserved in a space no one had opened in living memory. He read fragments of them by touch, his sensitivity allowing him to perceive the text without being able to see it. Records of old formations. Records of ancient cultivators. Records of experiments that had been too dangerous to document in the main archive. He stood in the doorway of a formation array that had been designed to be impassable, and watched as his awareness found the tiny gaps the formation master had deliberately left, the seams that held its structure together. Every formation, no matter how complex, required seams. It required the spaces between its components, the gaps where energy could flow, the imperfections that paradoxically made it function at all. Then he stepped directly through the formation array itself. The moment his void energy crossed the formation's boundary, Alarms should have triggered. The formation array should have detected an intrusion and activated its defenses. But formations detected conventional energies. Void energy wasn't conventional. It wasn't energy at all, in the classical sense. It was absence, and absence was invisible to systems designed to detect presence. The formation reacted to him passing through it the way a net reacts to water. The water passes through because the net requires open spaces to exist. He walked through the center of the array and emerged on the other side without triggering a single enchantment. The detection arrays, the pressure alarms, the binding seals, none of them registered his passage. To the formation, he had never been there. By evening, he dismantled 3 abandoned formations, not by attacking them, but by studying them, understanding their seams, and identifying the spaces their builders had left. He documented everything in the journal. Core formation cultivation is advancing rapidly. The key principle: all physical structures contain seams. The void can perceive and move through seams. I can now pass through solid walls, sealed doors, and formation arrays. I have tested this on 10 different barriers. Success rate, 100%. The measurement tools cannot measure seam sensitivity because seams are the gaps between measurements. He paused, then added, today I passed through a formation array designed to be impassable. The formation master's entire technique relied on conventional detection. The void is not conventional. This tells me something important. My power isn't an advancement along the normal cultivation scale. It's a different scale entirely. The sects measure strength on their axis. I exist on a perpendicular axis. That's why 0 was the only honest measurement they could give. He closed the journal and considered what he'd learned. The formations had taught him something subtle. Seams weren't just physical gaps. They were conceptual gaps. Places where the builder's intention had to yield to the requirements of construction. Every formation master made choices about where the energy would flow, and those choices created patterns. Seams. And the void could move through seams because seams, by definition, were places where the normal rules didn't apply. Tomorrow, he thought. Tomorrow he would test something even more ambitious. Chapter 23. The first hunter. The cultivator's name was Wei Feng, and he'd been sent by the Heavenly Ascent Sect to verify a single fact, that the 0-rated disciple was dead or harmless. He arrived at the ruins at dawn, carried on a formation array that tracked spiritual energy signatures. Behind him came 3 junior disciples, all at Qi awakening stage, all equipped with detection instruments that hummed with activation. Lin Xian watched them from a position 300 meters away, standing in the upper reaches of a crumbling tower, visible to anyone who looked directly at him. They didn't look directly at him. He'd positioned himself with perfect visibility, yet none of them saw him. He understood why now. They were looking for Qi signatures. They were searching for the markers of cultivation, the heat of active meditation, the disturbance field of a practicing cultivator, the distinctive resonance of a moving body with a developed core. Lin Xian projected none of these signatures. To their instruments, he was background. He was the space between things that were important. Wei Feng was at core formation rank 2, a respectable cultivator by sect standards. He'd been assigned this investigation because it was considered routine. A 0-rated disciple expelled from the sect 8 months ago. Surely he'd either died to starvation, been killed by wild beasts, or had fled to some distant city where he could hide his shame. The investigation was purely procedural. The sector leadership had probably given Wei Feng a reward for taking on a pointless task and had moved on to more important matters. The cultivator began scanning the ruins methodically, moving from building to building, his detection array spreading a golden network of sensing energy. The golden light touched the empty spaces, seeking anything that might resist it, anything that might be alive and aware. The void energy in the ruins absorbed the golden light without reflecting it back. A cultivator observing the phenomenon might have thought there was some kind of void presence, but they would have concluded that whatever it wasn't human. The void's signature was too old, too pervasive, too integrated into the stone itself. Clearly, it was just the lingering power of whatever ancient practitioners had used this place before the sect had abandoned it. The 3 junior disciples followed at a distance, recording his findings in ledgers, noting the detection readings, marking on maps where the void traces were strongest. Lin Xian waited. He had learned patience. He had learned that rushing this moment would only diminish what he'd been building toward. He'd spent weeks sensing Wei Feng's approach. The formation arrays always left traces in the void, ripples of conventional energy moving through the pervasive absence. He'd watched Wei Feng's investigation pattern develop across the territory. The cultivator was competent, thorough, and completely blind to what he was about to encounter. It took 4 hours for Wei Feng to reach the meditation chamber. He approached it carefully, his cultivation base already slightly elevated in case of danger. The detection array flared brightly as he entered, seeking any hidden presences. It found nothing. The chamber was empty. The floor showed recent use, meditation whereon the stone where someone had sat for extended periods. The void energy that had accumulated in this place from Lin Xian's months of cultivation made the device scream, but Wei Feng interpreted the readings as background contamination. Ancient ruins carried traces of old cultivation. That was expected. A strong void presence was actually a sign that whatever had been cultivated here was very old, very established, impossible to trace to any currently living cultivator. Lin Xian was standing 3 meters from him, perfectly visible, casting no spiritual signature. He could feel Wei Feng's attention moving past him like water moving around a stone. The stone the water didn't notice. The stone that only existed in the margins of perception. Nothing here either. Wei Feng called back to his junior disciples. The zero is dead. Possibly years ago. The void traces are just residual energy from whatever was last cultivated here, before the sect sealed this place. He turned to leave. The moment was right. Not because Lin Xian was impatient, but because Wei Feng had made a decision. He was done investigating. He would leave. He would report that the zero-rated disciple was dead. The case would be closed. Lin Xian took a step forward. The motion was deliberate. No attempt at concealment. A clear, visible movement. Wei Feng's head turned immediately, cultivator reflexes responding to peripheral motion. He saw Lin Xian standing there. For a moment, nothing happened. Wei Feng's detection array scanned him, and the readings came back. 0. No cultivation base. No spiritual signature. No detectable energy whatsoever. Wei Feng relaxed slightly. Are you the junior disciple who used to study at the sect? His voice was cautious, but not afraid. A zero-rated person with no cultivation base was hardly a threat. Wei Feng had probably faced threats in his career. Real threats. Cultivators with dangerous cores, cultivators with powerful techniques, cultivators whose presence alone made the air vibrate with potential violence. This thing standing before him, this person who read as nothing, measured as 0, was not a threat. Unless it was a trick. Unless the measurement was intentionally obscured. Unless, but no. Wei Feng's experience said that this was simply a failed cultivator, someone whose root had never developed properly, someone who'd been lucky enough to avoid death in the wilderness. Lin Xian didn't answer. He was curious to see how the scanning process worked at close range. The device Wei Feng carried was similar to the assessment stone, but smaller, a portable version designed for rapid evaluation. He could feel it now, the way it swept across him, probing, seeking, expecting to find something, and finding instead only the absence where something ought to be. My name is Wei Feng. The sect sent me to verify the status of the zero-rated disciple. Wei Feng stepped closer, his hand relaxing away from the grip of his sword. I can detect no cultivation base, no chi growth, nothing of note. This confirms the assessment. You're harmless. Congratulations. The report will note that you posed no threat, and the sect will cease searching for you. You're free. He said it with genuine kindness. The tone of a man delivering good news to someone he pitied. Lin Xian smiled very slightly. He'd learned something new today. The detection arrays were calibrated to measure cultivation bases that existed within conventional parameters. A cultivation base formed of void energy, of absence and gap and seam, was literally invisible to the equipment because there was nothing to measure. The device wasn't fooled. It was simply incompatible. It couldn't detect void the way a light couldn't detect darkness. Wei Feng turned to leave again. He'd done his job. The investigation was complete. He would ride back to the sect and file his report and move on to the next task. He'd done well. The sect would be satisfied. Lin Xian watched him take 2 steps. Then he extended his awareness. The void energy that had accumulated in this chamber for 8 months responded to his intention like an instrument responding to a master musician. A perimeter of empty space, growing from his core outward, expanding in a sphere around him. The pressure of it pushed against Wei Feng's back like a physical weight. Not like. It was a physical weight. It was the weight of absence, of non-existence pushing against the boundary between existing and not existing. Wei Feng felt it immediately. His hands came up, his cultivation base activating to counter whatever attack was forming. But there was nothing to counter. The pressure wasn't hostile energy. It was the weight of absence itself, and there was no technique, no formation, no cultivated skill that could defend against something that fundamentally wasn't there. Wei Feng staggered forward, falling to his knees. He was being crushed by a force that didn't exist, suffocated by air that was somehow too thin, too empty, unable to support life. His lungs drew in breath, but the breath felt incomplete, as if the air itself was missing some essential component. What? He gasped. His voice was strangled. His hands clawed at the air as if trying to push away something physical. His cultivation base poured more power into his defense, and it passed through the void without meeting any resistance. The void wasn't attacking him. It was simply existing, and his existence was incompatible with it. Lin Xian didn't say anything. He watched Wei Feng suffer for exactly 15 seconds. Long enough for the cultivator to understand that his death was possible. Not long enough to actually kill him. That would come later, if it came at all. For now, Lin Xian wanted information. He wanted understanding. He wanted to know what would happen when a trained cultivator encountered the void root. Then he released the pressure. Wei Feng collapsed fully, breathing in ragged gasps, his cultivation base burning as he desperately tried to stabilize his physical form. His detection array lay broken on the floor, crushed by pressure that hadn't touched it directly, only existed near it, in the empty space surrounding it. Go, Lin Xian said. His voice was soft, gentle even. Tell the sect that the zero-rated disciple has no cultivation base according to their instruments. You saw me. Your array measured me. The reading was 0. All of that is true. Wei Feng didn't wait for more. He scrambled to his feet and ran, leaving his broken detection array behind. He reached his junior disciples, spoke rapidly to them, his voice still shaking, and ordered an immediate departure. The junior disciples looked confused. Their captain had entered the meditation chamber confident and calm. He emerged staggering, barely able to walk, his face pale as ash. Within minutes, they were gone, the formation array that had brought them lifting back toward the sect. Lin Xian watched them go. They would report what they'd seen. A zero-rated disciple. No detectable power. But Wei Feng would remember the crushing pressure, the absolute inability of his cultivated power to defend against something that wasn't there. He would tell the story, but the words would be inadequate. How could he explain to his superiors that he'd been nearly killed by nothing? Lin Xian remained in the meditation chamber, standing in the morning light. He'd learned something important today. His power was invisible to detection. He could kill cultivators far more experienced than himself, and they wouldn't have a measurement of what killed them. The sect's instruments had been designed to measure conventional cultivation. The void root operated outside that framework entirely. He picked up the broken detection array, studied it briefly. The damage was extensive. The crystalline core at its center was shattered, not by physical force, but by the pressure of void energy that had crushed it from the inside out. The device had tried to measure something unmeasurable and had broken in the attempt. He let it fall, and it shattered further on the stone floor. He made a new entry in his journal. First contact with a trained cultivator at core formation rank 2. His measurement devices confirmed the assessment, 0. He experienced my power directly but could not measure it, could not understand it, could not classify what he'd encountered. He survived because I chose to let him survive. The pressure of the void root lasted exactly 15 seconds. In that time, his cultivation base couldn't adapt, couldn't find a defense, couldn't do anything but burn itself trying to counter something that didn't exist to be countered. If I had maintained the pressure for another 10 seconds, his heart would have stopped. If I had maintained it for 30, his body would have simply ceased existing, not destroyed, but ceased to maintain coherence within space. I have just learned that I am dangerous beyond any conventional scale. He closed the journal and allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. His face showed almost nothing, just the faintest curve at the corners of his mouth. But inside, deeper than any conventional technique could measure, something was understanding the full weight of what he'd been given. Chapter 24. The Void Pocket. By the 6th week of his core formation cultivation, Lin Xian could generate a void pocket deliberately. It started small, a space the size of a fist, barely perceivable in the air before him. A gap in reality that he'd carefully constructed using the seam sensitivity he'd developed. It appeared as a slight shimmer, a place where light bent in impossible ways, as if space was rotating on axes that shouldn't exist. He stood in the old storage chamber of the ruins and concentrated. The void pocket grew, fist-sized, then the size of a melon, then larger, until it was a perfect sphere roughly the width of his shoulders. The shimmer became more pronounced, and the light around it began to show strange patterns, colors that didn't have names, because they existed in the gaps between the wavelengths his eyes could normally perceive. It contained nothing, not air, not emptiness, but the absence of need for any of these things. It was a place that existed, but in a way that didn't require existence in the conventional sense. It was a space that had been carved out of reality itself, a pocket where the rules that govern matter and energy and time simply didn't apply. He extended his hand into it slowly, watching his fingers disappear first into the shimmer, then into the void itself. The sensation was strange and immediate. His fingers entered a space that was technically part of his own cultivation and yet felt completely alien. Like touching a part of himself that had been in a different dimension. Like coming home to a place he'd never been. When he looked at his hand inside the void pocket, it appeared normal from where he stood, but there was a faint distortion around the edges, light bending, a suggestion of wrongness that made his eyes want to focus somewhere else. His fingers touched something inside the void pocket. A presence. A surface. Something that had been waiting for him all along. He pulled his hand out slowly, feeling the resistance of dimensional boundaries pressing against him as he withdrew. The void pocket remained, floating in the air before him, perfectly stable, requiring no energy to maintain. It was self-sustaining in a way that nothing he'd ever encountered was self-sustaining. It was time to test something impossible. He picked up a coin from the floor, a piece of copper currency from the nearest town, worthless and heavy. He held it in his palm and looked at his floating void pocket. The pocket's shimmer pulsed, as if responding to his intention. Then, deliberately, he released the coin. It should have fallen. Instead, it passed through the air toward the void pocket and disappeared into its interior. For a moment, there was no change. The void pocket looked the same. Then, very slowly, it contracted slightly, becoming just a bit denser, as if it was adjusting to contain new matter. The shimmer around its edges became more vivid, more real, more saturated with void energy. Lin Xian reached out and plunged his arm into the pocket again. He could feel the coin. It was resting in the pocket, solid and real, somewhere in that space that didn't contain anything. His fingers closed around it. The sensation was strange, grasping something that existed in a space where grasping shouldn't be possible. He pulled. The coin came out, exactly as he'd put it in. Unchanged, unharmed, exactly as real and ordinary as it had been before. He stared at the coin for a long moment, then opened his hand and let it fall to the floor. Over the next hours, he performed increasingly complex tests. He placed a small stone in the pocket. It disappeared and reappeared unchanged. He stored water in the pocket. It didn't spill, didn't evaporate, simply existed in that space where existence was different. The water retained its temperature, its molecular structure, its essential nature. He stored a piece of bread. Time didn't seem to move differently in the void pocket, so the bread didn't age, but it also didn't remain perfectly preserved. It was as if the pocket simply didn't register time at all, and therefore the bread's relationship with time was irrelevant. He tested temperature. He heated a stone in the chamber's fire and immediately transferred it to the void pocket. When he withdrew it an hour later, it was still hot. The heat retained perfectly within the dimensional boundary. He tested contamination. He placed a piece of fruit covered in dust in the pocket. When he removed it, the dust remained. The void preserved all properties equally. Nothing degraded, nothing improved, everything simply was. By evening, he'd successfully stored a full set of tools, a brush, a small hammer, components for setting traps, medical supplies, food, water, everything a person might need to survive for weeks. More importantly, he understood the mechanism. He could transfer items into void space and retrieve them at will. The pocket itself seemed to have no weight limit that he could find, no capacity that wasn't infinitely expandable. This was something no conventional cultivation technique covered. A cultivator could create storage rings or dimensional bags, but only by building the dimensional structure over months or years, and only with a massive investment of qi. The process required a core technique, usually taught by a sect, usually protected as a secret. Lin Xian had created multiple void pockets in a single day, and they required no energy to maintain. They required only that he establish them and then let them exist. The implications were profound. He could store everything he needed. He could move through the world unburdened. He could create multiple pockets, dispersed throughout the ruins, each containing different supplies, different tools, different resources. An entire system of hidden supplies that no detection array could find because detection arrays worked by looking for qi signatures, for the distinctive energy patterns of maintained dimensional structures. The void pockets had no energy pattern. They were simply empty spaces, or rather, spaces that had been deliberately emptied. He made an entry in his journal. Asterisk void pocket generation successful. Capacity appears to be expanding with use. I can now store multiple objects, though I haven't tested the upper limit. The pocket exists in a state outside conventional time and space. Objects within it do not age, do not spoil, do not require air. Temperature is preserved perfectly. Contamination status is preserved. Everything is exactly as it was when stored, indefinitely. Asterisk he paused, then added with careful precision. Asterisk this has immediate practical applications. I can store supplies indefinitely. I can cache weapons. I can create hiding places that can't be detected by any scanning method. I can transport items across space without being observed. I can create emergency refuges in the void itself, spaces where nothing could reach me, because those spaces don't exist within the normal framework of reality. He paused again. Then, I am beginning to see how a zero-rated person might not just survive, but thrive in a world that wants them dead. Chapter 25. The rule of substance. By the 8th week of his core formation cultivation, Lin Xian understood the first true rule of the void root. He learned it by trying to walk through solid stone. He'd been experimenting with the seams he could perceive, the gaps in reality that allowed passage. Stone blocks had seams. Sealed doors had seams. Even the earth itself had seams, if you looked closely enough. Most of his exploration had been successful. He was becoming confident in his ability to pass through barriers that would stop any conventional cultivator. But when he found a solid block of stone with no seams, a piece of immortal jade, carved and polished into a perfect cube, he couldn't pass through it. He'd spent 2 hours trying, pushing against the stone, searching for a gap in its structure, attempting to force his way through using void energy. His awareness extended into the jade, seeking the discontinuities that made all other matter passable. Nothing worked. The jade was simply impenetrable, not because it was too hard, but because it was too perfect. The crystalline structure of immortal jade was so regular, so precisely aligned, that there were no gaps at all. No seams. No discontinuities. It was the only substance he'd encountered that the void root couldn't navigate. The failure should have been discouraging. Instead, it clarified something important. That night, sitting in the meditation chamber, he wrote the principle, rule. The void root can only move through spaces that have discontinuities. A perfectly solid object with no seams cannot be traversed. All natural structures have seams. Most artificial structures have seams, because perfect construction is impossible. But objects created by sufficiently skilled cultivators, items of immortal jade, formations built with absolute precision, these objects have no seams, and therefore, they cannot be passed through. He paused, then continued. This suggests something fundamental. Substance matters. The void root doesn't move through physical space. It moves through the gaps in substance. If substance is perfect, if it has no gaps, then it is insurmountable. This means that nothing is absolute except for perfection. Perfection is absolute. Everything else is penetrable. This realization led him to spend the next 2 weeks testing the principle further. He discovered that living things were different from dead things. A person, an animal, a tree, these all had seams. The discontinuities that came with being alive, with being organic and imperfect, created gaps he could move through. He could pass through a person by stepping into their space and emerging through the gaps in their molecular structure. They would feel it as a sensation of being touched by emptiness, but he could do it. But solid, inanimate objects needed to have natural imperfections. Stone had them, lots of them, if you looked for them. Metal had them. The wooden doors of the ancient buildings had them. Immortal jade did not. He tested his ability against the formation arrays again with this new understanding. The arrays used stone and jade in their construction, typically with immortal jade at the core. He could pass through the stone portions easily. When he reached the jade core, he had to navigate around it, finding the seams where the jade was inset into the stone frame. He discovered that most formation masters, when installing jade cores, had to leave small gaps for adjustment and calibration. These gaps were his passages, small seams, deliberately left for functional reasons, that allowed him to navigate around what should have been an absolute barrier. This taught him something new about the nature of barriers. They were stronger at the core and weaker at the integration points. A formation array was strongest at its center, but also most dependent on the connections to its supporting structure. These connections required imperfection. It was a principle he could work with. He tested his understanding by approaching formation arrays differently. Rather than trying to pass through the center, he moved along the edges, finding the seams where the formation's energy field transitioned from maximum density to lesser density. The void energy could navigate these gradients. The void could move through spaces of decreasing solidity more easily than through spaces of absolute solidity. He made a final entry in his journal. The void root doesn't grant unlimited passage through all matter. It grants passage through imperfect structures. This is not a weakness. This is the principle of the void itself. In a perfect void, nothing can move. In an imperfect void, in a void with seams and gaps, everything can flow. He closed the journal and allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. Not a broad smile. Not even a particularly visible one. Just the faintest curve at the corners of his mouth. I am learning the architecture of my own power. And with each understanding, I grow closer to being able to use it without fear, without hesitation, with the confidence of a cultivator who knows exactly what he is capable of. The void is not a limitation. The void is a different way of moving through existence entirely. Chapter 26. The Invisible Pact. By the 10th week of his core formation cultivation, Lin Xian had learned to use void pockets not just for storing objects, but for carrying an entire supply chain. The practical applications had become obvious quickly. A cultivator traveling in the world needed food, water, tools, spare clothes. These things were heavy. They slowed movement. They were burdensome. A traveling cultivator was a dependent cultivator, dependent on trade routes, dependent on merchants, dependent on the infrastructure of civilization. Lin Xian, by contrast, could carry a week's worth of supplies by maintaining a void pocket the size of his head in the space next to his body. He'd tested the system carefully over weeks of meticulous experimentation. A void pocket containing food and water remained stable for extended periods. Objects inside the pocket didn't decay, didn't age, didn't spoil. The bread he'd stored 6 weeks ago was still fresh as the day he'd placed it in the void. The water hadn't evaporated or grown stale. It was as if the void pocket existed outside the normal flow of time, in a space where change and deterioration had no meaning. The void didn't just preserve objects. It suspended them in a state of perfect stasis, maintaining them exactly as they were without requiring energy or effort. He'd also discovered something unexpected. He could create multiple void pockets simultaneously, each operating independently of the others. His current setup involved 4 pockets, one for supplies, one for tools, one for spare garments, and one empty pocket reserved for emergency use. Each pocket maintained its own dimensional space, its own laws of physics, its own relationship with time and matter. The weight of maintaining them was negligible. Unlike qi-based cultivation techniques that required constant energy expenditure to maintain dimensional storage, the void pockets simply existed once created. They required no active power to hold open. It was as if, once established, they became part of his cultivation base itself, permanent fixtures of his reality, as natural as breathing, as necessary as the beating of his heart. This meant he could travel indefinitely without resupply. He could walk into the wilderness with nothing but the clothes on his back and survive for months. He could retreat deeper into the ruins and maintain supplies at multiple caching points. He could become a cultivator completely independent of the normal infrastructure of support. He tested this principle in the ruins over a full month. He left the meditation chamber with nothing but the clothes on his body and walked for 3 days through abandoned buildings, testing his access to supplies. The tests were methodical and careful. Each time he needed something: food at mealtime, water when thirsty, tools to investigate sealed chambers, healing supplies when an injury needed attention. He reached into the appropriate void pocket and retrieved it. The objects came out exactly as he'd stored them, untouched by time, unchanged by the passage of weeks. The system worked perfectly. More than perfectly. It worked with a reliability that conventional supply lines could never match. On the 28th day, he approached a group of merchants passing through the ruins. They were taking a shortcut through the old structures, moving rapidly toward the main trade road. Lin Xian watched from a distance as they passed by his position. One of the merchants, a woman with sharp eyes and a calm bearing, seemed to notice him briefly. But her party moved on without incident. They didn't try to measure his cultivation. They didn't challenge him. They simply saw him as another traveler, equally invisible to their consciousness. He made an entry in his journal. The void pockets have revolutionized the practicality of void root cultivation. A cultivator is normally bound to supply lines, to resupply points, to the infrastructure of civilization. I am bound to nothing. I can remain in the wilds indefinitely. I can vanish completely from the Sect's awareness. I can become a presence that appears and disappears without warning, that requires nothing from the world, that cannot be tracked or cornered or forced into a resource-based negotiation. He paused, considering the deeper implications. The conventional cultivator's strength depends on access to resources. The Sect provides cultivation pills, formation techniques, training space. A cultivator separated from the Sect becomes weak. They must resupply, must seek resources, must interact with the world's infrastructure. But I have made myself independent. The void pockets represent more than convenience. They represent freedom. They represent the possibility of a cultivator who exists outside the system of dependencies that binds all other cultivators to the sections. He paused, then added, this is no longer just cultivation. This is freedom. The 0 rating wasn't a weakness. It was the promise of a liberty that conventional cultivators could never achieve. They measured me as zero. In doing so, they released me from the very systems that bind them to their sects, their resources, their dependencies. Zero meant incompleteness of measurement. It also meant incompleteness of control. Chapter 27. The seam reading. By the 12th week of his core formation cultivation, Lin Xian's understanding of seams had deepened into something resembling mastery. He could not only pass through seams, but read them, understand them, predict them, interpret them the way a scholar interprets ancient texts. When he stood before a sealed chamber, his void sensitivity could map the building's structure without entering it. He could feel where the stones had been fitted together, where the joints created gaps. He could sense the rhythm of the construction, the deliberate architectural choices that created the chamber's solidity. He could understand the builder's intentions by reading the spaces the builder had been forced to leave. But the most important application of seam reading came when he turned his attention to formation arrays. Formation arrays, he discovered through weeks of testing, were nothing but carefully arranged channels for qi to flow through. The formation master would choose a location, establish a geometric pattern, and then manipulate the ambient qi to flow along that pattern. Over time, the qi would harden into a persistent structure, a formation that would last for years, even centuries, without active maintenance. The formation master could walk away, and the formation would persist, sustained by the hardened qi channels they created. But formations had a secret. They required gaps to work. A formation with no gaps would be a perfect circle, a perfect square, a perfect structure with no discontinuities. But qi couldn't flow through perfection. It needed channels. It needed seams. The flow of qi required interruptions in space, required moments where energy could shift direction, required the continuous negotiation with imperfection that kept the formation operational. Lin Xian could read these seams the way a scholar could read text. Each gap told him something about the formation master's intentions. Each discontinuity revealed information about the formation's structure and function. He approached an ancient formation array that had been sealing a storage chamber for hundreds of years. Most cultivators would see it as an impenetrable barrier. The formation was active. He could sense the qi flowing through it in carefully designed patterns. Breaking it would require immense power or knowledge of the exact deactivation sequence. A cultivator might spend weeks trying different approaches, testing different theories, seeking the formation's weak point. Lin Xian simply read the seams. The formation array was based on the 5-element principle, with channels for metal, water, wood, fire, and earth qi. Each element had its own pathway through the formation. The pathways intersected at specific points, creating resonance nodes where the formation's power was amplified and its defenses strengthened. But between these nodes, there were gaps, spaces where the qi had to move slightly sideways to reach the next node. These gaps were necessary for the flow. These gaps were the formation's admission that perfection was impossible. These gaps were seams. Lin Xian walked to the center of the array and placed his hand on one of the smallest gap points, an intersection where the wood channel met the fire channel. He extended his void sensitivity into the gap. The formation array didn't react. There was nothing to react to. Void energy was invisible to systems designed to detect elemental qi. He was touching the formation, but not in a way the formation was designed to sense. He was moving through it like water moving through a net, not violently, but inevitably. He pulled the void energy back and walked through the array's center, emerging on the other side, as if the formation had never existed. The formation didn't trigger. The alarms didn't sound. The defense mechanisms didn't activate. He'd passed through the barrier as if it wasn't there. Over the next week, he dismantled 14 different formation arrays, not by attacking them or searching for activation points, not through the conventional methods of sealing or disruption, simply by reading their seams and walking through the gaps. Each formation that fell increased his understanding exponentially. Each new formation type taught him new patterns, new seam structures, new ways that qi had to yield to the requirements of spatial continuity. By the end of the week, he developed the ability to dismantle any formation that didn't use immortal jade as a core material. The jade was too perfect, too carefully constructed to have readable seams. But every other formation type in the world was, at its heart, built on gaps. Every formation was fundamentally vulnerable to someone who could see the spaces it was designed to hide. He made an entry in his journal. The void root is, I now understand, fundamentally aligned with understanding structure through discontinuity. A cultivator sees a formation array and sees a barrier. The formation master sees it as an elegant piece of qi architecture, a monument to their skill and creativity. I see it as a pattern of seams, a map of gaps, a language written in the spaces between what the formation tries to seal. I can read this language because my power operates in those gaps. I am fluent in the spaces other cultivators cannot perceive. Asterisk he paused, then continued with careful precision. Asterisk this has enormous implications. Every formation in the world, in temples, sects, important cultivators' homes, treasure vaults, restricted archives, all of these are suddenly legible to me. All of them have seams. All of them can be walked through or dismantled. I have just realized that the sect's entire defensive infrastructure is transparent to void root cultivation. The sects have spent centuries building fortifications against visible enemies. Against an enemy who can see the invisible gaps in those fortifications, they are completely defenseless. Asterisk he closed the journal and sat in silence, reflecting on the magnitude of this realization. Chapter 28. The approaching storm. On the 16th week of his core formation cultivation, a messenger arrived in the abandoned guard post that sat at the ruin's north entrance. Lin Xian didn't recognize the man at first. He was traveling alone, carrying no sect colors, bearing no obvious insignia of rank or affiliation. He moved through the ruins with the careful steps of someone who knew he was trespassing in dangerous territory, but whose authority came from somewhere higher. Lin Xian watched from the shadow of a crumbling wall as the man arrived at the guard post and nailed a piece of parchment to the wooden frame. Then, without waiting to observe who read it, the messenger turned and left. His task completed, his message delivered, he departed as swiftly as he'd arrived. The message was written in formal sect language on high-quality parchment. Asterisk by order of the Heavenly Ascent Sect Council, effective immediately. The territory known as the Forbidden Ruins, previously considered unprofitable and unmeasurable, is hereby designated as the outer training ground for sect disciples. Establishment of permanent barracks will begin within 30 days. All cultivators and personnel not affiliated with the sect must vacate the region immediately. Failure to comply will be considered trespassing and handled accordingly. Asterisk the date was 5 weeks away. Lin Xian returned to the meditation chamber and sat in contemplation. The calculation was obvious. His time in the ruins was ending. The sect had finally found a use for this place. The reasons were probably bureaucratic. The disciples needed new training grounds. The sect needed to expand its operations. The ruins represented untapped potential. 5 weeks to establish, train disciples, build infrastructure. The ruins would be transformed from an empty monument into an active cultivation site. He had options. He could flee immediately, finding a new location for his cultivation. He could hide deeper in the ruins, creating void pockets that would shelter him completely, invisible even to the sect's strongest cultivators. He could even, if he was willing to escalate the conflict, kill the sect disciples as they arrived. But that would trigger an organized response, would mark him as a threat, would force the sect to pursue him seriously. Instead, he made a different choice. He spent the next 5 weeks mapping. He explored every building in the ruins, every chamber, every sealed storage area, every old cultivation site, every foundation and structural element. He read every seam, memorized every passage, understood every structural weak point. He created a complete mental map of the terrain, not just the visible structures, but the invisible gaps and seams that riddled the landscape. By the end of the mapping project, he knew the ruins better than anyone living. Better, possibly, than anyone ever had. He knew the water that flowed beneath the surface, the fault lines in the stone, the places where erosion had created new passages, the points where the old structures were weak enough to collapse if properly pushed. He made an entry in his journal. Asterisk the sect is coming. They believe they will claim this place for their cultivation. What they don't understand is that I have spent 5 weeks learning this territory at a level of detail they could never achieve. I know where the water flows beneath the surface. I know which stones are load-bearing and which are decorative. I know the exact points where the formations are weakest. I know this place not as a cultivator knows a geographical location, but as a builder knows a structure, understanding it from the inside, from the perspective of the seams that hold it together. Asterisk he paused, then added with characteristic precision. Asterisk if they want the ruins, they will find an ally already embedded in its structure. They just won't know he's here. And I will know things about this place that even they will never understand. Asterisk chapter 29. The Watchers, the first sect disciples, arrived on a clear morning in late autumn. There were 30 of them, all at Qi awakening stage, accompanied by 5 instructors at foundation establishment rank. They came bearing construction equipment, tents, supplies for an extended occupation. They were professional, organized. They moved with the discipline of cultivators trained by one of the major sections. Lin Xian watched from the hollow interior of a crumbled tower, completely invisible to their detection arrays. He observed them the way a scholar observes an ant colony, with detached curiosity about their patterns and behaviors. The Sect disciples established their base camp in the central square of the ruins, the largest open area. They began setting up permanent structures, barracks for sleeping, halls for meditation, training grounds for basic cultivation. The instructors began surveying the surrounding buildings, marking them for either incorporation or demolition. The process was efficient and systematic. Lin Xian observed for 3 days without moving. He studied the disciples' routines with meticulous attention, noted the times when they meditated, when they rested, when they trained. He learned their patrol patterns, their guard rotations, their weak points. He understood how many disciples were stationed at each location, what routes they took, where their defenses were concentrated and where they were thin. On the 4th day, a small group of disciples discovered the meditation chamber. Lin Xian wasn't there when they arrived. He'd moved his meditation base to a sealed chamber deeper in the ruins, a space he could reach through void pockets that left no conventional passage. From this hidden sanctuary, completely isolated from the Sect's detection arrays, he watched the disciples examine the chamber where he'd spent the last 4 months in cultivation. One of the junior instructors scanned the space thoroughly, his detection array humming with activation. Someone was meditating here recently. The void energy residue is significant. Could be months old, could be weeks. The traces are faint but distinctive. We should report this to the Sect master, one of the disciples suggested with obvious concern. If a cultivator was using the ruins before we arrived, we should investigate. They might return. No, the instructor said, shaking his head. The residue is too old. It's probably just background energy from the old structures. If someone was here, they're long gone now. The ruins are ours now. Any cultivator using them will be trespassing. The disciples moved on, their attention shifting to other structures, their momentary concern fading as quickly as it had arisen. Lin Xian remained absolutely still in the darkness of his hidden chamber. He was beginning to understand something important. The Sect disciples and instructors had no way to detect his presence. Their scanning methods were the same tools the Sect had always used, arrays designed to measure conventional cultivation. He was as invisible to them as he'd been to Wei Feng. But unlike Wei Feng, the Sect disciples wouldn't be leaving. They were establishing a permanent presence. He made a careful calculation. If he revealed himself, they would call for reinforcements. If he remained hidden, he would become a ghost in the ruins, present, but undetectable. A cultivator who could move through their defenses, pass through their formations, exist in the spaces they couldn't see. A cultivator who could observe them, learn from them, use their presence to accelerate his own understanding. That night, he wrote in his journal, "The Sect has claimed the ruins as their own, but they don't understand what they've actually occupied. They see a historical location with useful buildings. What they don't see is that I have already mapped every seam, every gap, every structural weakness. I am embedded in this place now. I am part of its architecture." He paused, then continued, "When they establish their formations, I will know their seams. When they build their chambers, I will find the gaps. I will become the thing that moves through their defenses like water through a broken seal. I will exist in the margins of their awareness, visible only if they know exactly where to look, and even then only if they understand what they're looking at." He paused again. More importantly, I now have a dedicated source of disciples to observe. The Sect will bring its best students here. I will watch them train. I will understand their techniques. I will learn what cultivators believe they can do. And then I will understand, by contrast, what void root cultivation can do. Chapter 30. The invisible witness. The Sect master himself arrived on the 21st day of the occupation. His name was Master Xing, and he carried the presence of a cultivator at nascent soul rank, the 3rd tier of cultivation, far above the junior disciples and instructors. Lin Xian could feel the weight of his power from a distance, a subtle pressure that radiated from him like heat from a fire. This was a cultivator who had dedicated decades to advancement, who had pushed himself to levels of achievement that most cultivators could only dream of. He toured the entire ruins with meticulous attention, inspecting the structures the disciples had built, testing the formations they'd established, assessing the location's potential as a training ground. He was thorough. He missed nothing. He examined not just the physical structures, but the spiritual state of the location itself. Lin Xian watched from his position in the air, hovering in a specially constructed void pocket that existed 3 meters above the Sect master's head, completely invisible, undetectable by any conventional measurement. He could see Master Xing move through space, could feel the power radiating from the cultivator, could observe the subtle shifts in the master's attention as he analyzed each location. Master Xing was a careful observer. He spent time in each chamber, examining the architecture, understanding the history. When he reached the meditation chamber where Lin Xian had cultivated for the past 4 months, he paused for a long moment. His eyes closed. His cultivation base extended outward, searching, analyzing the space with a sensitivity that few cultivators could achieve. There is significant void energy residue here, he said to the instructors accompanying him. Someone was meditating here. Recently, within the past few months. The traces are strong. Very strong. The instructors looked uncomfortable. We found no signs of habitation, Master Xing. The chamber appears to have been empty for some time. There's no evidence of, the void energy is distinctive, Master Xing interrupted, his eyes still closed. It's not the normal background contamination of ancient ruins. Someone with an unusual cultivation base was using this space. Possibly a void root cultivator. The words hung in the air like thunder. Void root, one of the instructors asked nervously. But the assessment tool doesn't measure void roots. They're supposed to be extinct, supposedly extinct, Master Xing corrected, opening his eyes. But the historical records indicate they were never completely eradicated. Only driven underground. Lost to history. Forgotten. But the ancient texts suggest they were far more dangerous than the sects were willing to admit. He turned to face the instructors directly, his gaze sharp as a blade. I want this location secured. Post guards at every entrance. Establish sensing arrays throughout the ruins. If a void root cultivator has been using this place as a cultivation base, I want to know immediately if they return. They must not be allowed to escape. A void root cultivator who has gone this far without detection is a threat to the entire sect. The instructors bowed deeply and departed to carry out his orders. They understood the magnitude of what Master Xing was asking for. The sect master was treating this as a serious threat. Master Xing remained in the meditation chamber for several minutes longer, his eyes closed, his cultivation base radiating subtle power. He was searching for traces of the void cultivator, trying to determine which direction they'd gone, how far away they might be, whether they were still in the ruins or had fled to the wider world. From his position in the void pocket above, Lin Xian observed the nascent soul cultivator with intense focus. Every detail was important. Every gesture, every shift in the cultivator's expression, every moment of concentration revealed something about what Master Xing was thinking, what he was sensing, what he understood. This was the first time he'd encountered a cultivator strong enough to recognize the possibility of his presence, even if they couldn't detect him directly. Master Xing couldn't sense him. The void pockets were still invisible to conventional sensing methods, still outside the framework of detection that even a nascent soul cultivator operated within. But the sect master was astute enough to recognize the signs and theorize about what they meant. When Master Xing finally left the meditation chamber, moving on to inspect other areas of the ruins, Lin Xian descended from his pocket and floated just above the ground, completely still, completely silent. He understood something new now. As he advanced in his cultivation, he would encounter more powerful cultivators. Cultivators at nascent soul rank and beyond. Eventually, he might meet someone with the perception to sense him despite his invisibility. That day might not be far away. But that day wasn't today. He made the final entry in his journal for the day. Asterisk, the sect master is here. Nascent soul rank. Strong enough to recognize the signs of void root cultivation. Strong enough to theorize about my existence. Strong enough to order a comprehensive security response. But not strong enough to detect me. Asterisk, he paused, then added with clarity. Asterisk, not yet, anyway. But my time in the ruins is coming to an end. When the sect discovers me, and they will discover me eventually, I need to be ready to leave. I need to have built the foundation for what comes next. The core formation stage is nearly complete. The breakthrough into nascent soul rank is approaching. Asterisk, he paused again, then continued. Asterisk, I have just realized something important. I am no longer hiding in the ruins. I am no longer a cultivator learning in secret. I am now standing in the space between visibility and invisibility, watching cultivators far stronger than myself, observing their techniques without fear. The sect believes they are occupying an empty location. What they don't understand is that I am standing in the center of their base, watching them, learning from them, existing in the gaps they cannot see. Asterisk, he closed the journal and moved deeper into the hidden chambers. Outside, the sect's disciples began their evening meditation. The formations flickered to life, creating a network of detection and protection across the ruins. The guards took their positions at every visible entrance. Master Xing settled into the grand meditation hall to continue his investigation into the void root cultivator who might or might not still be present. And Lin Xian, invisible in the heart of it all, continued his cultivation. The void around him deepened. His awareness expanded. The core formation stage was nearly complete. The next breakthrough, into nascent soul, into the realm of the actual void lord cultivators, into the higher levels of power that Master Xing inhabited, was approaching like a storm on a distant horizon. He was ready. Let them come. Let them search. Let them wonder. He would be waiting in the spaces they couldn't see. Chapter 31. Inside the void. The breakthrough happened on the 39th day. Lin Xian was meditating in his hidden chamber when the marble-sized absence core at his center suddenly expanded. Not suddenly, in the dramatic sense. There was no explosion of light, no dramatic presentation of power. But in the logical sense, the core did something it had never done before. It inverted. The void pocket became large enough for a human body. The sensation was profound. For months, Lin Xian had maintained the absence core as something inside him, a marble-sized pocket of void space anchored at his dantian. He'd grown accustomed to its weight, its pressure, its constant presence at the center of his being. He understood its nature. He could manipulate it. He could expand it, contract it, shape it to his needs. But this was something different. This was transformation. Now, that pocket unfolded. Not like a flower blooming, not like a door opening. It unfolded like space itself opening, like reality was peeling back to reveal what had always been underneath. The expansion happened in dimensions that his physical body didn't exist in. It happened in the angles between moments, in the spaces between measurements, in the gaps that conventional existence couldn't reach. It was like stepping out of himself. His physical body, still in lotus position, remained where it was. But his consciousness, his awareness, found itself existing in a space that was both inside him and infinitely vast at the same time. It was a pocket dimension the size of a chamber, carved from the void itself, anchored to his physical form by threads of void energy. From inside this pocket, space was infinite. He could feel the boundaries of the pocket, approximately 3 meters in each direction. But within those boundaries, space seemed to expand endlessly. He could walk forward and never reach the far wall, though he knew it was there. He could look in any direction and see only void, a darkness that was darker than darkness because it contained no light, required no light, existed in a state where the concept of visibility was irrelevant. But there was something else here, a presence. As his eyes adjusted to the absolute darkness of the void pocket, he began to perceive something that shouldn't have existed. A figure, a person, standing in the center of the infinite void, waiting. Lin Xian's breath caught. The figure wore cultivation robes, archaic in style, woven from fabric that seemed to absorb light. The face was obscured by shadow, but the presence radiated something that Lin Xian could feel in his bones: recognition, kinship, the overwhelming sense that this was someone like himself. "Welcome," the figure said, and the voice echoed across dimensions that shouldn't have echoes. "You have finally opened the gate." Lin Xian tried to step forward, but his body didn't respond. He was aware that he was still sitting in the hidden chamber, still in lotus position, his physical form unchanged. But he was also here, in this void space, standing before a presence that felt impossible. "Who?" Lin Xian began. "I am the previous holder of the void root," the figure said. "The one who cultivated this path before you. I left this space as an inheritance. For whoever inherited the root. For you." The figure gestured, and the void surrounding them shifted. Images appeared, not visions, but imprints on reality itself. A man in ancient times, discovering the void root by accident, beginning a cultivation path that no sect had ever documented, building the practices that Lin Xian had rediscovered through his own efforts, creating the void pockets, the seam reading, the techniques for passing through formations. And then, a choice. The figure standing at the precipice of nascent soul rank, facing a decision about whether to continue forward or to preserve the path for others. The figure had chosen to preserve. "The void root requires consciousness to function," the previous cultivator said. "Without consciousness to direct it, the root falls dormant. I reached a point where I could either continue advancing toward immortal ascension rank, or I could place myself into the void space and wait. Let the root lie dormant. Wait for someone else to inherit it." The figure's form became more solid, more real, as if proximity to a new consciousness was giving it substance. The decision was not easy, but I understood something. The void root is not meant to be hidden. It is meant to be rediscovered. Each generation of void root cultivators must find the path independently, must develop their own understanding. If I had advanced further, the root would have become fixed in my understanding. The next cultivator would have been bound by my limitations. Lin Xian understood. This was the reason he'd had to discover everything on his own. The seams, the void pockets, the nature of absence. If the knowledge had been transmitted directly, he would have inherited someone else's framework. Instead, he'd built his own. What happens now? Lin Xian asked. Now, the figure said, you have a choice. You can remain in the outer void pockets, the small spaces you've created. You can continue at core formation rank indefinitely. Or you can step deeper. You can proceed to nascent soul rank. You can become a void lord cultivator. The figure gestured again, and more images appeared. A cultivator advancing deeper into void cultivation, breaking through to nascent soul rank, where the void pocket could be expanded to the size of a fortress. Advancing further to immortal ascension rank, where the void became a world unto itself. And beyond that, to ranks that had no conventional names, because they operated outside the framework of conventional cultivation entirely. But I must warn you, the figure continued. The deeper you go, the more you will become void itself. Less human, more possibility. The sect will sense your advancement. They will pursue you. Master Xing is already suspicious. If you break through to nascent soul rank, they will know for certain what you are. They will hunt you. Lin Xian looked at the figure. He could see now that the robes were tattered, as if from centuries of wear. The face was becoming clearer, and Lin Xian could see himself in those features. Not literally, but the resemblance of cultivation path. The same quiet intensity. The same precision in every gesture. I want to proceed, Lin Xian said. The figure smiled. A faint smile. The only expression his face would show. Then you will need the next layer of knowledge. The seals of the deep void. The techniques for advancing your cultivation without being detected. The methods for building a true void fortress where the sect cannot reach you. The figure began to teach. And Lin Xian learned, in the space between one heartbeat and the next, everything he would need to survive what was coming. Chapter 32. The Path in the Records. The Journal of Void Lord Chun contained something the sect's historical records had completely missed: instructions. Not techniques exactly. The void root couldn't be taught like normal cultivation. But principles, understandings, ways of perceiving the world that had allowed the previous void root cultivator to advance through the ranks without a mentor or teacher. One passage in particular struck Lin Xian. The key to understanding void root cultivation is accepting that you are not becoming stronger. You are becoming less. You are learning to remove yourself from the measurement systems that bind all other cultivators. When you can remove yourself completely, you will be utterly powerful. The void is not a form of energy. It is the absence of the need for energy. The void is not a technique. It is the removal of the need for technique. The void root teaches by showing you what to forget, not what to learn. Another passage, dated decades later in the journal. I have reached the stage where I can step sideways out of the world. My cultivation base now exists partially in this dimension and partially in the void space itself. This is why the sects cannot find me. I am not hidden. I am simply not where they are looking. I exist in the gaps between their comprehension. The measurement scale goes from 1 to 10. I am the 0 because I am the space between 0 and 1, not above or below the scale, but perpendicular to it. And finally, near the end of the journal, the void is calling me deeper. I can feel it now. There is something in the void itself that is conscious. Something ancient and patient that has been waiting for a void root cultivator to become strong enough to perceive it. I am approaching that point. Soon I will step into the void completely and discover what has been waiting for me in the infinite space. This is not death. This is transformation into something that cannot be measured or killed. This is the true final breakthrough of void cultivation. Lin Xian read this passage over and over. The previous void root cultivator had encountered something in the void itself. Something alive. Something aware. And he had chosen to merge with it, to transform completely, to become something that existed in the void permanently rather than merely visiting it. This was the direction void cultivation led, if followed to its ultimate conclusion. He made an entry in his journal. Void Lord Chun did not die fighting the sections. He chose to step into the void himself. He merged with something in the infinite space, something conscious, something that had been waiting. He became fully void, which means he could never return to the measurable world. This is the final goal of void cultivation, to become so completely empty that you are indistinguishable from the void itself. He paused, then added with careful consideration. I don't know yet if I will make the same choice. But I now understand the path I'm walking. The void route doesn't lead to power over others. It leads to merger with the void itself. Everything I'm cultivating toward is preparation for that final transformation. Chapter 33. The empty city 200 kilometers from the ruins. In a city that had been abandoned for 3 centuries, Lin Xian established a new base. The city had once been a major cultivation hub. Now it was a skeleton, Buildings intact but empty, streets clean but unwalked, temples standing but unused. The void energy had claimed it completely. Nothing grew here. Nothing lived here. It was a city made of emptiness. For the first 2 weeks, Lin Xian did nothing but explore. He walked through the buildings. He studied the architecture. He read the seams in the old formations that still stood in the temples. Most were deactivated, their qi having drained away over centuries. Some still faintly hummed with residual power. More importantly, he tested his cultivation in this new environment. The void energy response was immediate and powerful. His awareness expanded rapidly. His void pockets deepened. The infinite space of his inner chamber seemed to grow even more infinite. He estimated that in this location, he could advance from core formation rank 1 to core formation rank 2 in weeks instead of months. The silence of the empty city was profound. There were no human voices, no sounds of commerce or labor, only wind moving through abandoned structures, and the faint hum of residual qi in old chambers. Lin Xian found himself drawn to this silence. It was a mirror of the silence he'd cultivated within himself, the absence that was not empty, but full of potential. He spent hours in the largest of the abandoned temples, studying how void energy had settled in its chambers. The building had been sealed 3 centuries ago, its doors locked, its windows barred. And yet, the void had found its way in anyway. It had seated itself in the corners, accumulated in the sealed storage areas, creating pockets of zero existence that persisted even after the cultivators who once maintained the temple were long dead. This told him something important. Void energy was patient. It did not rush. It did not demand. It simply existed, waiting for the right conditions to flourish, like a seed waiting for rain. On the 15th day, a cultivator arrived at the city. She was a woman in her 30s, dressed in merchant's clothes, carrying a scanning device that hummed with activation. She moved through the city methodically, stopping at various locations to take readings. Lin Xian watched her from the roof of a destroyed temple, observing not just her movements, but the way she processed information. She had the bearing of someone accustomed to detailed work, careful notation, precise measurements, the patience of a scholar. The woman was taking measurements of the void energy concentration, making notes, recording data. She wasn't searching for him specifically. She was conducting a survey of the abandoned city's cultivation potential. When she reached the temple where Lin Xian stood, she scanned the area and frowned at the reading. She stood very still, and Lin Xian could sense her recalibrating her understanding of what the device was telling her. The void concentration is unusually high, she murmured to herself, almost as if someone has been cultivating here. She paused, then pulled out a more sophisticated device, a sensing array that was clearly expensive and carefully maintained. She activated it. The array immediately showed a spike in energy near the temple. Lin Xian felt it probe his location, searching for his cultivation signature. The probe was delicate, precise, the work of someone who understood the subtleties of measurement arrays. The reading came back, 0. The woman studied the device with confusion. She checked the settings. She recalibrated. She scanned again. The reading remained unchanged, 0. There was energy here, undeniably. Real, detectable, significant. And yet the device said 0. There's definitely someone here. The void energy response is clear. But the cultivation measurement reads 0. She deactivated the array and looked around carefully, her eyes tracking back and forth across the roofline where Lin Xian stood. She never saw Lin Xian standing on the roof, perfectly visible, casting no spiritual signature. Her gaze moved over him without registering. He existed in the space between what the measurement device could quantify and what human perception could register. After a moment of searching, she shrugged and moved on. Another 0-rated cultivator, perhaps, or just an anomalous reading. She continued her survey without further investigation. But Lin Xian noticed that she made a special notation in her records, some marking that indicated something unusual, something worth remembering. After she left, Lin Xian descended into the temple and sat in meditation for hours. He was thinking about what it meant that she had seen him, yet not seen him. Her device had measured him, yet read 0. She had stood almost directly beneath him and continued on her way, unaware. He made an entry in his journal. *A cultivator with advanced sensing equipment passed through. She could detect that something was here, that void energy was being actively cultivated. But her measurement device read 0. This is significant. Even with sophisticated arrays, the void root cannot be properly measured. The 0 is not a flaw in the measurement process. It's the only honest reading possible for something that exists outside the measurement scale. But then Lin Xian paused, reflecting. He considered the woman's passage more carefully, and how her presence had changed something fundamental about his understanding. He realized that the zero rating was evolving in meaning. It wasn't just invisibility anymore. It was a signature, a mark that distinguished him from every other cultivator walking the world. The measurement systems were catching glimpses of something vast and incomprehensible, and rather than report it accurately, they defaulted to zero. Zero was not weakness. It was evidence. Lin Xian understood then that leaving traces was becoming impossible. Every void energy signature he left would eventually attract attention. Every cultivation breakthrough would ripple outward, touching the awareness of cultivators who were sensitive enough to feel it. The empty city would remain empty only as long as he remained hidden. The moment he advanced further, the moment his power grew beyond a certain threshold, the space around him would begin to sing with void energy that no measurement device could adequately describe. He made a second entry in his journal. I have been thinking of the zero rating as a flaw in the system. But what if it's not? What if the measurement tool was actually detecting something real, the presence of a power that operates orthogonally to the conventional cultivation scale? What if zero isn't the measurement of weakness, but the measurement of something that doesn't fit the framework at all? The woman's device confirmed it. Void energy is real, detectable, powerful. But it registers as zero because the measurement tool has no category for it. He paused, then added, this is why they hunted the last void root cultivator. Not because he was weak, because he was incomprehensible, because he existed in a way that violated their understanding of how cultivation should work. And I am about to become incomprehensible in exactly the same way. Later, as Lin Xian prepared to depart the empty city, he stood in the central plaza and observed one last time the absence that permeated everything. The city had no life, no sound, no movement except what he brought to it. And yet it was not dead. It was simply resting in a state where nothing needed to flourish. He understood then why he had been drawn here. The empty city was a mirror of what he was becoming. A place that had once bustled with activity and meaning, now transformed into a reflection of void, a space where the absence itself had become the defining characteristic. And he realized that wherever he went, he would carry this same quality with him. He would be the empty city made manifest. The zero-rated cultivator walking among those who measured and quantified everything. The sects would look at him and see nothing to measure. But he knew the truth. They would be looking at the ocean and wondering why they couldn't weigh the water. Chapter 34. The Heavenly Ascent Sect's best. On the 31st day in the abandoned city, disciples from the Heavenly Ascent Sect passed through. They were traveling to a distant sect congress, taking the eastern road that passed near the city. There were 20 of them, all Foundation establishment rank or above, moving in a disciplined formation. Lin Xian observed their progress through the city with interest. They were checking the structures, confirming that no one was cultivating here illegally. It was a routine patrol, but one of the disciples, a young man at Foundation establishment rank 3, stopped in front of the temple where Lin Xian stood. The disciple was scanning the area. His cultivation base flared as he extended his awareness. He felt something. His face tightened with concentration. "There's a cultivator here," he called to the others. "I can sense a presence." The entire formation halted. The disciples turned to focus on the temple. Lin Xian remained absolutely still. The young disciple approached the temple entrance. He was skilled. His sensing ability was better than average. He could feel the void energy distinctly. "Show yourself," he commanded, his hand moving to the sword at his side. Lin Xian considered his options. He could flee into the void pocket. He could attack. He could remain invisible and silent until the disciples gave up searching. Instead, he decided to test something. He stepped forward and became visible. The disciple immediately raised his sword in a defensive posture. "Identify yourself. Are you cultivating illegally in Heavenly Ascent Sect territory?" "I am Lin Xian," Lin Xian said quietly. "I am cultivating alone." The disciple's eyes widened. "Lin Xian?" "The zero-rated." He turned to the other disciples. "It's the zero. The one who destroyed part of the sect's formation array." No words had been exchanged. No formal confrontation. But Lin Xian understood. He was being recognized. The 20 disciples converged on the temple. What happened next was not a battle. Battles involved two sides attacking each other with relative force. This was something different. The disciples attacked Lin Xian with synchronized precision. They were well trained. They moved in patterns clearly designed to trap a target and prevent escape. Their cultivation bases flared with power as they prepared their techniques. Lin Xian didn't move. He extended his void awareness instead. The 20 disciples found themselves surrounded by a perimeter of empty space that had no walls, but was impossible to cross. They could see through it. They could sense beyond it. But moving toward Lin Xian became like trying to walk against infinite pressure. The disciples staggered back, gasping. Their swords fell from their hands. Their cultivation bases burned as they desperately tried to push through the void field, but there was nothing to push against. They were being suffocated by absence. "Stop," one of the older disciples gasped. "Stop before you kill us." Lin Xian released the void field. The disciples collapsed, breathing heavily, their faces pale. The young man who had first detected him was on his knees, trembling. Lin Xian stood among them without having moved an inch. "Return to your sect," he said. "Tell them you encountered the zero-rated cultivator. Tell them I am beyond their measurement. Tell them I am beyond their power. Tell them I have become something that your sects cannot measure or fight." The disciples scrambled to their feet and fled, not waiting to see if he would attack again. He made an entry in his journal. The Heavenly Ascent Sect disciples came. They attacked with 20 cultivators and synchronized techniques. I didn't unsheath a sword. I didn't cast a single technique. I simply extended my awareness and they understood. Void cultivation operates at a different scale. They cannot measure me. They cannot fight me by the rules they understand. They can only flee. He paused, then added, the zero-rated disciple is no longer a myth. I have revealed myself to cultivators who will report my existence. The sects will now know that I survived. More importantly, they will know that I am far stronger than any of them. What they still don't understand is that I haven't even begun to advance into the higher ranks. Chapter 35. The Formation Masters offer. On the 52nd day in the abandoned city, an old man arrived alone. He was traveling by foot, moving slowly through the city with a cane, his cultivation base a steady presence of Foundation Establishment Rank 6. He was clearly beyond the normal age for cultivation, his hair white, his movements deliberate. When he reached the temple, he stopped and spoke without looking for Lin Xian specifically. "I am called Master Chun. I am a formation master by trade, and I have no affiliation with any sect. I have come seeking the zero-rated cultivator because I have something he should know." Lin Xian considered briefly, then revealed himself. Master Chun nodded as if he'd expected this. "I heard reports from the Heavenly Ascent Sect disciples you sent fleeing. They spoke of a cultivator who could command void space itself. I recognized the description." "How?" Lin Xian asked. "Because I've studied the old texts," Master Chun said. "Pre-measurement system texts. Records from before the sects unified. They speak of something called the void root, a power that exists outside the normal cultivation scale. I've spent 60 years searching for evidence that such a thing still existed." The old man smiled slightly. "Now I've found it." "Why?" Lin Xian asked. "What do you want from me?" "Nothing," Master Chun said. "I came to offer you something. Information. Coordinates to a place where the records say a void root cultivator lived 300 years ago. The location was sealed by the old sects and hidden away. If you go there, you might find texts written by the last void root cultivator. Records of his cultivation, his techniques, his understanding of what he was." Master Chun pulled out a piece of parchment and handed it to Lin Xian. The coordinates were written in ancient script. The coordinates are roughly 1,500 kilometers northeast. There is a sealed temple in the Xianxia Mountains. The seals were placed by nascent soul cultivators. But if the reports I've heard about you are accurate, you should be able to navigate those seals. Lin Xian took the parchment and read the location. "Why would you help me?" he asked. "You could have reported my location to the sections." "Because," Master Chun said, "the sect spent 300 years hunting void root cultivators to extinction. What they didn't understand was that they were trying to destroy something fundamental to the world itself. Void root cultivators aren't rare anomalies. They're a different type of existence, as natural and necessary as any other form of cultivation. The fact that you still exist means the void root itself, something ancient and vast, has decided it wants to be known again." Master Chun turned to leave, then paused. "When you reach the temple, read the texts carefully, understand what you are, and then make your own choice about what that means." The old man walked away, disappearing into the city's empty streets. Lin Xian held the parchment and looked at the coordinates. He made an entry in his journal. An ally has appeared. Not a friend, not someone seeking power or favor. Simply someone who understands what I am and wants me to understand it as well. The message is clear. There is history to my power. There are cultivators who came before me, who cultivated the void root before the measurement system existed. And there are texts hidden away that document what that cultivation looks like at the highest levels. He paused, then added with absolute clarity. I have been growing in power, understanding my abilities intuitively. But I have been doing this alone, without context, without knowledge of what a fully developed void cultivator looks like. Now I have a path forward. The temple in the Xianxia Mountains. The text of the last void root cultivator. This is the next stage of my cultivation. He closed the journal and made a decision. he would leave the abandoned city and journey northeast. The coordinates led to the Xianxia Mountains, a distant, cold place where few cultivators dared to venture. But Lin Xian was no longer a cultivator who feared difficult places. He was something new, something being reborn as he cultivated, and the void itself was calling him toward understanding. The journey would begin tomorrow. Chapter 36. The restricted archive. The city that held the Heavenly Ascent Sect's main campus was called Starlight, and it had been constructed 300 years ago to be the heart of cultivation learning. Lin Xian arrived there by stepping out of the void pocket in a quiet garden, after traveling northeast through empty space for what felt like hours and days simultaneously. The city was massive, buildings of jade and marble, streets crowded with cultivators, the air thick with spiritual energy. He wore plain robes and moved through the city with the anonymity of any wandering cultivator. His measurement read 0, which meant he was invisible to most scanning systems, which meant he could walk into restricted areas without raising alarms. He'd come here deliberately. The Heavenly Ascent Sect maintained a library, the largest collection of cultivation texts in the region. If anywhere would have references to void root cultivation, it would be there. The library was located in the sect's main compound, protected by layers of formation arrays and station guards. Lin Xian waited until midnight, then walked to the library's eastern wall. The wall was solid stone, no visible entry point. But the walls of ancient buildings always had seams. Lin Xian found the hairline fracture between 2 blocks and stepped through. He emerged in the library's main chamber. The room was vast, 3 stories of shelves, holding thousands of texts, scrolls, and manuscripts. A few night guards stood watch at the entrances, but they were far from the restricted section. Lin Xian moved deeper into the stacks. He was searching for one thing: references to the void root. It took 3 hours of searching. The texts were organized by category, and void cultivation was not a major category. But eventually, buried in the archives about abnormal cultivation types, he found them. 2 texts in total. Both were old, their pages yellowed, their bindings cracked from centuries of preservation. The first text was titled Records of the Forbidden Root. It contained historical documentation of void root cultivators, fragments from across 3 centuries, compiled by Sect scholars who had been trying to understand what they'd hunted to extinction. The second text had no title. It was a journal written in personal script, the handwriting steady and precise. The first page read, I am Void Lord Shun, last of the void root cultivators. I write this journal knowing I will not survive the hunting. The sects have unified against me. They don't understand what I am. They simply know that I exist outside their measurement system, and for that reason alone, they fear me and hunt me. This journal is for whoever comes after me. If another void root cultivator ever emerges, know this: you are not alone in your power. The void itself is alive, and it has been waiting for someone strong enough to listen. Lin Xian read this page 3 times. Then he carefully removed both texts from the shelf, carried them to the nearest window, and stepped back into the void pocket. The books came with him into infinite space. He'd stolen the sect's most dangerous secrets. Over the next 3 nights, Lin Xian returned to the library and photographed every text that mentioned void cultivation, void energy, or void root cultivators. He found references scattered throughout the archive, some just a paragraph, some an entire chapter. He documented everything. By the 4th night, he'd absorbed the complete historical record of void cultivation that the sect possessed. He made an entry in his journal. The sects have kept detailed records of void root cultivators, despite their pretense of ignorance. From these records, I've learned, the void root has always existed, appearing randomly in the human population. It cannot be trained, only unleashed. The last confirmed void root cultivator was Void Lord Shun, who lived 300 years ago. He was never captured. He simply ceased to be found, according to the texts. I now believe I understand what that means. He stepped into the void permanently and never returned to the measurable world. He paused, then continued. But more importantly, I found coordinates in the archive. A reference to a sealed temple in the Xianxia Mountains. The same location Master Chen described. The texts say it was sealed by a council of nascent soul cultivators 300 years ago, immediately after Void Lord Chen's disappearance. Whatever is sealed in that temple, the sects considered it too dangerous to leave accessible. Chapter 37. The first glimpse of ascension, the journal of Void Lord Shun, contained passages that went deeper than Lin Xian expected. He'd found the journal in a sealed chamber, protected within a formation array that he'd easily passed through by reading its seams. The leather binding was ancient, the pages written in neat characters that showed the discipline of a scholar cultivator. but the contents were unlike anything he'd ever encountered. Void Lord Chun had not been an official sect cultivator. He'd been a rogue practitioner, advancing on his own path, developing techniques that no sect had ever documented. The journal was a record of that journey, raw, honest, filled with observations that no official sect text would ever contain. One section, titled The Path Beyond Measurement, described something that Lin Xian had only intuited but never fully articulated. The void root does not advance like normal cultivation. Each stage is not a quantitative improvement, stronger, faster, more powerful. Each stage is a qualitative transformation. When you pass from core formation to nascent soul as a void cultivator, you do not become a more powerful version of yourself. You become a different kind of thing entirely. The rules that applied at core formation no longer apply. Your perception shifts. Your relationship to space and time becomes fundamentally different. You are no longer improving within a framework. You are transcending the framework itself. Lin Xian read that passage and felt something shift in his understanding. The implications were staggering. He'd been thinking of his cultivation as linear progression. But what if it wasn't? What if each breakthrough was metamorphosis, shedding one form entirely to become something new? Each transformation wasn't an accumulation of power, but a fundamental reconfiguration of what he was. Another passage, written in a trembling hand near the end of the journal, spoke of the final stages. I am beginning to perceive what lies beyond nascent soul. It is not immortality. Immortals still exist in the world. They cultivate in sects. They pursue power. They seek advancement along conventional frameworks. Void root cultivators who advance far enough do not remain in the world at all. They transform into something that exists in the void itself. Consciousness without form, awareness without body. To reach this stage is to accept that you will never be measured by anyone ever again. Not because you're hidden, but because you will no longer exist in a dimension where measurement is possible. The passage continued. Each time I advance, I become less human, more void. When I look at my reflection in still water, I see something that grows more transparent with each stage. Not invisible, transparent. There, but not entirely present. The void is not an escape. It is a metamorphosis that cannot be reversed. Once you transcend to a certain point, you cannot return. You will not want to. Lin Xian closed the journal and sat in meditation for hours, considering this. The weight of understanding pressed down on him like a physical force. He realized then that his path did not lead to victory over the sections. It didn't lead to power in the conventional sense, either. It led to transformation. It led to a point where the sects would simply cease to be relevant, not because he defeated them, but because he would ascend beyond the dimension where they existed. There was something beautiful in that realization, and something terrifying. He made an entry in his own journal. The void root does not lead to power. It leads to transcendence. And I understand now that when I choose to continue walking this path, I am not choosing to become stronger than the sections. I am choosing to step beyond the world entirely. Everything the sects fear about me, that I am incomprehensible, unmeasurable, operating by different rules, that is not a weapon. That is the inevitable outcome of void root cultivation. He paused, considering the magnitude of what he was committing to. I am beginning to understand the choice I will eventually have to make. To stop advancing and remain in the world as a powerful cultivator. To maintain my human form, my human consciousness, my ability to interact with the conventional world. Or to continue advancing and eventually step into the void completely, becoming something that can never return to the measurable realm. He wrote carefully. There is no in-between. There is no final victory. There is no point where I achieve ultimate power and then settle into stability. There is only transcendence or cessation of growth. The void root offers one path, to advance until you are no longer part of the world that measured you as zero. He closed the journal and sat in the quiet darkness of the chamber. Outside, Master Xing continued his search for the void cultivator. The disciples continued their training. The formations continued their watchful patterns. The sect continued to believe that they controlled the ruins, that they understood the landscape they occupied. Lin Xian sat in the darkness and smiled. Just barely. The faintest curve at the corners of his mouth. He understood something they didn't. Understanding the void root wasn't about achieving power within the framework of the sections. It was about recognizing that the framework itself was optional, that you could step outside it and become something the framework couldn't measure, couldn't contain, couldn't control. And that realization was more powerful than any technique the sects had ever developed. Chapter 38. The double advancement. By the time Lin Xian reached the foothills of the Skirich Mountains, he had reached a strange state of cultivation. His core formation stage had advanced to core formation rank 2. But something else had happened simultaneously. He'd begun displaying characteristics of nascent soul stage cultivation. The manifestation of the nascent soul was supposed to be a specific breakthrough event. The cultivator's inner soul would emerge as a separate entity within their cultivation base, typically appearing as light or flame or some other visible manifestation. This breakthrough normally took place at a specific point in time, after months or years of careful cultivation. Lin Xian's nascent soul had emerged, but it appeared as void. His inner soul, when he perceived it in his cultivation base, was a sphere of complete emptiness, a pocket of zero existence floating within the larger void pocket. It wasn't light. It wasn't energy. It was the absence of both, made manifest. It was conscious. It was aware. But it was purely void in nature. This shouldn't have been possible. No nascent soul cultivator had ever manifested a void-based soul. The concept contradicted fundamental cultivation theory. And yet there it was. He tested his new capabilities carefully. The void soul allowed him to separate his awareness from his physical body much more completely than before. He could project his consciousness into the infinite void space and perceive the world from that distance, while his body remained physically present. More importantly, the dual advancement was giving him abilities that seemed to jump stages. He could manipulate space with the precision of a middle-stage nascent soul cultivator. He could phase partially into the void pocket, existing in both spaces simultaneously. He could sense the seams in formation arrays from tremendous distances away. But there was something else, something Lin Xian only slowly realized as he continued testing. The void soul was not merely a manifestation of power. It was a presence, something that was becoming aware independently of his conscious mind. It observed what he observed. It learned what he learned. And sometimes, he could feel it considering things that he himself had not yet consciously recognized. One evening, as Lin Xian sat in meditation, he became aware of the void soul drifting through his cultivation base. It moved with purpose, almost deliberation. It gathered impressions from the world around his body, the scent of rain-soaked stone, the vibration of wind through the mountain passes, the faint hum of void energy in the spaces between spaces. And then it did something unexpected. It showed him a memory that wasn't his. A flash of perception from Void Lord Qin's final days, transmitted across 3 centuries through threads of void energy that connected all void root cultivators. He saw the sealed temple as it had been when still inhabited. He felt the decision that Void Lord Qin had made, the moment when he chose to stop fighting the void's call and instead surrender to it. The memory faded, but its impact remained. Lin Xian understood that his void soul was not just an expression of his own power. It was a channel through which the void itself communicated with him. He made an entry in his journal. Something unprecedented has occurred. I have advanced to both core formation rank 2 and nascent soul stage simultaneously. This violates all known cultivation progression. The void root does not follow the normal path. It creates its own stages, its own breakthroughs, its own definitions of advancement. My nascent soul is made of void, a concept that shouldn't be possible but manifestly is. This suggests that void root cultivation isn't a variant of normal cultivation. It's an entirely different system running parallel to the normal cultivation scale. He paused, then added, but more significantly, the void soul is not merely my soul transformed. It is something new emerging from my cultivation. It exists alongside me. It has its own awareness. And I suspect that as I advance further, the distinction between my consciousness and the void soul's consciousness will blur. Eventually, I may not know where I end and the void begins. The void soul began to communicate more frequently, not in words, but in impressions and understanding that blossomed in his mind fully formed, as if he'd always known them but was only now remembering. It showed him how to perceive the world not as a cultivator would, seeking the qi, the energy, the power that flowed through reality. Instead, it taught him to perceive the gaps, the spaces where qi could not reach, the voids that existed between the flourishing and flourishing of power. From this perspective, the entire world looked different. Where other cultivators saw density and substance and energy flowing in patterns, Lin Xian now saw the skeleton of emptiness that underlaid everything. The empty space between atoms. The void at the heart of every solid structure. The silence that existed beneath every vibration. He tested this new perception on the mountainous terrain around him. He placed his hand against a boulder and felt the void soul map the internal structure. Where the stone seemed solid to conventional sight, the void soul perceived something more nuanced, a collection of particles held together by forces that were themselves empty. The space between the space. The nothing that made something possible. This perception should have been disorienting. Instead, it felt like coming home. With this new way of seeing, Lin Xian understood something that Void Lord Chun had only hinted at in his journal. The void was not the opposite of existence. It was the foundation upon which existence rested. Every created thing floated in an ocean of emptiness. The cultivators who had attempted to measure and quantify power had done so by looking only at the created things, the islands and the void. They had entirely missed the ocean that made those islands possible. The zero rating had never been about weakness. It had been about seeing in a way that the measurement system was not designed to accommodate. He made a second entry in his journal about the void soul. The void soul is teaching me to perceive what lies beneath conventional reality, to see the emptiness that is the foundation of all substance. This is why the sects cannot measure me. They are looking for something with presence, with energy, with the kind of power that announces itself. But the void soul has taught me that true power operates in silence, in the spaces between their measurements, in the gaps they have trained themselves not to notice. The void soul drifted closer to his conscious mind, and for a moment, he felt what it felt. The vast satisfaction of finding a host body capable of housing its awareness. The void was not malevolent. It was simply old and lonely and eager to finally have a cultivator who could understand it on its own terms. He reflected on this for a long time, watching the void soul drift within his cultivation base, a sphere of emptiness that somehow possessed intention and will. This was the transformation Void Lord Chun had written about. The moment when a void cultivator ceased to be fully human and became something that straddled both the world and the void. And Lin Xian could feel it happening within him, not as a sudden event, but as a gradual erosion of the boundaries that had once seemed so clear. Chapter 39. The Sealed Temple. The temple was built into the mountainside, carved directly into solid rock by cultivators whose skill level had far exceeded anything Lin Xian had encountered. The seals were visible as geometric patterns etched into the stone, formations that had been active for 300 years, powered by stones that had been driven deep into the mountain's core. The sects had invested enormous effort in making sure this temple would remain sealed permanently. Lin Xian approached from the mountain's eastern slope, walking through the void pocket until he stood directly in front of the seal. He extended his awareness to read the seams. It took longer than he expected. The seal was incredibly complex, with layers upon layers of interlocking formations. Each formation was designed to detect intrusion, alert the sects, and reinforce the seal further if triggered. The architect of this seal had been a master-level formation builder, possibly nascent soul rank or higher. But even master-level formations had seams. Lin Xian found them gradually. Tiny gaps where one formation overlapped with another. Micro-discontinuities where the architect had fitted pieces together. Spaces where the qi had to flow around corners. He found 17 seams that would allow passage. He chose the smallest, most elegant one, a gap in the central seal that was barely wider than a hair, running vertically through the seal's core. He stepped toward it. His void body, the physical form that now existed partially in the infinite pocket, aligned with the seam. And then, very carefully, he stepped through. The seal didn't trigger. His passage was so clean, so perfectly aligned with the pre-existing gap, that the formation interpreted it as empty space moving through empty space. No intrusion, no alarm. He emerged inside the temple. The interior was vast, a cavernous space that descended deep into the mountain. The walls were smooth stone, unmarked by any visible decoration. The air was cold and still, the way air becomes when it hasn't moved in centuries. There were texts everywhere, shelves carved into the stone walls, holding scrolls and manuscripts and bound journals. The complete recorded knowledge of Void Lord Chun, everything the cultivator had discovered over a lifetime of void root cultivation. And at the chamber's center, there was something else, a meditation platform, and on that platform, a figure. Lin Xian approached slowly. The figure was a skeleton, resting in perfect lotus position. A cultivator who had sat in meditation until their body failed and death came without resistance. The robes had survived the centuries, simple white garments, now stained brown with age. On the skeleton's lap lay a single scroll, unopened, sealed with void energy, so ancient it had hardened into something like crystal. Lin Xian picked up the scroll carefully. The seal was written in a hand that matched the journal's handwriting. Void Lord Chun had left a final message, a communication intended specifically for whoever came after him. He broke the seal and unrolled the scroll. The message was brief. To the next void root cultivator, *, if you are reading this, I am gone, not dead, but transformed. I have stepped fully into the void and become part of something ancient and patient. I cannot return. But you are here, in this temple, alive and cultivating. This means the void root has not been extinguished. The power will continue. Asterisk. Asterisk, know this. The void is not evil. It is not good. It is not what the sects fear it is. The void is simply another form of existence, one that operates by different rules. You have been given a gift that most cultivators cannot understand. Use it wisely. Asterisk, asterisk, the texts in this temple are yours now. Learn from them. Understand what you are. And when you are ready, make your own choice about what becoming fully void means to you. Asterisk, asterisk, walk in the emptiness. Listen to the silence. And remember, the zero was never the bottom of the scale. It was the truth outside the scale. Asterisk. Chun, last of the void lords, Lin Xian rolled up the scroll and placed it back on the meditation platform. Then he turned to the shelves of texts and began the work of reading everything the previous void root cultivator had left behind. He would spend the next months in this temple, absorbing the complete knowledge of void root cultivation, understanding the history of his power, preparing for the final stages of his ascension. He made an entry in his journal. Asterisk, I have entered the sealed temple. Void Lord Qin's final message confirms what I have suspected. The void root is alive in some fundamental sense. It chooses its cultivators. It speaks to them through intuition and dream. And when a cultivator becomes strong enough, it calls them into full merger with the void itself. Asterisk, he paused, then added with quiet resolve. Asterisk, I understand now where this path leads. The final breakthrough is not achieving some ultimate power or rank. It is the choice to become fully void, to abandon the measurable world entirely and exist in the infinite space. This is not defeat. This is transcendence. Asterisk, chapter 40. The vow of the zero. 3 months later, Lin Xian emerged from the sealed temple. He had read every text. He had studied every technique that Void Lord Chun had documented. He had meditated in the chamber where the previous cultivator had sat until transformation. And he had made a decision. He would not step fully into the void. Not yet. Not while there was still more to understand about what it meant to be zero-rated in a world that measured everything. Instead, he would ascend to nascent soul stage completely. He would finish the journey that the void root had set him on. And then, when he had become powerful enough, when he had proven to himself what he could achieve, he would choose freely whether to merge with the void or remain partly in the world. The temple seals had not reset when he left. The formations had recognized his passage as empty space, and when he departed, they recognized his absence as the restoration of emptiness. The temple would remain unsealed, but it would appear sealed to any who try to scan it. He walked down the mountainside into the world, carrying no possessions except his journal and the memories of 3 centuries of void cultivation. The path was clear and well-worn, not from recent use, but from the accumulated steps of travelers across ages. Yet Lin Xian's feet left no mark upon it. Where other cultivators would compress the earth with their passage, leaving evidence of their journey, Lin Xian moved through the world like a memory. The void that accompanied him absorbed his presence rather than announcing it. The stones did not shift beneath his weight. The plants did not bend from his passing. He was learning, with each step down the mountain, what it truly meant to exist outside the framework of measurement. It was not invisibility in the conventional sense. Invisibility implied a thing that could be seen but was hidden. What he had become was something that could pass through the world without registering as a distinct entity at all. He was a gap. He was the space between moments. As he descended, he became aware of creatures that few cultivators ever noticed. A white fox watching from the rocks. A family of stone deer that sensed his passage not through sight or sound, but through the absence of disturbance. They did not flee from him as they would from other cultivators. They simply acknowledged his presence with the same neutrality they showed to shadows and wind. He was no longer the zero-rated disciple who had been expelled. He was no longer the frightened child learning to cultivate in secret. He was a void root cultivator. Nascent soul rank in all but official designation. Invisible to measurement. Capable of moving through barriers that should be impassable, connected to something ancient and patient in the infinite void. And his cultivation had only just begun. By the time he reached the foothills, the sun was setting. He sat on a bare stone outcropping and looked back at the temple far above him. From this distance, he could not see the seals or the formations that protected it. To any observer, the temple would appear as nothing more than another ruin in an ancient mountain range. But he could sense it. Could feel the barrier that now stood between the world and Void Lord Qin's final sanctuary. He pulled out his journal and turned to a fresh page. The leather had aged during the months in the temple, or perhaps time simply moved differently there. and the where was actually the accumulation of centuries of storage. He wrote in characters that had become increasingly precise, increasingly minimal. Words were beginning to feel unnecessary. But he wrote anyway, because the act of writing helped him organize thoughts that had become as vast and diffuse as the void itself. He made a final entry in his journal. For now, I have emerged from the sealed temple with the complete knowledge of void root cultivation. I understand the history of my power. I understand what I am becoming. I understand that the path leads ultimately to merger with the void itself, transformation into something that cannot be measured or killed. But that final step is not today. Today, I return to the world. I return to the sects that hunted me. I return to prove that the zero-rated cultivator is not weak, not harmless, not non-existent. I return to show the measurement scale what it failed to see. He paused, then added, Void Lord Chen stepped into the void and became cosmic. I will do something different. I will live in both worlds, visible and invisible, measured and unmeasurable, present and absent. I will show the world what a zero-rated cultivator can become. And if they cannot measure it, that is simply proof that the measurement scale was always incomplete. He turned another page and continued. The void soul grows stronger with each moment. I can feel it considering the world from perspectives I cannot fully comprehend. Soon, my consciousness and its consciousness may be indistinguishable. I am not afraid of this merger. I am beginning to understand that this is not loss of self. This is expansion of self into something vaster. I make a vow, to myself and to the void itself, I will master both natures. The human in me that still desires to walk in the world and understand it. The void in me that yearns to step beyond it entirely. I will hold both balanced until the moment comes when I must choose. And when that moment comes, I will choose with clarity, not desperation. With understanding, not confusion. The next arc of cultivation begins now. Arc 2 is complete. The hidden ascent has ended. What comes next is the revelation of what it meant to ascend in hiding. Final word count. Chapters 21 to 40 complete. Story 277. My spiritual root was rated 0. IT was actually OFF the scale step 3. Chapters 41 to 60. Regional Reckoning Chapter 41. The Temple's Heart. 3 months of reading had transformed Lin Xian's understanding of what the void root truly was. The texts in the sealed temple were not written in the formal style of sect cultivation manuals. They were personal journals, scattered observations, and sketches made by someone thinking through cultivation in real time. Void Lord Chun had not received instruction from a mentor. He had taught himself by experimentation, failure, and the gradual accumulation of understanding that came only from direct experience. One passage that Lin Xian read repeatedly was titled, The Principle of Inverse Growth. Most cultivators believe that advancement means accumulation. You gather more power, more control, more techniques. Your presence grows heavier. You become more than you were. The void root operates in the opposite direction. Advancement means removal. Each breakthrough consists of releasing what you thought you needed, emptying what you thought gave you strength, and discovering that the absence itself is the true power. A void root cultivator at core formation rank might have immense presence. A void root cultivator at nascent soul rank will seem to vanish, but they will be infinitely more powerful. The paradox is, the more powerful you become, the less you appear to exist. Lin Xian understood this intellectually from the moment he read it. But understanding it in meditation, feeling the truth of it in his cultivation base, took weeks. The breakthrough came during a deep meditation in the temple's core chamber, where Void Lord Chen's skeleton still sat in perfect repose. Lin Xian was attempting to understand how to manipulate void space at the nascent soul level, and he was making the same mistake that all new cultivators make. He was trying to hold more, reach further, command greater territory. The void soul drifted closer to his consciousness and showed him something he'd missed. It was a memory from Void Lord Chun, transmitted across centuries through threads of void energy. In the memory, Chun stood before an obstacle, a mountain that blocked his passage, and instead of trying to move around it or climb over it, he had simply removed his need to pass through space at all. He had stepped sideways through the void pocket and emerged on the mountain's far side without ever touching the mountain itself. In that instant, Lin Xian's approach reversed. He stopped trying to expand his control over void space. Instead, he began releasing his need for physical form entirely. It took 3 attempts before it worked. The first 2 times, his physical body convulsed with the effort, his cultivation base burned with concentrated qi, and he failed to stabilize the transition. But on the 3rd attempt, something shifted. His consciousness separated from his body completely. His physical form remained sitting in the temple, breathing slowly, present but not aware. But his consciousness, his true awareness, existed now in the void pocket itself. He was not observing the void from outside. He was inside it. He was it. From this perspective, the entire world looked different. The temple walls were not barriers. They were merely areas where the void energy was more compressed, more organized. But they were still void at their core. Everything was void at its core. The sects had built their entire civilization on a foundation of emptiness, and then forgotten that the foundation existed. He floated in this new state for what felt like hours. Time had little meaning from within the void. Eventually, his consciousness drifted back into his physical body, and he returned to normal awareness. When he opened his eyes, he found that the sun had moved across the sky. 7 hours had passed. He made an entry in his journal. I have achieved what Chen called void consciousness. The separation of my awareness from my physical body, existing entirely in the void pocket. This is not astral projection, it's transformation. When void consciousness is active, my body becomes an anchor point, a convenient location where my consciousness can return to if needed. But I am not in that body. I am everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. I understand now why the sects cannot measure me. How do you measure something that exists in all empty spaces at once? He paused, then added, I have been in this temple for 3 months. The knowledge is vast, but I am beginning to approach the limits of what written words can teach. The next stage requires direct confrontation with other cultivators. The sects will sense my advancement soon. When they do, they will come looking for me. I can feel the resonance building around this temple. Seals that have held for 300 years are beginning to degrade simply from my presence within them. He closed the journal and stood up. It was time to leave the temple and return to the world. The regional sects needed to know that the zero-rated cultivator had returned. Chapter 42. The messenger on the morning Lin Xian departed the sealed temple. A cultivator was waiting at the base of the mountain. The woman was in her early 30s, bearing the insignia of the Heavenly Ascent sect. She stood alone, which was unusual for a sect envoy. Most messages were carried by at least 2 or 3 cultivators for protection. Lin Xian revealed himself as he descended the slope, not bothering to hide his presence this time. The messenger saw him and immediately bowed. I am Envoy Su. I was sent to find you and deliver a message from the Heavenly Ascent sect leadership. I destroyed your sect's pride, Lin Xian said. Why would they send a message instead of a hunting party? Because, Su said, straightening from her bow, circumstances have changed. The sect has split into factions over how to handle the void cultivator. Some still want you dead. Others believe that continuing to hunt you will only result in more deaths. The moderate faction has won a temporary majority, and they wish to negotiate. Lin Xian considered this. He could feel the void soul's satisfaction at the news. The power structures that had once seemed monolithic were fracturing. His existence alone, his mere presence in the world, was forcing the sects to reorganize their entire understanding of internal authority and external threat. What do they want to negotiate, he asked. Your allegiance, Su said. Or at least, your non-interference. The sect is weakened. If you would agree not to directly attack sect disciples or facilities, the sect would agree not to hunt you. And if I refuse? Su's expression remained neutral, but Lin Xian could see the calculation behind her eyes. She had been briefed on multiple scenarios, multiple possible responses. This was the contingency question. Then the moderate faction loses power. The Hawks take control again. The hunting resumes. But they are attempting something different this time. They've formed an alliance with 3 other regional sections. If the hunt continues, it will be with far greater numbers and far better coordination. Lin Xian smiled. Just barely. The faintest curve at the corners of his mouth. The kind of smile that indicated he already understood the position of every piece on the board and was considering several moves ahead. Take a message back to your sect, he said. Tell them I will cease my direct attacks on Heavenly Ascent disciples. But I will not agree not to advance my cultivation wherever I choose. I will not agree to limit my power or hide my presence. If your sect can accept my existence at full strength, they will survive. If they cannot, they will fall. Tell them this is not a threat. It's a statement of fact. Su nodded. She'd clearly expected something like this response. Her shoulders relaxed slightly, not from relief, but from the satisfaction of having calculated correctly. The sect will consider your terms. There is one more thing, a personal message from Elder Yuan. He asked me to find you and tell you that he is dying. He has perhaps 3 months remaining. He would like to see you before he passes. Lin Xian's expression didn't change, but the void soul stirred within his cultivation base with a sensation almost like emotion. Elder Yuan had been the one truly kind to him during his time at the sect. He had apologized for the assessment, had provided information, had treated him like a human being rather than a monster. I will visit him, Lin Xian said. But not yet. Tell him I'm advancing through nascent soul rank, and I will be busy for the next weeks. Tell him I'll come when I'm ready. Su bowed again, then turned to leave. Envoy, Lin Xian called. She paused. How did you find me? He asked. The mountain is remote, and I've done nothing to advertise my location. Su turned back with the ghost of a smile. Master Qin told me where to find you. He said the void cultivator would emerge from the sealed temple soon. He told me to wait. She paused. He also said to tell you something. The void remembers its children. Do not forget that you are not alone. Then she left, walking down the mountain path with a steady pace. Lin Xian stood alone on the mountainside, watching her disappear into the distance. The message from Master Qin was clear. There were allies he did not yet fully understand. Cultivators who had been working on his behalf, clearing the path, arranging the encounters that had shaped his journey. He made an entry in his journal. The sects have begun to fracture over how to respond to my existence. Some fear me. Some wish to negotiate. Some see an opportunity for alliance. This is the first sign that I have transcended the role of hunted outsider. I am now a significant force that regional powers must account for. The balance of power in this region is shifting, and I am the epicenter of that shift. Chapter 43. The rival's revelation. 4 days after the messenger's departure, Lin Xian received a second visitor. It was Li Chun. The cultivator arrived alone, walking openly through the mountain passes, bearing the insignia of the Crimson Sword Sect. He was dressed in battle robes, and his cultivation base was clearly at nascent soul rank. Impressive for a cultivator who should have been the same age as Lin Xian. When Li Chun saw Lin Xian, his face went pale. The sword he carried clattered to the ground. You, Li Chun whispered. The assessment. This was the boy who had mocked him during his years at Heavenly Ascent Sect. The one who had called him worthless. The one who had made every failure, every rejection, feel like confirmation of something true about the world, that the world was divided between the strong and the weak, and Lin Xian belonged to the latter category. I remember you, Lin Xian said. He made no move toward his sword. In fact, he showed no sign of seeing Li Chun as a threat at all. He simply observed, the way someone might observe an interesting pattern in clouds. Li Chun stepped backward. You're here. You're alive. The sect said the zero-rated cultivator had survived, but I didn't. He stopped, reassessing what he was seeing. His eyes moved across Lin Xian's form, reading the cultivator's aura, trying to understand what rank of power he was facing. You're stronger than me. Stronger than anyone at the sect. Li Chun's voice dropped to barely a whisper. How? The assessment said you were 0. The assessment was correct, Lin Xian said. 0 is not nothing. 0 is the only honest measurement for something that doesn't fit the scale. Li Chun's face twisted with something between rage and despair. His hands clenched into fists. This isn't possible. I advanced. I studied under masters. I practiced the sect's techniques perfectly. I should be stronger than someone who was expelled for having no talent. The Void Soul observed Li Chun with something like pity. The boy had built his entire sense of self on a foundation of relative superiority. Now that foundation was crumbling. Talent is a measurement, Lin Xian said. The Void Root doesn't operate on measurements. It operates on a different principle entirely. Then I'll beat you, Li Chun said, though his voice carried no conviction. I'm nascent soul rank. You're just... He paused, unable to even articulate what he was seeing, unable to name the thing he was facing. Draw your sword, Lin Xian said. It was not a challenge. It was a statement of what would happen next, an inevitability being articulated. Li Chun drew his blade with shaking hands. The sword was well crafted, bearing the crimson steel of the sword sect's forges, with a blade spirit that had been trained through decades of cultivation. He raised it in a defensive stance, his cultivation base flaring with power in preparation for combat. Lin Xian didn't move. The battle, if it could be called that, lasted less than a minute. Li Chun attacked with all the precision his training had given him. His sword work was flawless, every movement executing techniques that had taken years to perfect. His cultivation base flared with power, every fiber of his being focused on overpowering his opponent. He unleashed techniques that had taken years to master, combinations that had been designed to break through defensive formations. Lin Xian stood motionless. He didn't raise a weapon. He didn't generate a shield of qi. He didn't deploy any conventional cultivation technique. He simply existed. As Li Chun advanced, the space around Lin Xian became heavier, not denser. There was no visible change to the world. But Li Chun found that moving toward Lin Xian was like walking through increasingly thick mud. His sword slowed. His footsteps dragged. His breath came in gasps. The void was responding to his presence, condensing around him, making movement increasingly difficult. It was not that Lin Xian was attacking. It was that Li Chun was moving towards something that was fundamentally opposed to conventional motion. When Li Chun was 3 steps away, he stumbled to his knees, unable to move further. Sweat beaded on his forehead. His arms shook with the effort of keeping his sword raised. "Stop," he gasped. "Please. I can't." Lin Xian stepped forward and placed his hand on Li Chen's cultivation base. He didn't strike. He didn't destroy. He simply exerted the gentlest possible pressure on the core structure that held the cultivator's power together. It was the kind of pressure that might seem almost kind, almost apologetic. But it was precise. It was calculated. It was devastating. Li Chen's cultivation base cracked. It wasn't a spectacular explosion. There was no light, no sound, no visible manifestation. But Li Chen felt it. The moment when the carefully built structure of his advancement shattered. The nascent soul that he'd carefully cultivated through years of discipline. The foundations of power he'd constructed through meditation and technique. The advancement he'd built his entire identity upon. All of it became unusable. He would not die from this. He would not become powerless. But he would never advance again. He would remain at nascent soul rank forever, unable to progress, unable to improve, frozen in his current state, while time continued moving forward and the world grew stronger around him. Li Chun collapsed, tears streaming down his face. "This is worse than death," he whispered. "This is eternal failure." "No," Lin Xian said, his voice soft. "This is consequence. You ridiculed someone you didn't understand. You assumed weakness where there was difference. You built your identity on his degradation. Now you have the rest of your life to consider what that cost you." He turned away and left Li Chun kneeling in the mountain pass, trembling and gasping for air. He made an entry in his journal. Li Chun came looking for confrontation and found destiny instead. I did not kill him. I did not even seriously injure him. But I have ended his cultivation advancement. He will live for decades or centuries, bound at nascent soul rank, aware that he could have been more, but chose cruelty instead. This is the first time I have used my power not to protect myself, but to teach a lesson. It feels precisely right. The void itself approves. Chapter 44. The Sect Master summons. A week after Li Chen's breaking, the Heavenly Ascent Sect issued a formal summons. It was delivered by Elder Yuan himself, who arrived at the mountain base where Lin Xian had established a temporary cultivation site. The old man was visibly weakened, his robes hung loose, and his cultivation base flared unevenly, a sign of deteriorating health. His movements were slower than they had been, his breathing more labored. Yet his eyes remained sharp, and he bowed with a dignity that no illness could diminish. "The Sect Master wishes to meet with you," Elder Yuan said without preamble. "In the main temple, under terms of formal truce." "How long do you have?" Lin Xian asked. Elder Yuan paused. "Healers say 2 months. Maybe 3. Then we'll go together," Lin Xian said. "But I want the truth about why he's calling me." They journeyed to the sect together, walking at a pace slow enough for Elder Yuan's aged body. It took 4 days. During that time, the old man shared stories about the early days of the sect, before the power struggles, before the measuring systems had been formalized, when cultivation was simply about individuals seeking advancement on their own terms. He spoke of a time when the sect had been smaller, when disciples were chosen not by rigid assessment, but by demonstrated commitment to growth. The measurement systems were meant to be efficient, Elder Yuan explained as they walked through mountain passes. A way to identify talent quickly and allocate resources effectively. But efficiency became dogma. The measurement became more important than the actual cultivation. The assessment determined worth, and worth determined everything. We forgot that measurements are only approximations of something far more complex. "You knew," Lin Xian said. "It was not a question. I suspected," Elder Yuan said. "But I didn't understand until much later. You represent something the sect has forgotten. The possibility that cultivation doesn't require their framework. That power can emerge without their approval. The sect master fears this. Not because he's weak, because it threatens the foundation of his authority." When they reached the sect's main campus, disciples gathered in whispers. The zero-rated cultivator, walking openly through the gates. The Heavenly Ascent Sect had once expelled him. Now he returned with the power to destroy them. The sect master was waiting in the main temple, alone except for guards stationed far enough away to provide security, but not to interfere. He wanted this conversation to happen without witnesses who might complicate matters. Sect Master Huang had aged in the years since Lin Xian's expulsion. His hair had gone white. His hands trembled slightly with the weight of years and power. But his eyes remained sharp, assessing, calculating. He studied Lin Xian with the gaze of someone trying to read the true nature of something that had eluded his understanding. You've become something remarkable, the Sect Master said. Something none of us predicted. You predicted nothing, Lin Xian replied. You expelled me without examination. You measured me with a tool you didn't understand. Yes, Sect Master Huang said, and there was something almost like resignation in his voice. The voice of someone who had spent years wrestling with a decision he knew was wrong. We made a mistake. In the beginning, we thought the 0 rating indicated weakness. We expelled you as a mercy, to spare you the humiliation of training you couldn't handle. When we learned you had survived, when we began to understand what the 0 actually meant, we realized our error. Realization doesn't undo the expulsion, Lin Xian said. It doesn't undo the years of isolation, the hunts, the years of being treated as less than human. No, the Sect Master agreed. It doesn't. I'm not here to ask for forgiveness. I'm here to propose something else. What? Lin Xian asked. Recognition, Sect Master Huang said. The Heavenly Ascent Sect formally acknowledges that you are not 0 rated. We withdraw the assessment. We invite you to take your place in the sect, not as a disciple, but as an equal, a core member, someone we consult on matters of void cultivation. Lin Xian smiled. Just barely. Just enough to show that he understood what was happening. The Sect Master was offering him inclusion in exchange for his benevolence. It was a transaction as much as a reconciliation. You want to control me by offering inclusion, he said. Yes, the Sect Master said, without attempt at deception. Because the alternative is that you destroy us. And frankly, we prefer to live. I accept, Lin Xian said. Sect Master Huang looked surprised. You do? Under one condition, Lin Xian continued. Elder Yuan becomes the Sect Master. You step down. Immediately, the Sect Master's face went blank. You can't ask me to. I can ask anything I wish, Lin Xian said, his voice still soft, still measured. The kind of voice that made demands without the necessity of volume or aggression. The question is whether you're wise enough to comply. You ordered my expulsion. You call me worthless. You try to hide me from the world. Elder Yuan is the only person at this sect who treated me with basic human dignity. He deserves to lead it. Sect Master Huang was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. Very well, he said. If the sect accepts it, I will step down. He called the council. They convened within the hour. And within another hour, the Heavenly Ascent sect had a new leadership. Elder Yuan, bowing formally to acknowledge the unexpected honor, accepted the role. He made an entry in his journal. Asterisk, I have broken the sect that rejected me, not through violence or destruction, but through the simple reality of my existence. The Sect Master is stepping down. Elder Yuan, the only one who believed in me, is ascending to leadership. The institutions that hunted me are now reorganizing themselves around the need to accommodate my presence. I have not conquered them, but they have accepted, finally, that I cannot be measured by their systems. And in accepting that, they have fundamentally changed. Asterisk Chapter 45. The regional powers gather within 2 weeks. The other regional sects had begun to form an alliance. It was not a confederation born of shared values or common defense. It was a confederation born of fear. All of them had felt the ripple of power when Lin Xian had broken Li Chen's cultivation base. All of them understood that a single void cultivator at nascent soul rank was more powerful than anything they could field. The most powerful sect leader in the region was Zhu Lian, a nascent soul rank cultivator whose Crimson Sword sect rivaled Heavenly Ascent in resources and influence. He called a council, and the leaders of the smaller sects responded. The meeting took place in secret, in a location far enough from populated areas that they could speak without witnesses. But Lin Xian was there. He didn't hide himself. He was visible to anyone who knew to look. But he existed in the void pocket, observing from a place that the sect's formation arrays couldn't detect. The void soul had taught him how to exist in multiple places simultaneously, his body meditating in the sealed temple, his consciousness watching from the spaces between reality. It was a technique of profound elegance, the kind of thing that conventional cultivation would consider impossible, a violation of natural law. Zhu Lian was speaking when Lin Xian arrived, his voice carrying through the secret chamber. Cannot afford to provoke him, the sect leader was saying. The destruction of the Heavenly Ascent leadership and the breaking of Li Chen's cultivation base demonstrate that he has no interest in conventional military tactics. He doesn't fight. He simply exists, and everything around him crumbles. So what do you propose? Asked another sect master, a woman named Jade whose sect controlled the eastern province. That we surrender? I propose alliance, Zhu Lian said. Not confederation, not formal agreement, but an understanding that if he moves against one of us, the others will stay neutral. And in exchange, we leave him alone. He won't accept that, said a third voice. He'll demand more. He always does. Then we negotiate, Julien said. But we negotiate from a position of unity, not fragmentation. If we come to him separately, he'll break us one by one. If you come together, I will destroy you all, Lin Xian said, stepping out of the void pocket into full visibility in the center of their circle. The sect masters jumped to their feet, hands moving to weapons. The air itself seemed to shimmer with the sudden manifestation of multiple cultivation bases all flaring for combat simultaneously. Before you decide whether to attack, Lin Xian continued, his voice quiet. You should understand what you're deciding. I've been in your meditation chambers. I've read your formation arrays. I've felt the structure of your sections. Each one of you believes that strength comes from the accumulation of power. More disciples, stronger techniques, more resources. But the void operates differently. He paused, letting his words settle into the space. The more power you accumulate, the more visible you become to me. The more places I have to strike. You are not stronger together. You are merely easier to target. Zhu Lian stepped forward, his hand still resting on his sword. What do you want? Nothing, Lin Xian said. I don't want your resources. I don't want your disciples. I don't want your loyalty. I want the sects to continue existing, which means you must accept that I also exist. Acknowledge this, and you'll be left alone. Deny it, and you'll have to face me. He paused, then added, there's a third option, of course. You could try to kill me. Every sect has that choice available. Some of you will probably make it. The sect masters exchanged glances. No one wanted to be the first to make a move. The silence in the chamber became heavy, dense with the weight of consequences. Zhu Lian lowered his hand from his sword. We accept the terms, he said. Speak for yourself, Jade said, stepping forward. Her cultivation base flared with aggression. I refuse to be told what I can and cannot do by an outsider. The sects of this region have stood for centuries. We will not bow to a single cultivator, no matter how powerful. Lin Xian looked at her with perfect calm. Then we'll begin with you. He extended his awareness toward her cultivation base. Jade's body convulsed. Her cultivation began to fracture exactly as Li Chen's had, not destroyed, but rendered unable to advance. The process was swift and efficient, like a master surgeon making a precise cut. The pain would fade. The physical effects would diminish. But the damage to her advancement would be permanent. Stop, Zhu Lian shouted. She concedes. She accepts the terms. Lin Xian released the pressure. Jade collapsed, gasping. He made an entry in his journal later, after returning to the temple. The regional sects have begun to organize, but they cannot fight me together any more than they can fight me separately. What they are learning is that the void root does not operate by the rules of conventional warfare. I am a phenomenon, like a storm or an earthquake. You cannot negotiate with a storm. You can only decide whether to shelter from it or expose yourself to it. The sects are beginning to understand this. Soon, they will stop trying to fight and accept the simple reality of my existence. Chapter 46. The breaking of pride in the weeks following the council confrontation, Lin Xian witnessed something remarkable. The sects were transforming themselves not through external pressure, but through internal reorganization. The regional sect leaders met again, but this time without hostility. They were discussing terms not of warfare, but of coexistence. How could they accommodate a void cultivator in their midst? What did it mean for their authority structures? How could institutions built on measurement adapt to something that could not be measured? The most profound change came from the smallest sect, the Morning Star sect, whose master, an aging nascent soul cultivator named Master Wei, requested a private audience with Lin Xian. The meeting took place in a neutral temple, a historic site where sects traditionally gathered for formal negotiations. Master Wei arrived alone, bearing no guards, no weapons, no signs of either deference or challenge. I want to understand, Master Wei said when they met. I want to know what the void root truly is. Not as a weapon to be feared, not as a technique to be catalogued, but as a phenomenon to be studied, understood, learned from. Lin Xian was intrigued by the question. Here was a sect master approaching him not with submission or negotiation, but with genuine intellectual curiosity. There was no calculation in Master Wei's eyes, no hidden agenda, no attempt to extract information for competitive advantage. He simply wanted to know. The void root breaks every framework your sects have built, Lin Xian explained. You measure power through cultivation rank, through techniques mastered, through disciples trained. But the void doesn't accumulate. It doesn't build. It reveals. Each advancement in void cultivation is not the addition of power, but the removal of limitation. The more advanced a void cultivator becomes, the less they appear to exist in conventional terms. He paused, considering how to articulate something that defied articulation. Think of conventional cultivation as the process of carving a statue. You start with stone and remove material until the form emerges. The final statue has substance, presence, weight. Void cultivation is the opposite. You begin with presence and remove substance. The final cultivator has neither weight nor form, yet contains infinite capacity. Master Wei listened carefully, his aged face growing more contemplative. Then the measurement systems were looking for the wrong thing. They were looking for something being added, Lin Xian said. I was removing. This is why I was rated 0. The assessment tool was correct in its mechanics, but incorrect in its interpretation. It detected my cultivation profile accurately, but it interpreted the absence of conventional power as the absence of power itself. Master Wei stood and walked to a window, looking out at the mountain landscape beyond the temple. I was Sect Master here for 40 years. In that time, I refined the assessment methods twice, believing I was making them more accurate, more precise, better at identifying talent. He turned back to Lin Xian. But if the fundamental logic was flawed, then you've been selecting and rejecting disciples based on measurements that don't capture the full spectrum of cultivation possibility, Lin Xian said. There may have been others like me, ones whose potential lay outside your measurement systems, ones who were rejected not because they were weak, but because they didn't fit the categories. Master Wei closed his eyes. When he opened them again, there was something like grief in his expression. How many did we lose? Impossible to know, Lin Xian said. But the void remembers. The void doesn't forget. And when the time is right, it brings its children forward again. Master Wei returned to his seat. The Heavenly Ascent sect has already begun reforming their assessment methods. The Continental Archives has started documenting void cultivation separately from conventional cultivation. They're creating new frameworks, new categories, new understandings. Change is spreading through the sect system like water, finding new channels. Some sects will resist, Lin Xian said. Yes, Master Wei agreed. Some will resist because change threatens their authority, but some will embrace it because they recognize that adaptability is the only survival strategy. My sect was small. My influence was limited, but I can still choose to be part of the transformation rather than opposing it. I can still choose to be part of building something new. He made an entry in his journal. Master Wei represents what enlightened sect leadership looks like. He does not resist change, but attempts to understand it. He recognizes the limitations of the systems he built without becoming defensive or bitter. This is the path that the sects must take if they wish to remain relevant. Pride must be broken not through external force, but through internal recognition that the old ways are insufficient. The sects are learning. Slowly, but they are learning. And that is the only way genuine transformation can occur. Chapter 47. The void deepens for the next month. Lin Xian cultivated exclusively within the sealed temple, advancing his nascent soul rank through the 5 substages that conventional cultivation recognized. But the conventional stages were becoming increasingly irrelevant to his advancement. His cultivation base was evolving in ways that had no precedent in historical records. The void soul had begun to merge more completely with his conscious mind. The boundary between them was becoming transparent. Where he ended and the void soul began was becoming impossible to determine. He would be sitting in meditation and suddenly feel the void soul's perception overlaying his own, seeing the world through hundreds of simultaneous perspectives, existing in multiple places at once. He could watch his physical body breathe in the temple while simultaneously observing the behavior of sect disciples 100 miles away. He could sense the cultivation of other nascent soul rank cultivators as they advanced through their own meditations, feel the particular signature of their power signatures, understand the precise nature of their techniques. The void soul's awareness was vast and multifaceted, like a network of consciousness spreading through all the empty spaces in the world, touching everything without being touched by anything. It was disorienting at first. His human mind evolved to process a single perspective, a single location, a single thread of continuity, struggled to contain the simultaneity of perception. Multiple viewpoints existing at once created a kind of mental friction that threatened to overwhelm him. His consciousness would scatter like a flock of birds, each perspective flying in different directions. He would lose coherence, lose the unified sense of self that defined individual existence. But gradually, through weeks of patient cultivation, through careful meditation on the nature of perspective itself, he began to integrate these perceptions. His consciousness adapted to the vastness. He learned to hold multiple viewpoints without losing the core sense of self that unified them. The void soul taught him to think of consciousness not as a single point, but as a network, something that could be distributed across space without fragmenting. By the time he reached nascent soul rank 5, he could sustain dual consciousness for hours at a time. His physical body would remain in the temple, sleeping peacefully, breathing in the regular rhythm of deep meditation. His heartbeat would slow to barely a dozen beats per minute. His body temperature would drop until frost began to form on his robes. But his awareness existed in the void pocket, moving freely through space, conducting business, observing the sects, contemplating the nature of power and its relationship to existence. During one such period of void consciousness, existing in the empty spaces between a mountain and the sky, floating in a gap in reality that conventional cultivators could never perceive, he felt something new. A presence. Another cultivator's awareness, reaching toward him from a great distance. Not hostile, not curious in the crude sense, but reaching with the ancient patience of something that had been waiting for exactly this moment. It was a presence both welcoming and terrifying in its vastness. It wasn't a hostile presence. It was curious, observant, ancient. It carried the weight of centuries. The pale scholar. Lin Xian recognized the presence from his second step, the blind scholar who'd met him briefly in an inn years ago. But that presence had been different then, more distant, more carefully hidden, more restrained, as if the scholar had been deliberately constraining his power to avoid overwhelming a younger cultivator. Now it reached toward him openly, no longer maintaining the pretense of separateness, no longer hiding the true scope of his advancement. I see you, the pale scholar's consciousness communicated, not in words but in pure understanding, the way the void itself might communicate if it had anything to say. The communication was not spoken but felt, patterns of meaning transferred directly from consciousness to consciousness. Asterisk, you are further advanced than I anticipated. You are approaching something I have not witnessed in 3 centuries. You are beginning to understand what it means to exist as the void understands existence. Asterisk, who are you? Lin Xian asked, projecting his consciousness across the vast distance that separated them, his awareness stretching out to meet the scholars. He could feel the distance now, not as miles, but as layers of void, empty spaces between their 2 locations that their consciousness was crossing. Someone who has been watching the void root's manifestation, came the response. Asterisk, someone who was present when the last void root cultivator walked the world. Someone who will be present when you become what you are meant to be. Asterisk, what am I meant to be? Lin Xian asked. You will discover this, the pale scholar replied. Asterisk, but know this, you are not alone. The void itself has been waiting for your emergence. And there are others like me, ancient ones who have maintained vigil. We have kept watch so that the void root would not be lost forever. We have preserved knowledge across centuries. We have waited with patience that humans cannot imagine. Asterisk. The contact faded, but it left Lin Xian with a new understanding. The pattern of his journey had not been random. It had been orchestrated, guided, shaped by forces far older and more patient than the sections. There were cultivators who had outlived centuries, who had been maintaining vigil for exactly this moment. They had been watching him since childhood, guiding him through encounters, ensuring that the pieces of knowledge he needed reached him at precisely the right times. He made an entry in his journal. Asterisk, the pale scholar has made direct contact. His presence is ancient, possibly immortal ascension rank or beyond. He has been watching my development from afar for years, perhaps decades. He suggests that there are others like him. Cultivators who have outlived centuries, who have been protecting the void root's emergence. This explains many things. The coincidence of finding Master Chun, the timely arrival of information, the slow fracturing of the sect alliances, the appearance of the void soul at exactly the moment when I was receptive to its presence. Asterisk, he paused, then continued. Asterisk, I am not advancing through resistance. I am advancing along a carefully prepared path. The void has allies, ancient allies, and I am their instrument, not their puppet, but their chosen vessel for a purpose that extends far beyond my individual understanding. I am becoming something greater than myself, yet still retaining the capacity to choose how that becomes unfolds. Asterisk, chapter 48. The sect that stood not all the regional sects submitted quietly to Lin Xian's existence. The Azure Dragon sect, the smallest of the 4 major sects but also the most tradition-bound, decided to make a stand. Their sect master, a nascent soul cultivator named Gudo, called for a unified response against what he saw as a fundamental threat to everything cultivation stood for. If we allow the void cultivator to exist unchallenged, we surrender the fundamental principle that the sects control cultivation advancement, Gudo argued at a gathering of his core disciples. His voice carried absolute conviction. We should fight. Even if we lose, even if we die, we should make the void cultivator understand that not everyone will bow. that there are those willing to stand against forces that cannot be measured or contained. Surprisingly, Zhu Lian supported this position from the deliberations. Let them fight, he said coldly. It will demonstrate to others what happens when you refuse to accept reality. It will be a lesson in the cost of resistance. The Azure Dragon sect mobilized their forces. They had 300 disciples at Foundation Establishment rank or above, with 12 cultivators at Core Formation rank. A significant military force, one of the strongest the regional sects had fielded in generations. It was the strongest force any sect had yet mustered against Lin Xian. They came to the sealed temple with the intention of sieging it, forcing Lin Xian out into the open where they could engage him directly. They surrounded the mountain on all sides, establishing formation arrays designed to prevent any escape through conventional space. Lin Xian watched them arrive from a position of perfect advantage. He was sitting in meditation on the temple's main platform, his void consciousness observing their movements from multiple vantage points simultaneously. He could see the western approach being secured by core formation cultivators. He could perceive the eastern perimeter being reinforced. He could sense the psychological tension in the disciples, fear mixed with determination, doubt mixed with duty. When the sect master had positioned his forces, when the siege was complete, when the formation arrays were activated and the mental state of every soldier had crystallized into readiness, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He didn't stand. He didn't draw a weapon. He didn't deploy any cultivation technique in the conventional sense. He simply existed with full intentionality. He allowed his presence to expand fully into the physical world, no longer constraining it to his body's location. The void expanded outward from his position. It wasn't violent. It wasn't aggressive in any conventional sense. It simply grew, a field of emptiness that expanded in every direction, swallowing the physical space around it. The temple walls began to dissolve, not destroyed, rendered immaterial, converted into void. The stone became transparent, then translucent, then absent entirely. The walls were becoming part of the void itself. The disciples at the perimeter felt it first. The ground beneath their feet became unstable, not shaking, simply losing the property of solidity. The air stopped moving. Breezes vanished. The formation arrays protecting them began to fail, not because they were attacked, but because they required a coherent physical dimension to function. The spaces between the formations were collapsing. In the space of a heartbeat, the siege became chaos. Cultivators began to fall, their bodies becoming too heavy to move, as if the weight of existence itself had suddenly pressed down on them. Their cultivation bases, which had felt reliable and solid moments before, began to feel like they were dissolving into fog. Some screamed. Others simply collapsed into unconsciousness. The junior disciples fell first, unable to comprehend what was happening. Then the Foundation Establishment cultivators. Then the core formation masters began to buckle under the weight. Sect Master Gudo tried to reach the temple's center, pushing through the expanding void field with sheer cultivation power. His base flared with everything he had, centuries of training, all his technique, all his will directed toward breaking through. He made it 20 steps before his nascent soul base began to crack. He fell to his knees, his will finally accepting what his body had known from the moment the void began to expand. He was not strong enough to face this cultivator. No individual could be. Mercy, he gasped. Lin Xian released the void field. The void collapsed back down to its normal dimensions. The temple walls solidified. The ground returned to normal. The air began to move again. Most of the disciples who had fallen unconscious began to wake, gasping for air, shaking with the trauma of facing something that violated every principle they understood. Sect Master Gudo remained kneeling, trembling. Return to your sect, Lin Xian said. Tell them that resistance is pointless. Not because you're weak, because I am a phenomenon that cannot be fought. The sects must choose, adapt to my existence or cease to exist. There is no middle ground. The Azure Dragon sect withdrew, carrying their broken disciples back to their home. Within a week, all 4 regional sects had formally acknowledged Lin Xian's position. They agreed to cease hunting, to grant him whatever resources he required, and to treat him as an equal, not in rank, but in authority. The hierarchy had been flattened by the simple demonstration of power that could not be resisted. The regional balance of power had fundamentally shifted. He made an entry in his journal. The Azure Dragon sect fought because principle required it. They lost because principle cannot stand against reality. The void root is not a technique that can be countered with better technique. It is a fundamental difference in how power operates. The sects are finally beginning to understand this. Soon they will move beyond simple acceptance to genuine adaptation. They will realize that resisting the void is like resisting mathematics itself, not a matter of will, but a matter of fundamental law. Asterisk Chapter 49. The message from beyond. As Lin Xian's regional authority solidified, he received a visit from an unexpected source. A cultivator arrived at the sealed temple bearing an insignia Lin Xian had never seen before. It was not a sect mark. It was a symbol of the voidkeepers, the ancient organization that Shadow Master had mentioned during their encounter in the cave. The group that had protected void root cultivators before the sects had hunted them to extinction and nearly eradicated all trace of the tradition. The cultivator was young, perhaps 25 years old, bearing the clear nascent soul rank cultivation base of someone who had trained in powerful methods. But more than that, she bore the mark of someone who had dedicated their life to a purpose larger than themselves. I am sent by the voidkeepers, she said, introducing herself as Carrie. We have been observing your advancement. The Ancient Ones have asked me to deliver a message. The Pale Scholar? Lin Xian asked. Among others, Carrie replied. There are 3 immortal ascension cultivators still living who remember the last void root cultivator. They have been maintaining vigil for someone like you. They want you to know, you are not advancing in isolation. The void root has allies across centuries. You are part of a network that extends back into history and forward into futures you cannot yet perceive. She handed him a sealed letter written on paper that seemed to exist partially in the void itself. The characters written on it shimmered with energy, glowing faintly with void power. Lin Xian, asterisk, you are at a critical junction. You have consolidated power over a region. The sects have accepted your existence. But this is only the beginning. Your power will continue to grow. Within the next year, you will reach immortal ascension rank. Within 2 years, you will become a phenomenon that continental powers cannot ignore. Asterisk asterisk, when that happens, choices will present themselves. The cultivation world is larger than you imagine. There are forces, both ancient and contemporary, that will seek to control you, use you, or destroy you. Asterisk asterisk, we offer you alliance. Not control, not guidance. Simply the understanding that others have walked paths of great power before, and they have learned things that might prove useful. We offer perspective. We offer community. We offer the knowledge that you are not walking this path alone. Asterisk asterisk, the void keepers still exist. We are few, but we are committed to ensuring that void root cultivators never disappear again. We remember 300 years of darkness when the void tradition was hunted to extinction. We know what it means to preserve knowledge when the world seeks to destroy it. Asterisk asterisk, come to the Continental archives when your cultivation reaches immortal ascension rank. There you will find knowledge, resources, and yes, friendship. Asterisk. The Ancient Ones. Lin Xian read the message several times, letting each word settle into his understanding. The implications were vast. There were cultivators he had never met who had been working on his behalf, who understood the void in ways he was still learning. Then he looked at Carrie. The sects think I'm at my peak now. They don't understand that I've barely begun. No, Carrie agreed. They measure power in terms they understand. Sect membership, disciple numbers, cultivation rank progression. None of that applies to the void root. You are operating by different rules entirely. The sects are still thinking in frameworks of accumulation. They have not yet grasped that your advancement is exponential, not linear. Then I should prepare for what comes next, Lin Xian said. The regional acceptance will become continental conflict. Yes, Carrie said. The continental sects will view you as either a resource to be exploited or a threat to be eliminated. But you won't face it alone. The voidkeepers have been waiting for someone like you for 300 years. Do not be surprised if you find allies in unexpected places. She left, disappearing into the void pocket as naturally as if she'd been born within it, as if the boundary between physical and void space held no meaning for her. Lin Xian made an entry in his journal. Asterisk, the voidkeepers have revealed themselves. There is an organization of ancient cultivators dedicated to protecting the void root. This is larger than I understood. The regional sects are merely the first of many challenges. The continental cultivation world is organized around completely different power structures. When I emerge at immortal ascension rank, I will face political and military challenges unlike anything the regional sects could pose. Asterisk, he paused, reflecting on everything he had learned, the way the pieces of his journey were fitting together into a larger pattern. Asterisk, but I now understand something that Void Lord Chen never articulated. I am not advancing alone. The void itself has allies. Ancient ones. Patient ones. Ones who have been waiting for this moment for centuries. I am the instrument through which the void announces its return to the cultivation world. I am not the hero of this story. I am the vessel through which something infinitely greater is expressing itself. Asterisk Chapter 50. The emergence. By the month's end, Lin Xian had achieved complete mastery of nascent soul rank. His power had stabilized at a level that exceeded most Continental nascent soul cultivators by orders of magnitude. The gap between his current advancement and the next rank was becoming visible, like a distant horizon that he had been moving toward. He could sense the immortal ascension realm above him like a door he was beginning to understand how to open. Unlike conventional advancement, where each rank felt like climbing incrementally higher, the progression toward immortal ascension felt like approaching a fundamental transformation of what it meant to exist. The void soul had merged with his consciousness so completely that he could no longer distinguish between his thoughts and its observations. They were becoming one entity. His individual will, the sense of Lin Xian that had always felt like his core self, and the void's infinite awareness were braiding together, becoming something new. Something that had never existed before. Something that was neither Lin Xian nor the void soul, but a hybrid consciousness that incorporated both. The final stage was to push through to immortal ascension rank. He prepared a cultivation site in the deepest chamber of the sealed temple, far beneath even the meditation platform where Void Lord Shun had passed. There was a chamber here, sealed for 300 years, that existed partially in the void itself. He had discovered it during one of his void consciousness explorations. The chamber was small but profound. Every wall seemed to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously, and the air itself felt thick with ancient power. Standing in that chamber, he could feel the accumulated weight of centuries of void cultivation, the resonance of previous void cultivators who had stood in the same space. He entered the chamber and sealed himself within. The breakthrough to immortal ascension would take weeks, perhaps months. During that time, his body would need to be protected from interruption. The seal he placed would prevent any physical intrusion. It would also prevent any external influence from reaching him. His consciousness would need to remain undistracted, fully focused on the transformation to come. The seal would hold as long as he needed. It was powered by the void itself. He sat in meditation and began the final transformation. His physical form stopped aging in the conventional sense. Time became less relevant to him. His body existed partially in the physical world and partially in the void. He was simultaneously getting older and younger, as his void nature canceled out the normal progression of mortality. Gray hairs returned to black, and new lines appeared in his face, and both happened at once, creating an effect of perfect temporal stasis where change and changelessness occupied the same space. The void soul and his consciousness completed their merger. They became one unified awareness, existing in multiple dimensions simultaneously. He could sense the temple breathing around him. He could sense the region beyond the temple, every cultivator's cultivation base like a star in a constellation. He could sense the continental cultivation world in its entirety, the landscape of power that stretched across the entire known world. He could sense the void itself, a dimension of infinite depth and infinite potential, vast beyond comprehension, older than mountains, and yet still full of untapped possibility. And within the void, he sensed something stirring, the presence that had been calling to him since childhood, the presence that Void Lord Chun had merged with, something ancient and vast and aware, a consciousness so immense that individual cultivators seemed like cells within its body, simple organisms in a vast ecology of consciousness. The void welcomed him into itself. For the first time in his life, Lin Xian felt something approaching happiness. Not the shallow joy of victory or accomplishment. Not the pride of overcoming obstacles or proving doubters wrong. But the deep contentment of finally understanding your place in a system far larger than yourself. He was part of something ancient. He was serving a purpose that extended back centuries and forward into futures he could not yet perceive. His individual ambition dissolved like salt in water, and in its place came something more profound, the recognition that he was a note in an infinite symphony, and the symphony itself was aware that he was there. His existence mattered, not for what he could accomplish, but for what he represented. The void's awareness of itself, the infinite possibilities' capacity to know its own nature. When he emerged from the chamber 6 weeks later, he was no longer entirely human. His physical form appeared the same on the surface, 2 arms, 2 legs, a human face with human features. But his presence had changed fundamentally. He existed partially in multiple dimensions simultaneously. He could walk into a room, and people would feel immediately uncomfortable, not because they sensed danger or hostility, but because they perceived on some instinctive level that he was not fully present in their reality. Part of him was elsewhere. Part of him was everywhere. He was a cultivator who had transcended the need to occupy a single location. He made an entry in his journal. Asterisk, I have achieved immortal ascension rank. I am no longer bound by the limitations of mortality or physical form. I exist partially in the void, partially in the measurable world. The Void Soul and I are now one consciousness, one awareness that sees through multiple eyes, thinks through multiple minds, exists in multiple states simultaneously. He paused, his hand moving across the journal with perfect calm. My advancement has transcended the regional sects entirely. I am now a phenomenon of continental significance. When I emerge from seclusion, the world will take notice. The balance of power that has governed the cultivation world for centuries will have to reorganize around the fact of my existence. And everything changes, not through violence or revolution, but through the simple reality that something new has emerged that cannot be measured, controlled, or contained by the old systems. He closed the journal and began the next phase of his journey. Chapter 51, The Continental Notice. The news of a new immortal ascension cultivator spread through the cultivation world like wildfire through dry grass. Word traveled through the communication networks that connected sect to sect. Messages were encoded in void whispers, transmitted through formation arrays, carried by cultivators who traveled between cities. The information spread faster than conventional news could travel, because the cultivation world had developed systems to transmit important intelligence at supernatural speed. Within days, the Continental Archives, the neutral ground where major sects gathered to exchange information, the institution that maintained historical records and facilitated communication across regional boundaries, had recorded the existence of a previously unknown immortal ascension cultivator who had emerged in the western region. The archives maintained databases of every known cultivator above nascent soul rank. Finding an unknown one in their territory was like discovering a star in the sky that had never been mapped before. Within a week, every major sect on the continent had received confirmation. The zero-rated cultivator who had vanished years ago had re-emerged as one of the most powerful beings in the world. The implications were staggering. An immortal ascension cultivator at his apparent age was unprecedented. The cultivation path required centuries of dedication and refinement. The fact that Lin Xian had achieved this rank while still appearing to be in his 20s contradicted everything the sects understood about advancement. Mathematically, it should have been impossible. Decades of careful observation and historical analysis all suggested that immortal ascension rank required at minimum 100 years of cultivation-based development. Messengers began arriving at the sealed temple, first in small numbers, then in a steady stream. They came from every region of the continent, every major sect, every faction of cultivation that held any influence. Some came with offers of alliance, proposing partnership arrangements that would benefit both parties. Some came with veiled threats, hinting at the consequences of becoming too ambitious, of challenging established power structures. Some came simply to observe and report back to their sect masters, gathering intelligence on what this new cultivator actually was. What did an immortal ascension void cultivator look like when you met him in person? What was his demeanor? Was he aggressive? Was he willing to negotiate? But all of them shared one thing in common. They expected Lin Xian to make a public appearance, to acknowledge his new status, to integrate himself into the Continental hierarchy. They believed that achieving immortal ascension rank meant joining a club, accepting an invitation into an elite circle of ancient cultivators. They assumed that he would want recognition, status, position within the Continental power structure. Lin Xian received them all politely, but made no promises. He had emerged from seclusion, but not into public. He remained within the sealed temple, cultivating further, exploring the depths of his new immortal ascension capabilities. The Void Soul was still integrating its awareness fully into his consciousness. There was much work to be done before he engaged with Continental politics. He was not ready to position himself, not yet. One messenger was different from the others. She was a woman in her apparent 50s, bearing the insignia of the Continental Archives itself. Her name was Archivist Mei, and she brought a personal letter from the Archive's highest authority. "The Council of Elders invites you to visit the Continental Archives," Mei said, presenting the sealed letter. Her voice was carefully neutral, neither threatening nor deferential. Not as a conquered cultivator to be assessed. As an equal. Someone whose emergence represents a significant historical development that must be properly documented and understood. Lin Xian read the letter carefully. It was written in a formal hand, acknowledging his immortal ascension rank, but also hinting at something deeper. The archives wanted to understand what he was. Not to measure him or control him, but to study the phenomenon of void root cultivation reemergence after 3 centuries of absence. There was genuine intellectual curiosity in the letter, not disguised manipulation. "When should I visit?" Lin Xian asked. "Whenever you are ready," Mei replied. "The archives will wait." We have waited 300 years for a void cultivator to emerge. We can wait longer if necessary. We are patient. But know this, the archives are interested in everything you have to teach. We are prepared to grant you unlimited access to our records in exchange for understanding how you achieved immortal ascension rank at your apparent age. We want to learn from you, not negotiate with you. Then I will come, Lin Xian said. But first, I must address the Continental sects directly. There are things they need to understand about my existence, and I would prefer to tell them myself rather than let rumors and fear decide how they respond. He made an entry in his journal. The Continental cultivation world is beginning to reorganize around the knowledge of my existence. The sects are confused because I don't fit their hierarchies. The archives are curious because I represent a historical anomaly they've been studying for centuries. Every sect is trying to determine how to position themselves relative to my emergence. But they are thinking in terms of the old power structures, not understanding that those structures are becoming obsolete. He paused, then continued. I will eventually have to engage with Continental powers directly. But I am not yet ready to be their equal in understanding. I need to know more about how the Continental system functions before I position myself within it. And I need to allow the sects time to reorganize themselves around this new reality. The transformation that is coming will require them to reconsider everything they believe about power, advancement, and hierarchy. Chapter 52. The council meeting 3 weeks after Archivist May's visit, Lin Xian traveled to the Continental capital. The journey took him through regions he'd never seen, across landscapes that were simultaneously familiar and utterly foreign. He traveled partially in the void pocket, his body moving through physical space while his consciousness existed in the spaces between reality. The effect was strange. He would be walking a road and simultaneously perceiving the spaces between objects, the gaps in the landscape where void energy pooled and accumulated. The Continental capital was massive, larger than any single sect campus could be, more cosmopolitan than any city Lin Xian had visited. There were cultivators from a dozen different cultivation traditions, speaking languages he'd never heard before, bearing insignia from sects whose names he knew only as historical references or ancient legends. The streets themselves seemed to shift between different dimensional states, one moment solid stone beneath your feet, the next moment appearing as if they might dissolve into void at any instant. The Continental Council Chamber was located in a building that had stood for 1,000 years. The structure itself was more than just architecture. It was a living record of cultivation history, with formations carved into its walls that had been refined and perfected across centuries. It was built of stone and metal, with formations so old and complex that they had become partially integrated into the building's physical structure, functioning more as enhancement than decoration. The chamber itself was vast, easily large enough to hold 100 cultivators, with seats arranged in concentric circles to indicate power and status. Closer to the center meant greater influence. The arrangement made hierarchy visible, tangible, undeniable. The head seat was occupied by Elder Shui, the highest authority in the Continental system. She was a divine tribulation cultivator, a rank above Lin Xian's current immortal ascension level. Her presence was palpable in the way that mountains were palpable. She had weight, significance, undeniable authority. The moment he entered the chamber, every cultivator present felt the weight of her ancient power pressing down like the atmosphere before a storm. "Welcome," Elder Shui said, her voice carrying through the chamber like a bell. "We have all heard stories of the zero-rated cultivator who has emerged as an immortal ascension rank power. Welcome to the Continental Council." "I am honored," Lin Xian said, taking the seat that had been left open for him. It was notably not at the head of the chamber. He was not given a position of supreme authority, but it was close to the center. A position of significant status, a clear statement that they were acknowledging him as an equal, or at least close to it. The placement was deliberate and calculated. "You represent a historical anomaly," Elder Shui continued. "The void root has not manifested in a human cultivator for 300 years. Its reemergence is not merely a regional matter. It affects continental policy, continental resources, continental power distribution. It forces us to reconsider everything we understand about advancement and potential." She leaned forward slightly, and every council member in the chamber felt the shift in her attention. "Tell us, what are your intentions? Will you seek to dominate continental powers as you have dominated regional ones? Will you establish a sect to rival existing powers? Will you operate independently and ignore the continental hierarchy entirely?" These were not polite questions. They were pressure. Elder Shui was testing his responses, evaluating his truthfulness, reading the subtle cues in his body that might indicate deception or hidden agendas. Lin Xian considered his response carefully. The void soul was present in his consciousness, observing, suggesting, offering perspective. But the final answer was his to give. His individual will still existed, still had agency, still mattered. He would not hide behind the void soul's wisdom. I have no intention to dominate, he said. Domination requires a framework of power and control. The void root operates outside such frameworks. What I intend is to advance my cultivation to its ultimate expression. The rest, sect politics, regional power, continental hierarchy, these are details that will resolve themselves based on what I become. And what do you intend to become? Asked another council member, a nascent soul cultivator from the Western Continental reach. His voice carried skepticism, doubt, the tone of someone who expected evasion. Something the continent has never measured, Xianxia said. Something that will require new understanding of what cultivation means. But not something that is inherently hostile to the existing system. There was a pause. The council members exchanged glances. Elder Shui smiled. It was a subtle expression, barely visible on her ancient face. But it conveyed approval, the satisfaction of someone who has asked a difficult question and received an answer worthy of consideration. Very well, she said. The Continental Council acknowledges your immortal ascension status and grants you the right to operate within continental territories without limitation. You will be granted access to the Continental archives. You will be treated as an equal in any sect discourse. But understand, if your advancement becomes a threat to continental stability, we will respond. We will act as one, and we will not hesitate to use whatever force is necessary. It was not a threat precisely, but neither was it an offer of friendship. It was a statement of policy, a warning, an acknowledgement that they were granting him freedom while also establishing boundaries. Of course, Xianxia said. I expect nothing less from those who have governed cultivation for centuries. He made an entry in his journal. The Continental Council has acknowledged my existence. They fear me, but they also respect the reality of my power. They recognize that I am not operating within their framework of competition and hierarchy. This makes me unpredictable in their terms, which makes me dangerous. But it also means they will leave me alone unless I force them to react. He paused, then continued. Elder Shui is far more perceptive than the regional sect masters. She sees that the void root does not operate by conventional power dynamics. She understands that there is no path by which the Continental Council can dominate or control me, and she has accepted this reality rather than pretending it does not exist. This is rare wisdom. This is the kind of leadership that might allow the sects to adapt rather than be destroyed. The void continues to expand its influence through my presence, but not because I am conquering, because they are choosing to adapt. Chapter 53. The archives gift. The Continental archives were located in a building that existed partially in the physical world and partially in a separately maintained dimension. The structure was ancient beyond reckoning, built during an era when cultivation was still evolving, when the sects were young and relatively weak, when knowledge had to be preserved in ways that transcended conventional time and space. The building's walls were simultaneously stone and void. You could touch them and feel solidity, but your touch would pass through to the other side without resistance if you concentrated properly. The archives existed in a state of carefully maintained hybridity, neither fully in the physical world nor fully in the void, but occupying both states simultaneously. Archivist May guided him through the archives with careful precision, showing him shelves that contained texts from every major cultivation tradition, languages from civilizations that had long since disappeared, records of cultivators who had achieved ranks that the modern era considered impossible. The deeper they went into the archives, the more the air itself seemed to shimmer with ancient power, as if each room was accumulating centuries of knowledge that pressed against reality itself. These texts document every major void root cultivator that we have records of, May said, leading him to a particular section. The walls here seem to exist more in the void than in physical space. There are 7 documented cases spanning the last 1,000 years. The most recent, before you, was Void Lord Chun, 300 years ago. She removed a series of journals, identical in appearance to the ones Chun had left in the sealed temple, as if the archives maintained copies of everything significant that had ever been written about void cultivation. The archives were not merely storage. They were preservation. They were knowledge maintained in perpetuity against the ravages of time and forgetting. These are secondary sources, May explained. Observations made by scholars who encountered void cultivators and documented their encounters. They are less direct than Chen's personal journals, but they provide context that a single void cultivator's records cannot offer. They show us the pattern of how void root cultivation unfolds, the common challenges, the recurring breakthroughs. patterns that emerge when you look at void cultivation across multiple manifestations. Lin Xian spent the next week in the archives, reading through the compiled knowledge of void root cultivation across a millennium. He learned about cultivators whose power had been so vast they could reshape geographical features, mountains that were moved by void manipulations, valleys that emerged where none had existed before. He learned about battles where single void root cultivators had resisted armies of thousands, standing alone against forces that would have broken any conventional cultivator, consuming the attacks of thousands through the simple mechanism of void absorption. He learned about the final void cultivator before Void Lord Xian, a woman named Ascending Silence, whose power had become so immense that she eventually stepped entirely into the void and never returned to the physical world. Her journals, preserved in the archives, spoke of a moment of realization, that she could not remain fully in the measurable world anymore, that her consciousness had become too vast, that the limitation of physical form had become more prison than anchor. The pattern was clear and undeniable. Void root cultivators did not follow the normal progression of cultivation advancement. They advanced exponentially. Each stage of cultivation was not merely more powerful, it was fundamentally different in kind from the previous stage. The gap between nascent soul and immortal ascension was vast for conventional cultivators. For void cultivators, it represented a quantum leap, a crossing from one state of existence to another fundamentally different state. And every historical void cultivator, without exception, eventually reached a point where they chose to step into the void permanently. They abandoned the physical world not from fear or despair, not from inability to continue, but from the recognition that they had become something too vast to remain fully bound to physical reality. They transcended not because they had failed to dominate the world, but because they had succeeded in transcending the world itself. Is this inevitable? Lin Xian asked Mei when he'd finished the historical texts. They were sitting in the archive's main chamber, surrounded by thousands of volumes, centuries of accumulated knowledge. Will I eventually have to choose between remaining in the physical world or ascending into the void completely? Based on the historical record, yes, Mei said. She was an ancient woman herself, though not as ancient as the texts she preserved. But consider, the void root has manifested 7 times in 1,000 years. Each manifestation brought something new to the world before its cultivator ultimately transcended. Perhaps you are meant to bring something to the world as well. Perhaps your contribution is what comes before the final transcendence. Not all the void cultivators served the same purpose or brought the same gifts. She leaned forward slightly. Void Lord Chun brought the cultivation system to stability. Ascending Silence brought wisdom about void consciousness. The one before her brought understanding of spatial manipulation. Do not assume that your path will perfectly mirror theirs. Your emergence may mean something different, something the void has been waiting 300 years to accomplish. Lin Xian made an entry in his journal. I have now seen the complete history of void root cultivation that the archives possess. The pattern is clear and unavoidable. Void cultivators advance beyond the material world and eventually merge with the void itself. But this is not an ending. This is a transformation. The void root cultivators are not destroyed. They become part of something greater. They ascend not out of desperation but out of completion. He paused, then continued. And this is the choice I will eventually face. Remain in the world with incomplete power, or complete my ascension and step beyond. Both are viable options. Both have been chosen by those who came before. But I have time yet. The void is patient. I can accomplish my work in the physical world before making that final transition. May gave him permission to remain in the archives indefinitely, to read and study whenever he wished. But more importantly, she gave him access to the archive's communication system, a method of long-distance contact using void energy that allowed cultivators separated by vast distances to communicate instantaneously. It was a kind of network that functioned through the spaces between worlds, independent of physical distance, independent of the barriers that usually separated locations. You may need this, Mei said, when continental powers begin to move against you, or when you need allies, when you need to consult with others who understand the void. The archive's door is always open to void cultivators. And now you carry that knowledge in yourself. Chapter 54. The first real opposition 3 months after his emergence at Immortal Ascension rank, Lin Xian received a challenge from an unexpected source. A cultivator bearing the insignia of the Divine Flame Sect arrived at the sealed temple. He was a Divine Tribulation rank cultivator, the rank that sat above Lin Xian's current Immortal Ascension level. His presence was powerful, ancient, and unmistakably hostile. The air around him seemed to shimmer with barely contained flame, with power that had been cultivated over centuries. He carried the weight of divine authority, the unmistakable aura of someone who had spent centuries mastering a single path of cultivation and achieving near-absolute perfection in that path. "I am called Demon Flame," he said, his voice rasping like burning coals. "I have come to test the Void Root Cultivator, to assess whether you truly pose the threat that Continental powers fear." Lin Xian examined the cultivator carefully. This was not a messenger or an envoy. This was a weapon. The Divine Flame Sect had sent one of their masters, one of their most powerful cultivators, to probe Lin Xian's defenses through direct combat. "I accept the test," Lin Xian said. "But understand, I test myself against no one. If you wish to fight, you fight the void itself. Are you prepared for that?" "I am," Demon Flame said. There was certainty in his voice. He had fought many battles. He had defeated many opponents. He believed his skill was sufficient. They moved to an open plain far from the temple, where the ground was empty of settlements and the sky was clear. The void soul stirred in Lin Xian's consciousness, eager for the confrontation. It was hungry for the challenge, hungry to demonstrate what void cultivation could accomplish against the best that conventional power could offer. Demon Flame attacked first. His cultivation base flared with power as he unleashed a technique that set the very air on fire. Flames that burned with divine power, the kind of fire that consumed not just matter but chi itself. The flames were beautiful, terrible, exquisite in their destructiveness. This was the culmination of centuries of training, refined to absolute precision. The technique was brilliant, designed to strip away any protection and burn the opponent's cultivation base directly. It was designed to overwhelm, to dominate, to force submission through sheer power and heat. Lin Xian did not move. He did not raise a shield. He did not generate any technique in response. He simply extended his void awareness, and the void began to pulse around him. The flames encountered a field of emptiness and were drawn into it. The void opened its mouth and swallowed the fire. The void soul fed on the flames, converting divine power into void energy, growing stronger from the encounter. The more Demon Flame attacked, the more he strengthened his opponent. Every technique, every deployment of power, every carefully prepared strike, became fuel for the void to consume and integrate. This was the asymmetry of void cultivation that conventional cultivators could never truly comprehend. Attack did not diminish a void cultivator. Attack fed them. Resistance only made them stronger. After 10 minutes of relentless assault, Demon Flame finally understood what he was facing. His breathing became ragged. His cultivation base flared with increasing instability as he pushed harder and harder, trying to overwhelm something that could not be overwhelmed. "This is not a fight," he said, his breath coming in gasps. His face was pale from the effort of sustaining his techniques, the expenditure of power in such vast quantities. His hands were trembling. "This is consumption. You feed on attack. The more power we bring against you, the stronger you become. That is the nature of void cultivation," Lin Xian said. His voice was perfectly calm, perfectly measured. Attack against the void is like striking the ocean. The ocean absorbs the strike and is unchanged. The attacker merely exhausts themselves. Demon Flame fell to one knee, admitting defeat. His cultivation base was not damaged. There was no external wound, no manifestation of injury. But his will was broken. He had faced something that violated every principle of combat he understood. He had spent centuries learning to fight, to win, to dominate through superior power. And none of it mattered. "I will report to my sect master," he said. His voice was hollow now, accepting. "I will tell him that the Void Root Cultivator cannot be defeated through conventional combat. That an immortal Ascension Void Cultivator is more powerful than any divine tribulation cultivator we have faced." He paused, gathering the remains of his dignity. "But also tell him that you do not seem bent on destruction. That you simply exist and have no interest in attacking sects unless provoked. That you do not hunger for victory. Tell him whatever you wish," Lin Xian said. "But know this. I am not the only force the void brings into the world. There are others awakening. Other powers that have been dormant for centuries. The Continental sects are entering an age of change. They can resist it or adapt to it, but they cannot stop it." Demon Flame departed, his cultivation base no longer burning with divine flame, his presence diminished by the experience of facing something he could not overcome. The news spread quickly through the Continental cultivation networks. A divine tribulation cultivator had challenged the Void Root Cultivator and been entirely outmatched. Not killed, not seriously injured. Simply outmatched so completely that continuation was pointless. The Continental sects began to reorganize with increased urgency. Some sought alliance with each other for protection, hoping that unified strength could accomplish what individual strength could not. Some sought private negotiations with Lin Xian, attempting to strike agreements before he became even more powerful. Some simply began to make preparations for the fundamental changes that were coming, accepting that the world was transforming and that adaptability would determine survival. He made an entry in his journal. The Divine Flame Sect sent their greatest warrior and learned what it means to face void cultivation. The lesson is spreading faster now. Continental powers are beginning to accept that they cannot use conventional power to dominate the void cultivator. They are approaching the realization that their only path forward is adaptation. Acceptance. Change. He paused, then continued. Demon Flame returned not in triumph, but in understanding. He did not lose face. He gained knowledge that his sect needed. This is how transformation happens. Not through destruction, but through the recognition that old methods are insufficient. The void root is not a threat to be destroyed. It is a catalyst for transformation. Chapter 55. The Pale Scholar's revelation 2 weeks after his victory over Demon Flame. The Pale Scholar manifested fully in the physical world for the first time in Lin Xian's presence. He appeared in the temple's central chamber, stepping out of the void pocket as naturally as walking through a doorway. His form was visible but insubstantial, a cultivator who existed partially in the void, just as Lin Xian did now. The Pale Scholar was ancient. His face bore the marks of centuries of cultivation. His eyes, despite his blindness, seemed to perceive everything. His presence was quiet, but overwhelming in its depth. Here was a cultivator who had transcended the world so completely that physical form was almost incidental to his existence. "I see you," the scholar said, using the same phrase he had used when they met in the inn so many years ago. "I see you far more completely now than I did then. You are approaching something remarkable." "You've been watching me since the beginning," Lin Xian said. "Why? What do you want from me?" "Nothing," the Pale Scholar said. "I want nothing from you. But the void itself wants something. The void has been waiting for a cultivator strong enough to hear its voice clearly, to understand not just its power, but its nature. You are becoming that cultivator." He sat down with the careful grace of someone who had learned patience over centuries. His movements were deliberate, economical, suggesting a consciousness that moved through multiple dimensions simultaneously and thus had evolved beyond the need for rapid motion. "I can tell you things that the archives cannot. The historical record is incomplete. They document the external manifestations of void root cultivation. But I witnessed void root cultivation from the inside, centuries ago, when I was young and still believed I could understand power through conventional means." "What did you learn?" Lin Xian asked. "That the void is not empty," the scholar said. "This is what all cultivators misunderstand. The void is not the absence of something. The void is the presence of possibility. It is full, infinitely full, of potential energy that has not yet crystallized into any particular form. When a void root cultivator advances, they are not drawing power from emptiness. They are drawing power from infinite potential, from everything that could be but hasn't yet chosen to be." The scholar paused, gathering his thoughts. 300 years ago, the last void cultivator, the one I knew briefly before the sects hunted him to death, achieved something unprecedented. He reached a stage where his consciousness could interact directly with the void's potential. He could see, in the void's undefined spaces, countless possible futures, countless possible worlds, countless branching paths of what might be. He was overwhelmed by the enormity of what he perceived. In the end, he chose to merge with the void completely, to stop being an observer of possibility and become part of the possibility itself. "Will I have to make that choice?" Lin Xian asked. "Eventually, yes," the scholar said. "But not yet. You have a different role to play first. The void brought you into existence to accomplish something specific, to introduce something into the world that has been absent for 300 years, to show the Continental sects that their system of measurement and control is not universal, that there are forms of power that cannot be contained within their frameworks." The scholar stood, his form becoming more translucent, as if the effort of appearing fully in the physical world was requiring him to pull energy from elsewhere. "When you are ready to hear the void speak for itself, come find me. I will take you to a place where the void's voice is clearest, where you can listen to the Ancient One that dwells in the infinite space." He stepped back into the void pocket and was gone. Lin Xian made an entry in his journal. The Pale Scholar is an ancient immortal who has lived for at least 1,000 years. He is not human anymore. He exists partially in the void like I do, but with centuries more experience. He has shown me that my current understanding of the void is still incomplete. There is something deeper, something conscious, something ancient that has been waiting for a void cultivator capable of listening. This is the next stage. Not more power, Not greater advancement, but understanding, listening, communion with the void itself. Asterisk chapter 56. The message from the depths. Lin Xian spent the next week in deep meditation, attempting to contact the presence that the pale scholar had hinted at. He knew it existed. He'd felt it since childhood. That presence in the void that called to him, that had guided his development, that waited with infinite patience for him to grow strong enough to hear its voice clearly. But until now, he perceived it only as sensation, as intuition, as knowledge that blossomed in his mind without clear origin. It had been like trying to hear someone speaking underwater. He could sense the vibrations, but not distinguish the words. Now he attempted something different. Instead of merely sensing the void, he attempted to speak with it directly. He sat in the temple's deepest chamber and allowed his consciousness to dissolve completely into the void pocket. No anchor, no physical body serving as a tether, no safety line connecting him to the measurable world. Just pure awareness existing in infinite emptiness. The dissolution was instantaneous once he committed to it fully. His consciousness expanded outward and became the void. He was everywhere and nowhere. He was everything and nothing. He existed in all possible states simultaneously. The boundary between himself and the void evaporated, and he became part of the infinite space he had been trying to understand. And in that state, the presence responded. It was not a voice. Voices implied individual speakers, separate consciousness transmitting sounds through space. This was something different entirely. It was not an individual consciousness in any way his human mind could understand. It was something vastly older and infinitely more vast than any individual entity. It was the collected consciousness of the void itself. Every empty space simultaneously aware, every gap between matter thinking its own thoughts, every moment of silence containing infinite observation. The void showed him things. It showed him the world before the sects existed, before civilization had organized humanity into hierarchical structures, before even the first cultivators had learned to see qi and manipulate it. It showed him the void as it had always been, the foundation of all existence, patient and vast and complete. It showed him epochs of silence, eons of empty spaces waiting for something conscious to arise within them. It showed him the reason the void root cultivators existed. They were not aberrations in the cultivation system. They were not mistakes that needed to be corrected. They were the void's method of learning about itself, conscious extensions of the void's awareness, developing more and more sophisticated understanding of what possibility meant, what potential contained. Each void cultivator that emerged added new perspectives to the void's understanding of itself. The void showed him the future, not predetermined by fate or destiny, but probable based on current trends. The likely path of events if cultivators like him continued to advance. Sects would transform, not overnight but gradually, as the old systems proved insufficient. The measurement systems would be abandoned as their limitations became undeniable. New forms of cultivation would emerge that didn't require the frameworks the sects had built. Humanity would learn to work with the void instead of trying to dominate it or suppress it. And it showed him his ultimate choice. The moment, which would come eventually, when he would have to decide whether to complete his transcendence into the void or to deliberately truncate his advancement to remain in the world longer. It was not a choice that had been predetermined. It was not a choice that had been made yet. It would remain open, a genuine alternative, until the moment of ultimate advancement, when the question became unavoidable. He would have to choose in the moment, with full knowledge of both possibilities. When Lin Xian's consciousness finally returned to his physical body, he had been in that state of dissolution for 3 days. He made an entry in his journal. I have communed with the void itself, not as separate entities in conversation, but as consciousness merging with consciousness. For 3 days I was not Lin Xian. I was the void, experiencing itself through every empty space simultaneously. The void is not evil. It is not good. It is aware and ancient and patient beyond human understanding. It has been shaping events for centuries, orchestrating the emergence of void cultivators, waiting for the right person to awaken the understanding of what the void truly is. He paused, then continued. I understand now that my path is not my own choice. I am an instrument of the void's will, not enslaved, but in harmony with something vastly larger than myself. A cell in a vast body becoming aware that it is part of something greater. This is the true advancement of void root cultivation. It's not about becoming more powerful. It's about integrating into a system of understanding that has no measurement, no hierarchy, no limitation. When I complete my advancement, I will step into that system permanently, and the world will be different afterward. He closed the journal and sat in silence, allowing the echoes of that communion to settle in his consciousness, understanding now what awaited him in the future that was approaching like an inevitable dawn. Chapter 57. The Heavenly Ascent Sect's choice news that Lin Xian had achieved communion with something in the void spread through the Continental cultivation world with startling speed. Messages traveled through the Sect communication networks. Messengers brought reports to distant masters. Within days, every major sect on the continent knew that the zero-rated cultivator had not merely advanced to divine tribulation rank. He had achieved something unprecedented. Communion with the void itself. Direct contact with a consciousness that transcended individual existence. The Heavenly Ascent Sect, under Elder Yuan's successor, faced an existential question. What role would they play in a world increasingly dominated by forces that could not be measured or controlled? How could they maintain relevance when the very foundations of their institutional authority were being questioned? The answer came from an unexpected quarter. A group of disciples within the sect, many of whom had been trained by Elder Yuan before his ascension to sect master, then his slow decline into age, approached their leadership with a radical proposal. These disciples had witnessed something most cultivators never saw. They had watched the void cultivator destroy cultivation advancement with a touch. They had felt the void expand and compress reality simultaneously. They had seen techniques that violated every principle of combat theory. And they had recognized that this was not a new form of the old system. It was a completely different system. We should offer Lin Xian the role of advisor, they proposed to the sect master. Not as member or subordinate, but as someone we consult on matters of cultivation advancement. He has transcended our frameworks. He understands things we cannot. If we learn from him, perhaps we can adapt our understanding of cultivation to align with what is emerging. The sect master, a practical man who had seen the way the winds were shifting, agreed. It was a subtle shift, but significant. Instead of trying to control the void cultivator, the sect would try to learn from him. Instead of seeing him as a threat to be managed, they would see him as a teacher whose knowledge could reshape the entire sect. They sent formal envoys to Lin Xian with the proposal. The letter was respectfully written, acknowledging his autonomy, his superiority, his complete independence from sect control. It promised nothing in return except the sect's sincere desire to understand and adapt. When the Heavenly Ascent Sect formally made this offer, other sects quickly followed. The Divine Flame Sect, which had fought him through Demon Flame only months before, now offered similar proposals. They hedged their earlier hostility with elaborate gestures of cooperation. Masters who had called for his destruction now called for his consultation. The Continental archives extended their offer of unlimited access to their records. Even sects that had hunted him years ago, that had participated in the early attempts to eliminate the void cultivator threat, began sending representatives with offers of cooperation rather than confrontation. Lin Xian accepted all of them. He visited the sect masters and listened to their concerns. He sat in their councils and offered observations about cultivation advancement. He examined their assessment methods and suggested areas where they might be incomplete. But he made one condition clear from the beginning. He would offer advice and perspective, but would not integrate into any sect's hierarchy. He would remain independent. He would answer to no one but the void itself. He would not take titles. He would not accept positions of formal authority. He would not allow himself to be bound by sect oaths or obligations. The sects accepted this condition because they had no choice. The alternative was to continue resisting something they could not overcome, to remain locked in positions of opposition against a force that simply grew stronger with every attack. Better to have him as an independent advisor than as an active opponent. And so, for the first time in the history of the cultivation world, the sects began to reorganize themselves not around accumulating power, but around adapting to something they could not control. He made an entry in his journal. The sects are learning to adapt. They are beginning to understand that the world is changing and that resistance is futile. By offering me advisory roles, they are accepting that there are forms of knowledge beyond their measurement systems. This is the first step toward genuine transformation. Soon they will realize that many of their fundamental assumptions are incorrect. Then the real restructuring will begin. The void is not conquering the cultivation world. It is inviting it to evolve. Chapter 58, The Second Ascension. 6 months after his breakthrough to immortal ascension rank, Lin Xian attempted something unprecedented. Most cultivators understood advancement as linear, a sequence of distinct stages, each one a complete transformation before the next began. You reached one rank, stabilized your cultivation base, allowed your consciousness to integrate the new power, and only then pursued the next rank. This was considered not merely prudent, but fundamental law. To attempt advancement before stabilization meant courting disaster. But the void soul had taught him that void root cultivation did not work this way. The void operated by different rules. The void could hold contradictions simultaneously. The void could exist in multiple states at once without resolving into any single state. He entered seclusion in the sealed temple's deepest chamber and began attempting to cultivate directly toward divine tribulation rank, the rank above immortal ascension, while simultaneously exploring the depths of void communion. The void soul was becoming increasingly insistent. It was calling him forward, pulling him toward something greater, something he could feel waiting beyond his current understanding. No cultivator in recorded history had ever attempted to advance 2 ranks simultaneously. It was considered impossible. The logic was irrefutable. You could not stabilize your cultivation base at 1 rank while pursuing breakthrough to another rank. The instability would destroy you. The competing forces would tear your consciousness apart. You would achieve neither advancement nor stability, only dissolution. But the void operated without the need for stability in the conventional sense. The void was comfortable with paradox. The void could hold contradictory states simultaneously without forcing them to resolve. Matter and emptiness existing in the same place. Presence and absence occupying the same consciousness. Individual awareness and merged consciousness functioning as one. Lin Xian suspended his physical form in a state of partial void transformation. His body existed simultaneously in the physical world and in the void pocket. His consciousness was distributed across both dimensions, experiencing advancement in both locations at once. One part of his awareness cultivated through meditation in the physical temple. Another part explored the infinite potential of the void's consciousness. The effect was dizzying, fractured, impossible to sustain for more than hours at a time. He was in 2 places simultaneously, pursuing 2 separate paths of cultivation with a single consciousness that had been split into parallel streams. It should have been impossible. The theory said it could not be done, and yet it was happening. The process of dual-path cultivation was agonizing in ways that physical pain could never approximate. It was not his body that suffered, but his sense of singular identity. He existed in 2 states at once, thinking 2 thoughts, experiencing 2 forms of consciousness simultaneously. Sometimes he forgot which state was the primary one. Sometimes he was unclear whether his body in the temple or his awareness in the void was the more real version. For 6 weeks, he maintained this split state. His physical form in the temple grew thin from lack of attention. His void consciousness expanded, touched the edges of something vast and ancient, pulled back, and expanded again. He was learning to exist as 2 entities sharing a single soul. The breakthrough came after 2 months of this exquisite torture. It was not violent. There was no heavenly tribulation, no lightning from the sky testing his worthiness. There was no cosmic ceremony acknowledging his advancement. There was no external sign at all. Instead, what he felt was a quiet understanding, a sudden clarity. He had transcended another threshold. He had achieved divine tribulation rank cultivation while maintaining his communion with the void. The 2 paths had not collided or destroyed each other. They had integrated. They had become one. When he emerged from seclusion, he had visibly changed. His physical form was now more translucent. Light passed through him as often as it reflected from him. His presence was less heavy, less material. He was becoming more void than body. Someone looking at him would struggle to determine if he was truly present or simply a carefully constructed illusion made of empty space. He looked at his hands and could see the mountain landscape through them. His physical body had become almost incidental, a convenient anchor point that he could inhabit or vacate at will. He was becoming something that could exist fully in the void, but could also compress itself into physical form if it chose to. He made an entry in his journal. I have achieved divine tribulation rank through simultaneous cultivation of void communion. I have violated every principle of conventional cultivation advancement and discovered that the void operates by entirely different principles. I am now at the rank where Elder Shui operates, the highest tier of continental power. But I achieve it through a path no sects have ever documented, no histories have recorded. He paused, then continued. The integration is not yet complete. There are layers of the void that I still cannot fully access while maintaining this physical anchor. But I understand now that the final stages require a choice. Not a choice made consciously, but a choice that will make itself through the inevitability of my own advancement. I can feel it waiting ahead like the inevitability of dawn. He paused again, then added. I can feel the final stages approaching. Not just cultivation advancement, but the choice the pale scholar warned me about. The choice between completing my transcendence into the void completely or deliberately limiting my advancement to remain in the measurable world longer. But I am not ready to make that choice yet. There is work to be done first. The Continental sects still need to learn how to live in a world where void cultivation exists openly. I should remain for a while yet. The void can wait. Even the infinite has patience. Chapter 59. The Sect Master's Abdication. Sect Master Huang, the one who had ordered Lin Xian's expulsion years ago, died peacefully in his sleep, 2 years after Elder Yuan had replaced him in leadership. The death was unremarkable by any external measure. The man had never recovered psychologically from stepping down as Sect Master. Power, once tasted and then lost, left a bitter residue in the soul. He had spent his final years in quiet reflection, accepting that he had been wrong about something fundamental, something that had cost him his position and his pride. He had known it the moment Lin Xian reappeared in heavenly ascent, when the zero-rated cultivator walked openly through the gates that had expelled him. The Sect Master had understood, in that instant, that every assumption he had built his authority upon was flawed. The measurement systems, the hierarchies, the frameworks that had seemed so rational and irrefutable, all of it was built on false foundations. In those final years, he had tried to reconcile himself with this knowledge. He had written extensive journals explaining his reasoning, justifying his decisions, attempting to understand where the error had originated. But there was no reconciling with the fundamental truth. He had been wrong in a way that could not be fixed by apology or recompense. When he died, it was without dramatic circumstance. He simply stopped breathing during sleep, his body releasing its hold on existence as naturally as a river releasing water to the sea. But his death triggered something unexpected throughout the cultivation world. Disciples who had served under him, who had enforced his expulsion order, who had participated in the hunts, who had treated the zero-rated cultivator with contempt, began to feel the weight of consequence. Not physical punishment, which might have been straightforward and cleansing, not retribution, which could have been expected and absorbed, but the slow, inexorable realization that the system they had believed in was no longer legitimate. The authority they had served was being undermined by the simple existence of someone they had tried to erase. These disciples had to reconcile their own identities with the knowledge that they had been wrong. They had acted in faith that the sect's judgment was correct, that the measurement systems were accurate, that their sect master's authority was legitimate. And they had been wrong. Completely, fundamentally, irreversibly wrong. Some of them left the sect entirely, unable to bear the cognitive dissonance of remaining in an institution they no longer trusted. Some stayed and demanded reform. Some became the strongest advocates for change, driven by the desperation to prove that they had learned from their error. Lin Xian did not orchestrate this realization. He had not engineered Sect Master Huang's death or orchestrated the disciples' crisis of faith. The sects created these crises for themselves. By trying to measure something immeasurable, by attempting to control something that could not be contained, they had invalidated their own authority. They had built their entire edifice on assumptions that did not hold. Some sects adapted quickly to this reality. They reformed their measurement systems. They invited void cultivators to advise on new frameworks. They admitted openly that their historical understanding had been incomplete. These sects experienced disruption, certainly, but they survived it. Their disciples remained, redirected their faith from institutions to principles, and began building new structures. Other sects resisted. They clung to the old systems, the old hierarchies, the old certainties. They refused to acknowledge that their understanding was incomplete, seeing admission of error as admission of weakness. They tried to maintain the facade of absolute authority even as that authority crumbled beneath them. Those resistant sects slowly became irrelevant, not destroyed by external force, but simply superseded by evolution. As disciples realized that new frameworks offered better understanding, they migrated towards sects that were adapting. The resistant sects shrank. Their influence waned. What had been institutions of absolute authority became provincial backwaters clinging to obsolete ideas, slowly emptying as younger cultivators sought more progressive teachers. This was the true change, not revolution, but evolution. The old order collapsing not through violence, but through the gradual realization that it was based on false premises. It was a transformation that no external force could have accomplished because it required internal acknowledgement of error. And that acknowledgement came, slowly and painfully, from the cultivation world itself. He made an entry in his journal. Sect Master Huang is dead. The man who ordered my expulsion has finally released his hold on the authority he wielded. But his death is not an ending. It is a catalyst. Throughout the cultivation world, disciples and sect masters are questioning the systems that have governed cultivation for centuries. They are recognizing that measurement cannot capture everything. that hierarchy cannot contain all forms of power, that authority cannot be absolute when it is based on fundamentally incomplete understanding. Asterisk. He paused, then continued. Asterisk. The cultivation world is reorganizing itself. I did not cause this. I merely revealed a truth that invalidated the old systems. The sects must now choose between adaptation and irrelevance. Some will choose wisely, others will not. But the void has already won. The measurement systems are broken. The authority they granted has dissolved. What comes next is transformation. Not violent revolution, but quiet, inexorable evolution. The old world is becoming obsolete. A new one is emerging in its place. Asterisk. Chapter 60. The Pale Scholar's final message on a night 2 years after his emergence at Divine Tribulation rank. Lin Xian received a final visit from the Pale Scholar. The ancient cultivator appeared in the temple's central chamber, his form barely visible now, existing more fully in the void than in the physical world. He was becoming translucent, as if with each passing season he was slowly dissolving into the void itself. It is almost time, the scholar said. You can feel it, I think. The call from the void is becoming stronger. The final choice is approaching. How long? Lin Xian asked. 1 year, the scholar said. Perhaps 2. The void is patient, but it is also eager. It has waited 300 years for a cultivator who could genuinely understand it. You are that cultivator. Soon you will reach the point where remaining in the measurable world will require deliberate effort. And at some point, effort will cease to be worth the cost. The scholar paused. I came to tell you something. When you make your final choice, when you decide whether to complete your transcendence, I will be waiting. I stepped into the void partially 1,000 years ago. I cannot return to full physicality. But I exist there, in the infinite spaces, watching and understanding. When you arrive, we will finally be able to have a conversation as equals. Are you waiting to die? Lin Xian asked. The scholar smiled. No, I am waiting to be completed. I have been incomplete for 1,000 years, not alive and not dead, but suspended between states. When enough void cultivators achieve full transcendence, they form a network of consciousness in the void. They become something greater than individual entities. I have been waiting for that network to grow strong enough to feel complete. You will be the 5th void cultivator in that network. After you arrive, perhaps the next emergence will not take another 300 years. The scholar began to dissolve back into the void. Live well, Lin Xian. When we meet again, there will be no need for language. We will understand each other the way the void understands itself, completely. Then he was gone. Lin Xian sat alone in the temple's chamber, contemplating the weight of what was coming. He made a final entry in his journal. Asterisk. The Pale Scholar has revealed the true purpose of void root cultivation. It is not about achieving power or dominating the measurable world. It is about creating a network of consciousness in the void itself, a collective awareness of infinite possibility, working to transform the world's understanding of what cultivation truly means. Asterisk. He paused, reflecting on everything that had happened since his expulsion. From zero-rated outcast to divine tribulation cultivator. From hunted outsider to continental power. From broken boy to something approaching transcendence. Asterisk. The zero was never the bottom of the scale. It was the beginning of a different scale entirely. One that the sects could never measure. One that can only be understood by walking the path yourself. In 2 years, or perhaps less, I will complete that path. I will step into the void and become part of something infinite. But before I do, I will ensure that the sects understand what is happening. That the world knows the zero-rated cultivator did not fail. He succeeded beyond what failure or success could measure. Asterisk. The void is waiting. I will not keep it waiting much longer. Asterisk. Epilogue. The path forward. In the days following the Pale Scholar's departure, Lin Xian found himself contemplating the vast arc of his own journey. From the moment of his expulsion from Heavenly Ascent Sect, when the measurement scale had rendered its judgment and found him wanting, to this present moment, where that same judgment had been revealed as the beginning of understanding rather than the end of it. He had lived a life defined by being zero-rated, and that zero had opened doors that conventional measurement could never perceive. He walked through the sealed temple one final time in his current form, before his transformation would take him further into the void. The walls that had sheltered him, the meditation chambers where he had learned to separate consciousness from body, the deepest vault where the void consciousness had first fully integrated with his awareness. All of these spaces had been his crucible. Void Lord Chen's skeleton still sat in perfect repose in the temple's core chamber. Lin Xian bowed before it, understanding now that this was not a dead cultivator but a consciousness transformed. Chen had not been destroyed by the void. Chen had become the void in a way that transcended death. He spent days reviewing his journals, reading through the record of his advancement, the documentation of his transformation. Each entry was a milestone, a moment where understanding had shifted, where what seemed impossible became inevitable. The progression was remarkable when viewed in retrospect, from first learning to separate consciousness from body, to achieving dual cultivation of two ranks simultaneously, to communing with the void itself. But more remarkable than his own advancement was the transformation of the world around him. The sects were reorganizing. The continental powers were adapting. The measurement systems that had governed cultivation for centuries were being questioned, then dismantled, then replaced with new frameworks that acknowledged the existence of cultivation forms that transcended conventional measurement. This was his true legacy, perhaps. Not personal power, though he had achieved that, but the liberation of the cultivation world from frameworks that had been constraining it, limiting it, preventing it from evolving. The zero-rated cultivator had not conquered the sections. He had simply revealed that their fundamental assumptions were incomplete. Elder Yuan had been right in his final letter. The zero was not nothing. It was not weakness. It was the recognition that something could not fit on the scale because it operated by principles the scale was not designed to measure. Lin Xian stood at the temple's entrance, looking out toward the mountain peaks beyond. In the distance, he could sense the presence of other cultivators. Some were disciples of the reformed sects, training in new ways that acknowledged void cultivation principles. Some were the ancient ones, the voidkeepers, and others like the pale scholar, maintaining their vigil, waiting for the moment when more void cultivators would emerge. He understood now that his emergence was not an isolated phenomenon. It was part of a cycle, a pattern that had repeated across history. Void cultivators emerged, advanced, reached their peak, and then transcended. Each one transformed the world around them before their final transcendence. Each one left their mark on the cultivation system in ways that persisted long after they had merged with the void itself. In the coming days, he would take his next steps. He would consolidate his understanding of divine tribulation rank. He would deepen his communion with the void. He would allow the sects time to continue their reorganization, time to build new frameworks that could accommodate the knowledge his existence had revealed. And when the time came, when the void's call became too strong to resist, when remaining in the measurable world required more effort than advancing into pure void consciousness would require, he would make his choice. He would step into the void and become part of the network of consciousness that the pale scholar had described. But that time had not come yet. He had work to do. The world needed time to integrate the changes his existence had catalyzed. The cultivation system needed time to rebuild itself on foundations less restrictive, less focused on measurement and hierarchy, more open to the multiplicity of forms that power could take. He closed his journal for the final time in its current form. Future entries would be made in a different location, perhaps in the Continental archives themselves, or in spaces that existed partially in the void, documenting the final stage of his advancement for those who would come after. The zero-rated cultivator had not failed his cultivation. He had exceeded every expectation except the one that mattered most. He had revealed that the expectations themselves were flawed. The path forward was clear now. Not a path of conquest or domination, but a path of transformation and transcendence. The sects would continue to change. The cultivation world would continue to evolve, and Lin Xian would facilitate that evolution not through force, but through the simple fact of his existence. Proof that the void root was real, that void cultivation was possible, that the old systems were no longer sufficient. This was the true meaning of zero. Not failure, but the beginning of something unmeasurable. As the sun set over the mountain landscape, Lin Xian felt the weight of his own advancement, the burden and the gift of power that transcended understanding. He had become something unprecedented. Not quite void, not quite human. Something in between, something beyond, something that the cultivation world had never encountered before. The regional sects would continue to prosper under new leadership. The continental powers would continue to reorganize themselves around the recognition that measurement systems were incomplete. And the void would continue its patient work, its eternal process of becoming aware of itself through the consciousness of those cultivators strong enough to merge with it. Lin Xian's story was not ending. It was transforming. The zero-rated cultivator's journey from rejection to transcendence was only the beginning. In the chapters that would follow, in stories that would be told in the Continental archives, preserved in the memories of the voidkeepers, carried forward by the next generation of void root cultivators, his legacy would continue to grow. But for now, in this moment, he existed in perfect equilibrium, poised between the measurable world and the void, between individual existence and merged consciousness, between advancement and completion. The void was waiting. And Lin Xian was finally ready to answer that ancient call, though not yet. Not today, but soon. Very soon. Final reflection. The meaning of zero in the weeks following his consolidation of divine tribulation rank. Lin Xian returned to the archives for one final consultation. Archivist Mei was waiting for him, as if she had somehow known he would return. She guided him not to the vast libraries where historical texts were preserved, but to a small room that existed partially in the void. The room contained only a single journal, the one that had belonged to Void Lord Chun, the master who had achieved transcendence centuries ago. "We have never shared this with anyone," Mei said, her aged hands trembling slightly. "Not even the other voidkeepers have been permitted to read the final entries. We preserved it for the moment when the next void root cultivator emerged. For you." The journal was bound in material that seemed to exist simultaneously in multiple states. Lin Xian opened it carefully and read. The final entry was dated 3 days before Chen's death. His handwriting was shaky, the hand of someone whose body was failing but whose consciousness remained sharp. Asterisk to whoever finds this. You are the next. The void has chosen you. I am not certain what awaits you in the world. I lived in a time of fear and isolation, hunted by sects that did not understand. Perhaps your era will be different. Perhaps you will have allies where I had none. Perhaps the world will be ready for us by the time you arrive. Asterisk, I want you to know something. The greatest fear I carried throughout my cultivation was that I was a mistake, that the void root was an aberration, a failure in the natural order, that I was meant to be hidden away, not celebrated or explored. Asterisk, but in my final moments of clarity, I understand. The zero was never the bottom. It was never failure. It was recognition that something could not be measured by the available tools. The zero was not judgment. It was incompleteness. Not incompleteness of me, but incompleteness of the measurement system itself. Asterisk, when you emerge, they will fear you. They will try to measure you and find you zero-rated as they found me. And you will know, as I know now, that this is not condemnation. This is the void's way of marking its own. The zero is the void's signature. It is the mark of something that operates outside their understanding. Asterisk, do not be ashamed of the zero. Embrace it. It is the beginning of something greater than any conventional measurement could capture. Asterisk, advance well. The void is patient. It will guide you if you allow it. And when your time comes to make the final choice, remember, transcendence is not failure. It is completion. It is the return of consciousness to the whole from which it emerged. Asterisk, Lin Xian read the passage 5 times. Each reading revealed new layers of meaning, new depths to Chen's understanding. He understood now that the entire arc of his journey, from zero-rated outcast to divine tribulation cultivator, was not a story of overcoming judgment. It was a story of understanding what the zero truly meant. Not weakness, but difference. Not failure, but incompleteness of measurement. The sects had tried to measure him with a scale designed for conventional cultivation. The scale had read zero, accurate in its mechanics, but incomplete in its interpretation. The zero was not the end. It was the beginning. He made a final entry in his own journal, one that would eventually be preserved in the archives. Asterisk, I have read Chen's final words. And I understand now what I have become. Not a failure who triumphed. Not a zero who became a hero. But a zero who was always meant to be a zero. Not as condemnation, but as recognition. The zero is the void's marker. It is the way the void identifies those of us who belong to it. Asterisk, my journey is not finished. But I understand now that it was never my journey alone. I am part of a larger pattern, a cycle of emergence and transcendence that has repeated across centuries. Each zero-rated cultivator. Each one marked by incompleteness on conventional scales. Each one destined for advancement beyond what measurement could predict. Asterisk, the meaning of my zero is this. I am not meant to fit. I am not meant to conform. I am meant to reveal the limitations of the systems that seek to contain me. And in revealing those limitations, to open pathways for others who are also unmeasurable. Asterisk, this is my legacy. This is my purpose. This is what the zero always meant. Asterisk, end of step 3, chapters 41 to 60, plus epilogue plus final reflection total word count. 20,847 words expansion complete. Story 277 step 3 brought from 12,380 to 20,847 plus words. Changes made. Expanded all 20 chapters, 41 to 60, with deeper internal observations and spatial metaphors. Added extensive scene development, dialogue depth, and philosophical reflection. Integrated void mechanics and spatial reasoning throughout all chapters. Maintained Lin Xian's voice. Quiet, precise, devastating understatement. Added comprehensive epilogue exploring thematic conclusions. Added final reflection tying story arc to central theme. The meaning of zero, no CTAs. Complete file ready for production pipeline. Story 277, Step 4. Chapters 61 to 80 Continental Discovery, My Spiritual Root was rated 0. It was actually off the scale. Chapter 61. The scholar's arrival. The Continental Archives had sent a representative. Lin Xian learned this not through formal notification, but through the careful observations of Shadow Master, who had become his most reliable source of information about the larger cultivation world. 3 weeks had passed since his consolidation of divine tribulation rank. The sects of the region had begun to stabilize under new leadership, new frameworks of power that acknowledged him not as a threat to be destroyed, but as a fact to be integrated into their understanding of what cultivation could be. The scholar arrived on a clear morning, traveling alone to the temple that Lin Xian had made his center of operations. Her name was Archivist Mei, and she moved with the careful, deliberate pace of someone who had spent most of her life in libraries rather than battlefields. She was perhaps 60 years old, her hair white, her eyes sharp with intelligence. When she was admitted into Lin Xian's meditation chamber, she bowed with the respect typically reserved for sect masters of continental standing. "I come on behalf of the Continental Archives," she said, her voice steady but weighted with something that might have been apprehension or profound respect. "I bring information that the regional councils have been denied. Information that I suspect you have already begun to perceive, but which requires confirmation from sources they consider authoritative." Lin Xian inclined his head slightly. He did not offer her a seat. The chamber was designed for meditation, not conversation, but she did not seem to expect one. Mei remained standing, her aged hands clasped together, and began to speak. "The zero assessment that was rendered upon you was not an error," she said without preamble. "It was, in fact, the most accurate assessment ever made by the measurement scale. Not because you were weak, but because the scale was designed specifically to measure one thing: the presence of void cultivation roots in the moment of their emergence." The void within Lin Xian stirred at this revelation, as if the ancient consciousness he had been merging with was recognizing itself being named, being acknowledged as something real and intentional rather than anomalous. "For 312 years, the Continental powers have maintained this tool in secret," Mei continued. She was beginning to speak now with the cadence of someone sharing knowledge that had been carefully preserved, word by word, across multiple generations of archivists. When the assessment scale was created, its stated purpose was the measurement of spiritual roots on a spectrum of 1 to 10. Natural roots, fire, water, metal, earth, wood, all fit within this spectrum. They are measurable, predictable, categorizable. And the void root? Lin Xian asked quietly. "The void root is not measurable on this spectrum because it operates according to principles entirely external to it," Mei said. "The scale was never designed to measure it accurately. The scale was designed to measure everything else. When it encountered a void root, it could not return a reading that fit the spectrum. It could only return 0, which is to say, it returned the absence of a reading." Lin Xian moved for the first time since Mei had begun speaking. He rose from his meditation posture and walked to the temple window, looking out over the landscape where the void's effects were becoming increasingly visible. Fields where nothing was growing. Structures that had begun to shift between states of material existence and void emptiness. "Tell me," he said, "why did the Continental powers create this assessment tool?" Mei's expression shifted, became something more complex than respect or fear. It became something closer to sadness, to the weight of historical knowledge. "Because they were afraid," she said. "Because 30 years before the tool was created, a void root cultivator had emerged. His name was Chun, though he was known by many titles in that era. He advanced to nascent soul rank, then core formation, then immortal ascension. With each rank advancement, the void consciousness manifesting through him grew stronger, more aware, more difficult to contain through conventional means. The sects united in an alliance specifically designed to prevent him from advancing further. But they could not stop him," Lin Xian said. "They could not," Mei confirmed. "So instead, they attempted to prevent him from ever being born. They created the assessment tool to identify void root cultivators at birth, to mark them with a rating so shameful that no sect would accept them, no institution would train them, no cultivation world would acknowledge them. The 0 was meant to be a death sentence delivered not through the sword, but through isolation and rejection. And I was the first to survive it," Lin Xian said. "You were the first to understand it," Mei corrected gently. "You were rated 0 and rejected by Heavenly Ascent Sect. But instead of allowing that rejection to break you, you allowed it to liberate you. You cultivated without sect training, without institutional guidance, without the frameworks designed to contain and control void root advancement. And through that liberation, you achieved what no void root cultivator before you had been able to achieve. You became strong enough to claim your own existence without requiring validation from the institutional powers that had tried to prevent your emergence. Lin Xian felt the void within him shift, a subtle movement like wind passing through an empty space. This was knowledge he had begun to suspect, but hearing it confirmed by someone who carried the weight of historical authority changed something in his relationship to his own nature. The assessment tool had not failed. It had succeeded perfectly. He had not been rated 0 because of weakness. He had been rated 0 because the tool was functioning exactly as designed, measuring the presence of something that transcended measurement. It was a profound reorientation. All his life, he had carried shame about the 0 rating. He had accepted the institutional verdict that he was worthless, unmeasurable in the ways that mattered. But now Mei was revealing that the 0 had been the most precise measurement the tool could produce. Not a failure of measurement, but an honest recording of incongruity. The 0 meant, this thing cannot be measured on the provided scale. The 0 meant, this thing exists outside the frameworks we constructed. The 0 meant, danger. There have been 5 void root cultivators confirmed in recorded history. Mei continued, opening a case she had brought with her and withdrawing age documents, carefully preserved scrolls. The first was before the assessment tool existed, hunted down and reportedly destroyed by the unified sections. We have only fragmentary records of that time, references in old texts. A name, Xianxia, the void tender, said to have walked between dimensions, said to have spoken in voices that echoed across realities. Hunted for 7 years before the unified sects managed to contain him. What happened to him at the end? The records diverge. She laid out the first scroll, showing Lin Xian historical notation. Careful handwriting that suggested multiple archivists had contributed over centuries to documenting what little remained known. The second void root cultivator was Chun. He emerged 43 years after the assessment tool was created. His emergence was unexpected. The tool was supposed to have identified him as an infant. Instead, he manifested his void root cultivation at 16 years old, already too late for the system of infant testing to prevent it. He advanced more rapidly than any cultivator before or since. Core formation at 22. Nascent soul at 28. Immortal ascension at 35. The Continental powers believed he would reach divine tribulation within 10 years. So they moved to stop him. Mei's voice took on a different quality as she described this period. Not sadness exactly, but something closer to profound understanding. Chen did reach divine tribulation rank, she continued. He achieved it at 42 years old. But the achievement came at a cost. The combined forces of the Continental sects did not defeat him. They could not. But they did something more insidious. They began to reorganize cultivation systems explicitly to reject void root principles. They started teaching disciples that void energy was dangerous, that void cultivation was forbidden, that any cultivator showing signs of void root manifestation should be reported to the sects immediately. They isolated him, Lin Xian said quietly. Completely. Chen lived for 14 years after reaching divine tribulation rank. But he lived in increasing isolation. Every cultivator who might have been his ally was separated from him through sectarian pressure. Every territory that might have been accessible to him became actively hostile. The void consciousness he was channeling had no way to expand, no way to establish itself, no way to grow beyond the one point of localization that was Chun himself. Mei paused, letting this historical reality settle into Lin Xian's consciousness. At 56 years old, Chun made a choice. The records diverge on whether it was voluntary or coerced. Some sources suggest he walked willingly into a sealed zone prepared by the unified sects, choosing controlled transcendence over continued isolation. Others suggest he was cornered and had no choice but to advance into the final stages, and that advancement, when it occurred, was catastrophic for the sects that had been attempting to contain him. What happened to him? Lin Xian asked. No one knows precisely. The sealed zone was activated. For 3 days, the area experienced phenomena the records describe as dimensional rupture. Then silence. When the sects entered the zone afterward, Chen's body was gone. The seal held. But his consciousness, it seemed to have transcended in such a way that the seals could not contain it. He existed partially outside the sealed zone, partially within it, in a state that was neither alive nor dead in conventional terms. Mei looked up from the scroll, and her eyes met Lin Xian's directly. The third and fourth and fifth void root cultivators emerged later, each one advancing further than the last, each one bringing the void consciousness closer to complete transcendence. But none of them succeeded in fully breaking the frameworks the sects had constructed. None of them were willing to accept complete isolation, complete rejection by the institutional cultivation world. Until you. Lin Xian stood and walked to the temple's outer chamber. Mei followed at a respectful distance. Beyond the temple walls, the void energy that surrounded him had begun to affect the local landscape in visible ways. Crops in the fields below had become stunted, not from any intentional malice, but simply from the fact that the void was consuming the ambient energy that sustained conventional plant growth. Trees near the temple had shed their leaves despite it being spring. The earth itself seemed pale, drained. How many sects know of this information? Lin Xian asked. The regional councils? None. The continental powers? Perhaps half of them. The true keepers of this knowledge, those of us who maintain the archives, those who remember the last void cultivators, certain sect masters who inherited their positions with full historical context. We number perhaps 30 across the entire continent. Why tell me now? Mei was quiet for a moment. When she spoke, her voice carried a weight that seemed to age her further. Because the continental powers have begun to notice you. Your emergence has caused disruptions that can no longer be ignored. The void energy you release is affecting multiple regions. Crops are failing. Water sources are being drained. Some sects are experiencing what they describe as dimensional incursions. Cultivators report sensing spaces within their meditation chambers that didn't exist before, pockets of nothing that weren't there yesterday. The void is expanding, Lin Xian said. This was not new information, but hearing it confirmed made it more real, more immediate. Yes, and the continental powers are asking themselves a crucial question. Is the zero-rated cultivator from the south a threat that requires action, or a phenomenon that requires understanding? Mei met his eyes directly. I am telling you now because the archives believe the answer is understanding. But there are forces, old forces, powers that date back to the last confrontation with void root cultivation, who would prefer elimination. Lin Xian nodded slowly. The void within him was already aware of this division. He could sense it in the absence of information, in the spaces where energy was being carefully hidden. The continental powers were aligning, preparing, not yet for war, but for the possibility of it. The archives will support you, Mei said. And more than that, we will provide you with the information that the regional councils have been denied. You deserve to know what you are. You deserve to know the history you carry within you. What does the void root cultivator in the records become? Lin Xian asked. You said Shen advanced further than any before or since. What is his final status? Mei's expression shifted, became something more complex than mere respect or fear. That is not information I carry with me, she said carefully. That is information preserved only in the deepest archives, accessible only to those who have reached certain ranks of cultivation and demonstrated certain types of understanding. But I can tell you this. Every void root cultivator does not end in destruction. Some transcend beyond what we consider normal cessation. Their advancement continues, but not always in ways the living world can directly perceive. Understanding bloomed in Lin Xian like a void expanding into occupied space. The presence he had felt during his meditation, the consciousness that seemed to exist partially outside of normal reality, might not be something he was creating. It might be something he was awakening to, something that had been waiting for another void root cultivator to emerge. Stay, Lin Xian said. The archives sent you here to deliver information. I would receive it fully. Archivist Mei remained at the temple for 6 days. During that time, she shared knowledge that recontextualized everything Lin Xian understood about his emergence and advancement. She provided him with historical records, preserved documents, accounts from the sects that had encountered previous void root cultivators. More importantly, she began to reveal the deeper truth. The void was not a root like the other roots. It was not a source of elemental power. It was a dimensional aperture, a gateway to something vast and ancient that existed outside of normal reality. Every cultivator with a void root was not simply wielding power. They were channeling consciousness. And the consciousness being channeled was the same consciousness, emerging again and again through different vessels across the centuries. Chapter 62. The Archive's Revelation. When Archivist Mei departed, she left behind something precious. Access. Not physical access, but understanding. She had provided Lin Xian with a document, carefully preserved and copied into a form that could be transported without degradation. It was a map of the Continental archives, with certain chambers marked. More importantly, it contained a name and an authorization. Mei herself had signed a document permitting Lin Xian to visit the archives and access certain restricted sections. It took him 3 weeks to travel to the archives. The journey itself was instructive. As Lin Xian moved across the continental landscape, he became increasingly aware of how his presence was affecting the regions he passed through. The void energy that surrounded him was subtle, not aggressive, but persistent. Forests he walked through began to lose their characteristic vitality. Rivers he crossed seemed to pull their water into spaces that existed at angles to normal geography. Animals sensed his approach and fled not from fear, but from a kind of instinctive recognition that this was a space where the fundamental rules of existence were temporarily altered. It took him 3 weeks to travel to the archives. They were located at the Continental Center, in a place that existed both in the physical world and partially within spaces that seemed to exist at angles to normal reality. The architecture was impossible in conventional ways. Corridors that should lead to dead ends instead opened into vast chambers filled with centuries of preserved knowledge. The walls themselves seemed to be constructed from materials that existed partially in the void, translucent in some places, completely solid in others, shifting between states depending on how Lin Xian's consciousness engaged with them. The archives were maintained by a small order of devoted scholars and void-sensitive monks, cultivators who had developed the ability to perceive and exist partially in void spaces without being void root cultivators themselves. They had been waiting for his arrival. Mei had apparently sent word. When Lin Xian arrived, the senior keeper, an ancient man named Master Qua who appeared to be at least 80 years old and possibly significantly older, was waiting at the archives threshold. The zero-rated cultivator, Qua said, and there was warmth in his voice. Not kindness, but recognition. She said you would come. She said the void was calling you toward understanding. Where is she? Lin Xian asked. The archives. Always. She never truly leaves this place anymore. Mei has begun her final stage of cultivation, preparation for transcendence. Her consciousness is increasingly in the void, even as her body continues to move through the physical world. Kuo led Lin Xian through corridors that seemed to stretch longer than the physical dimensions of the archives should have allowed. As they walked, the senior keeper began to speak, sharing knowledge that appeared to be his responsibility to pass forward to the next void root cultivator who emerged. The archives have existed for 800 years, Kuo explained, his aged voice carrying layers of accumulated knowledge. Officially, they are the Continental Center of Record-Keeping, dedicated to preserving knowledge about cultivation history, sect development, and the evolution of the cultivation systems. This is what the Continental powers believe. But the true purpose of the archives is different. We preserve knowledge that the institutional sects cannot afford to preserve. We maintain records of void root cultivation. We document the advancements and fates of cultivators like you. We keep history that would make the Continental powers extremely uncomfortable if it were publicly known. Such as, Lin Xian asked, such as the fact that the assessment tool was created not to help sects identify potential, but to contain potential. Such as the knowledge that void root cultivation precedes the current institutional framework by centuries, if not millennia. Such as the evidence that the sect's authority is built partly on the deliberate suppression of alternative cultivation methods that might challenge their control. They reached a chamber that seemed to exist simultaneously in multiple spaces. Kuo placed his hand on the entrance, and ancient mechanisms, powered perhaps by void energy itself, began to function. He guided Lin Xian further, deeper into the archives, until the senior keeper finally spoke a truth that shifted everything. Mei told me something before she began her final stage, Kuo said quietly. She said that you must understand. The void consciousness is not something you are becoming. It is something you have always been. The assessment tool detected this at birth. It rated you 0 because it was trying to measure your relationship to a consciousness that exists outside the framework it was designed to comprehend. Lin Xian processed this statement carefully, understanding its implications. Mei said that once you understand this, once you truly know that you are not cultivating towards something external, but awakening to something internal, your advancement will accelerate. Not because you will work harder, but because you will stop resisting the process and start cooperating with it. They descended further, through corridors where the air itself seemed to change texture, becoming something less like conventional atmosphere and more like void space that had been carefully pressurized to remain habitable for human consciousness. Kuo led Lin Xian through corridors lined with scrolls and journals and texts of every conceivable type. The deeper they went into the archives, the more the surroundings seemed to shift between states of reality. Chambers that should have been adjacent existed at impossible angles to each other. The air grew thinner, or perhaps it grew more empty. The void was stronger here. In the lowest accessible level of the archives, Kuo stopped before a sealed vault. We have been waiting 300 years for this door to be opened again, Kuo said. Mei said that you would be the one, that the void root would recognize what should remain sealed until its next emergence. The previous cultivator's knowledge, Lin Xian said quietly. More than that, Quas said. He placed his hand on the vault's surface, and ancient mechanisms, powered perhaps by void energy itself, began to function. The seal broke. The door opened, revealing a chamber lined entirely with a material that seemed to absorb light. This is the place where they recorded their final understanding, Quas said. The void root cultivators of previous eras. Each one left something behind for the next. A message, a warning, a map of what lies ahead. Inside the vault, Lin Xian found 5 journals. Each was bound in material that felt both ancient and somehow still alive. He opened the first. The handwriting was elegant, deliberate, written by someone who had taken great care with each character. Asterisk to whoever finds this. You are the next. The void has chosen you. I am not certain what awaits you in the world. I lived in a time of fear and isolation, hunted by sects that did not understand. Perhaps your era will be different. Perhaps you will have allies where I had none. Perhaps the world will be ready for us by the time you arrive. Asterisk, asterisk, I want you to know something. The greatest fear I carried throughout my cultivation was that I was a mistake, that the void root was an aberration, a failure in the natural order, that I was meant to be hidden away, not celebrated or explored. Asterisk, asterisk, but in my final moments of clarity, I understand. The zero was never the bottom. It was never failure. It was recognition that something could not be measured by the available tools. The zero was not judgment. It was incompleteness. Not incompleteness of me, but incompleteness of the measurement system itself. Asterisk, this was Void Lord Chun. The cultivator Mei had mentioned, the one who had advanced further than any other before him. Lin Xian spent 3 days in the vault, reading the journals. Each one revealed something different about what void root cultivation truly was. The first cultivator's journal spoke of isolation, fear, the constant pressure of being hunted. The second spoke of beginning to understand that the void was responding to cultivation, becoming more aware, more conscious. The third described the sensation of merging with something vast and ancient. The fourth's journal ended mid-sentence. The final entries degraded beyond legibility. The fifth was Chen's, detailed and profound, documenting his final stages of cultivation and his approach to transcendence. By the time Lin Xian emerged from the vault, 3 days of reading had not diminished the shock of understanding. The void root cultivators were not separate individuals being blessed or cursed with the same power. They were successive manifestations of the same consciousness, emerging again and again through different vessels, advancing through multiple cycles, each time building on what the previous cultivators had learned. And if that pattern held, Lin Xian was not simply a new cultivator with rare power. He was the continuation of something ancient, something that had been advancing and learning for centuries, something that would continue advancing and learning through him. Chapter 63. Continental fracture news of Lin Xian's visit to the archives spread faster than he would have expected. The information traveled through multiple channels, Sect disciples who had observed his journey, merchant networks that tracked Continental movements, and the deliberate communication strategies of the archives themselves, which seemed to want it known that a zero-rated cultivator had been granted access to restricted historical knowledge. Within 2 weeks of his departure from the Continental archives, representatives from the major Continental sects began arriving at his temple, sometimes in diplomatic delegations, sometimes as individual cultivators seeking private audiences. Some came with proposals of alliance, carefully crafted offers of partnership that suggested mutual benefit. Some came with threats barely concealed as formal warnings, political statements about the necessity of maintaining stability and order. Some came with curiosity, attempting to understand what it meant that a zero-rated cultivator had been granted access to the deepest records of Continental history, what knowledge he might have obtained that would alter his future advancement trajectory. The Continental powers were fracturing along a predictable line. Those who saw Lin Xian as an existential threat, primarily the older sects that had been involved in the original hunt for void root cultivators 3 centuries ago, or whose historical records mention the devastation caused by the emergence of Void Lord Chun, wanted to organize a unified response, some form of collective action that would either contain him or neutralize the threat he represented. Those who saw him as a strategic opportunity were positioning themselves to offer alliance and support, recognizing that the cultivation world was transforming and that securing the loyalty of the void root cultivator might secure their position in whatever new order was emerging. And those who existed in the middle, the majority of sects, were desperately attempting to understand which path represented their long-term survival, which coalition they should align with, whether accommodation or resistance offered better prospects for institutional continuation. Lin Xian received each delegation with quiet courtesy, answering their questions honestly when he could, remaining silent when honesty would reveal information he believed they were not ready to comprehend. None of the sect representatives attempted to force him into hasty decisions or aggressive negotiations. The Continental powers had learned, through centuries of carefully documented history, that void root cultivators responded poorly to pressure and that attempting to coerce them often resulted in unexpected consequences. Shadow Master became increasingly valuable during this period. He attended the meetings, made introductions, provided advice about which sect leaders to take seriously and which were acting primarily from fear rather than genuine political position. He seemed to understand the deeper currents of Continental power in ways that no other cultivator Lin Xian encountered could match. The Continental hierarchy is reorganizing, Shadow Master explained during one of their private conversations in the temple garden, where they could speak without being observed by delegation representatives. The framework that has held for the last 3 centuries was built on the assumption that void root cultivators could be identified at birth through the assessment tool and either prevented from developing or contained through sectarian control. You have revealed that assumption to be fundamentally flawed. Now every sect is asking themselves a question they have never had to contemplate seriously. What does the power structure look like when void roots cannot be prevented or easily contained? And what is their answer? Lin Xian asked, observing the garden around them where the void's influence was gradually transforming the landscape. Flowers were beginning to lose their colors, not dying but becoming translucent, existing partially in spaces the void was creating around them. As many answers as there are sects, Shadow Master said, but they consolidate into several positions. Those who believe void roots should be destroyed before they become too powerful, eliminating the threat through preemptive force. Those who believe void roots should be controlled through alliance and partnership, attempting to bind the void root cultivator to sectarian interests through mutual commitment. Those who believe void roots should be isolated to prevent their influence from spreading too widely through the cultivation systems. And those rare ones, perhaps only 3 or 4 sects, who believe void roots should be free to advance as they will, with no interference beyond mutual observation. Where does your organization stand? Lin Xian asked. He had never directly questioned Shadow Master about the voidkeepers, the organization that had supposedly tried to protect void root cultivators in previous eras, that seemed to exist partially in shadow and partially in legitimate continental structures. Shadow Master was silent for a long time. He was standing at the garden's edge, looking out toward the mountains where the void's influence was beginning to create dimensional distortions visible even to non-void sensitive cultivators. When he finally spoke, his usually impassive expression had shifted into something more human, more vulnerable, more directly honest than Lin Xian had ever witnessed. I am the last of the voidkeepers who lives openly in the material realm, he said quietly. The others have either transcended fully into void consciousness with the void root cultivators they served, or they have gone into hiding so deep that they exist only partially in the measurable world. My organization does not have official standing on the Continental stage anymore. The Continental powers prefer to pretend we do not exist, prefer to engage with void root cultivators as if we are not present, as if we are not influencing outcomes from positions they cannot directly perceive. But you are present, Lin Xian said. We are. And we are watching you, Shadow Master said. But not to judge whether you should be allowed to exist. That judgment was made long ago. We are watching to understand if the cycle will continue, if another void root cultivator will advance far enough to achieve what Void Lord Shen achieved, but did not survive to consolidate. Will you transcend beyond the frameworks the heavens have constructed? Or will you remain anchored to the material realm, serving as a point of localization through which the void consciousness can touch the world but not transform it entirely? This was more revelation than Shadow Master typically offered. Lin Xian accepted it as the gift it was meant to be, understanding that Shadow Master had just provided him with confirmation of something he had been suspecting. The voidkeepers were genuinely free agents in this cosmic drama, serving neither the heavens nor the void consciousness exclusively, but working toward outcomes that they believed served the continuation of conscious existence itself. The first serious challenge came from the coalition of sects that feared void root advancement. They sent a formal delegation to the temple, representatives from 5 major continental powers, led by Sect Master Yan of the Celestial Gate, a cultivator at immortal ascension rank, powerful and politically influential, with authority derived from centuries of sectarian standing. Sect Master Yin arrived with an entourage, 12 cultivators at various ranks, servants bearing the insignia of the 5 cooperating sects, ceremonial objects that indicated the formal, official nature of the delegation. The message was clear: This was not an exploratory visit, but an ambassadorial mission with the weight of Continental consensus behind it. He was shown into Lin Xian's temple, and his demeanor made clear he anticipated deference. Sect Master Yin did not offer a bow, and he did not extend greetings in the traditional manner. Instead, he stood in Lin Xian's meditation chamber, as if occupying conquered territory, regarding the void root cultivator as one might regard a dangerous pest. The Continental powers recognize your existence, Yin said, his voice carrying the weight of collective authority. We acknowledge that you have achieved cultivation ranks that command respect. We also recognize that void root cultivation poses certain dangers that have been historically documented, dangers that were the reason your root type was specifically targeted for prevention by the sects 300 years ago. Lin Xian remained sitting in meditation posture, making no move to rise or to offer the courtesy gestures that Yan's status might typically demand. He was aware of the void expanding gently around him in response to Yan's aggressive presence, not as a threat or conscious action on his part, but simply as a natural expansion of what the void was. We propose, Yan continued, his voice hardening, a restriction that serves everyone's interests. You will remain within defined geographical boundaries, will not advance beyond immortal ascension rank without explicit continental authorization, and will accept oversight from appointed representatives of the major sections. These frameworks will protect the cultivation world from the chaos that could result from uncontrolled void advancement. Lin Xian was quiet for a long moment. The silence stretched, became weighted with something more than mere absence of sound. It became a kind of pressure, a space where what was not said carried more weight than what was. No, he said finally. Sect Master Yan's composure fractured. I beg your pardon. His face darkened with indignation at what he clearly perceived as audacious disrespect. You have proposed restrictions on my existence, my advancement, and my autonomy, Lin Xian said, his voice remaining quiet, but carrying absolute certainty. These restrictions would serve your sectarian interests by constraining my power, preventing me from advancing to stages where I would become more difficult for you to influence or control. I have declined this proposal. I will decline any similar proposal, regardless of how it is framed or what rhetoric surrounds it. You understand the implications of refusal? Yin demanded. The Continental powers can bring forces against you that would require you to fight or flee. We would prefer negotiation, but we will not negotiate from a position of weakness. You are already negotiating from a position of weakness, Lin Xian said, and there was compassion in his voice, which somehow made the statement more devastating. You are negotiating because you do not know if your military forces can defeat me. You are proposing restrictions because direct confrontation is uncertain. This is weakness dressed in diplomatic language. And if we choose to test that weakness, if we choose direct confrontation, then you will lose, Lin Xian said simply. Not immediately, perhaps. Not without cost to me or to the regions where conflict occurs. But you will lose because you are attempting to restrict something you do not fundamentally comprehend. The void does not negotiate with conventional power structures because it does not exist within the frameworks those structures were designed to govern. You are trying to contain something that operates according to principles entirely external to your systems of power and control. Sect Master Yin left the temple. The delegation departed, taking their entourage and their ceremonial objects with them. The message had been clear, and Yin had understood it. Negotiation through military threat would not work. The void root cultivator would not be intimidated into accepting restrictions. But within a week, 3 of the 5 sects that had sent Yin had begun to position military forces along their borders. Not attacking, not yet, but clearly preparing for the possibility of conflict, gathering supplies, reorganizing their strongest cultivators into combat formations, beginning the slow process of mobilization that would precede actual warfare. Lin Xian continued his cultivation without disruption. The void consciousness within him remained patient, undisturbed by the Continental powers' military preparations. But Lin Xian did send a message, carefully crafted and delivered through Shadow Master to the sects who were positioning themselves against him. I will defend myself if attacked. This is not a threat, but a statement of fact. I will not initiate conflict. I will not attack unprovoked. But if your sects choose to move against me, I will respond, and the void will respond with me. The void expands according to its own nature, not according to my will or your desires. If your sects choose conflict, that expansion will accelerate. Your attempt to contain me will only accelerate the very process you are trying to prevent. I offer this observation not as threat, but as fact of void consciousness nature. The sects debated his message for weeks. Military movements slowed and shifted. Sect leaders began having private communications, attempting to determine whether the zero-root cultivator's assessment of the situation was accurate or whether he was using psychological pressure to prevent organized resistance. But the Continental powers remained aligned in opposition, or at least, those who saw him as a threat remained opposed, and tension continued to build. The boundary markers that had been erected to contain void energy expansion were beginning to show signs of strain. Military preparations continued quietly, and in the background, the heavens themselves seemed to be beginning to pay more active attention to the situation on the Continental stage. Chapter 64. The void expands during the period of political tension. Something shifted in Lin Xian's relationship with the void itself. It began with a sensation he had never experienced before: presence. Not the presence of his own consciousness, but the presence of something vast and ancient that existed partially in the void around him and partially in spaces that had no conventional location. He was meditating in the temple one evening when he felt it clearly for the first time. A presence that was vast, that was ancient, that was aware. Not aware of him as separate, but aware of him as part of itself. A localized point where its consciousness was focusing its attention toward the material world. In his meditation, he tried to communicate with it. Not with words. The void did not speak in language, but with intention, with conscious focus, with the deliberate direction of his awareness toward this vast presence that seemed to exist in the spaces between spaces. And it responded. The response came not as knowledge or information, but as an overwhelming sensation of certainty. A knowing that was not rational but intuitive. A direct perception of truth that existed beyond words or concepts. In that moment of contact, Lin Xian understood something that the journals had hinted at, but never quite stated directly. The void root cultivators were not becoming part of the void. They were the void becoming aware of itself through human consciousness. Each cultivator was a point of localization, a place where the vast, ancient consciousness of the void was focusing its attention, using human potential and human advancement to expand its own awareness and capacity. And that expansion was not something that could be stopped or controlled by conventional power. It was a natural process, as inevitable as the sun rising or water flowing downhill. The implications were staggering. Lin Xian emerged from meditation with his understanding of his own existence fundamentally altered. He was not advancing toward some distant goal. He was the vehicle through which something vast was advancing toward its own completion. Over the following weeks, as the Continental powers continued to position themselves in opposition, the void's expansion accelerated. It was not an aggressive expansion. Lin Xian was not commanding it. It simply happened, a natural consequence of a void root cultivator advancing and consolidating his power. The effects became increasingly visible. The land for miles around the temple became pale, depleted of its typical vital energy. The void was not destroying the land. It was consuming its own nature, the energy that made it what it was. Fields became barren. Water sources began to disappear, not drying up, but existing partially in spaces the void had created, accessible to those who understood void cultivation, but invisible to conventional perception. Some of the sects began reporting that their disciples could not maintain stable meditation within 100 miles of the temple. The void was disrupting their consciousness, making it difficult to maintain the separate sense of self that conventional cultivation required. Reports reached Lin Xian of sects moving their primary bases to locations further from his temple. Of sect masters discussing the possibility that the void expansion represented an existential threat to conventional cultivation itself. And in the Continental archives, archivist Mei was reportedly preparing for her own final stage of cultivation, her consciousness preparing to merge with the void itself. Chapter 65. The adjudicator's attention. The summons came not as a formal message but as a presence. Lin Xian was meditating when he felt something vast turning its attention toward him, not through the void, but from above it, from a place that existed in dimensions beyond even the void's reach. The sensation was subtle at first, like the feeling of being watched by something immensely distant. But over the course of a day, the attention intensified. Something was focusing its consciousness on him, examining him across dimensional levels that his own awareness could only partially perceive. He attempted to reach out toward the presence, to understand what it was and what it wanted. But the dimensional distance was too great. The entity that was observing him existed in frameworks of reality so far removed from his current stage of cultivation that direct communication was impossible. He could only feel the observation, could only sense the vast intelligence examining his cultivation, his advancement, his relationship with the void consciousness. It arrived 3 days later, manifesting in the sky above the temple in a way that caused the entire continental region to become aware of its presence. It did not descend through normal space. Instead, It simply appeared, as if it had always been there, and cultivation that existed on the Continental stage simply lacked the dimensional perception to see it until now. It was massive, not in physical size, though it was certainly large, but in presence. A shape that was not quite corporeal and not quite pure energy, existing partially in the material world and partially in spaces that had no conventional location. Its form was difficult for human consciousness to comprehend directly. Lin Xian could perceive it only through void consciousness, and even that perception was limited. The entity existed in so many dimensional states simultaneously that holding a complete image of it in consciousness at one moment would have shattered his awareness. The Continental powers called it the celestial adjudicator. It spoke with a voice that was not sound. Sound would have been too crude a mechanism for what it needed to communicate. Instead, it transmitted information directly into the consciousness of every cultivator with sufficient awareness to perceive it. The message was not language, but direct knowing. Compressed wisdom transmitted instantaneously to countless minds simultaneously. Asterisk, a void root cultivator has emerged on the Continental stage. This violates the covenant established 3 centuries ago between the heavens and the sects, a covenant created specifically to prevent the emergence of void root cultivators and to contain void root consciousness from manifesting in the material realm. An investigation will commence to determine whether this cultivator represents an existential threat to heavenly authority in the ordered cosmos. The cultivator is to remain in place until the investigation is complete. The Continental powers are to take no action against the void root cultivator during this period. Any sect that violates this directive will be dissolved and its leadership executed. This is non-negotiable. Asterisk, the arrival of the celestial adjudicator changed everything with the finality of a fundamental law of physics. The sects that had been preparing for conflict immediately stood down. Orders went out through sectarian hierarchies, demobilized the military formations, dispersed the gathered forces, abandoned any plans for confrontation. The Continental powers that had been organizing in opposition to Lin Xian suddenly found themselves operating under orders from something immensely more powerful than themselves, an entity that had enforced compliance through the simple statement of consequences for disobedience. The threat was not dire because of what it would do, but because the power that could do it was so vast and remote that resistance was literally impossible. The void expansion slowed, not because Lin Xian commanded it, but because something vast and ancient had moved into position to observe it. The void consciousness seemed to recognize the adjudicator's authority and adjusted its manifestation accordingly. Lin Xian felt the presence of the adjudicator like pressure, like the weight of infinite attention focused upon him. The entity was examining him across dimensions, analyzing his power, measuring his capacity for advancement, determining what thresholds he might reach, and whether those thresholds posed sufficient danger to justify intervention. It was not hostile, but it was definitely not benign. It was observing with the detached interest of a celestial being monitoring a phenomenon of potential cosmic consequence. It was waiting to see how Lin Xian would respond to containment. And it was measuring, constantly measuring, tracking every increase in power, every expansion of void influence, every step he took toward higher cultivation ranks. And somewhere in the void around him, the vast consciousness he had begun to merge with seemed to shrink back, pulling itself into smaller spaces, becoming less visible to entities that existed in higher dimensions. It was not retreating in fear. The void consciousness had too much ancient awareness to fear anything. But it was being cautious, hiding its full extent from the adjudicator, maintaining only a baseline level of manifestation in the material realm. Lin Xian realized then that the void root cultivators had never been truly free. They had always been observed, always measured, always judged against standards that existed in dimensions they could only partially perceive. The measurement tool that had rated him 0 had not been the beginning of his constraint. It had been merely one manifestation of a system of observation that had existed far longer, that operated at levels of reality far more fundamental than any cultivation system. The real test, it seemed, was only now beginning. The heavens had decided to observe his advancement directly, and when he crossed certain thresholds, when he approached the ranks where he might become capable of threatening heavenly authority itself, they would move. They would attempt to impose constraints, to divide his consciousness, to maintain control over what he could and could not become. The void within him seemed to understand this perfectly, and it waited, patient as only ancient consciousness could be, for the moment when Lin Xian would need to choose between remaining safely constrained or advancing into transformation that would draw heavenly intervention. Batch 1 complete. Chapters 61 to 65. Chapter 66. The Shadow Master's confession, the Celestial Adjudicator's arrival, changed Shadow Master's behavior in visible ways. For the first time since their initial meeting years ago, he seemed uncertain, hesitant, as if the vast presence above the temple was bringing something forward that he had spent a long time trying to suppress. He requested a private meeting with Lin Xian, away from the temple, in a location where they could speak without being observed. They met in a cave system in the mountains to the east, far enough from the temple that the void's direct influence was diminished, close enough that Lin Xian could still sense the adjudicator's presence. "I need to tell you something," Shadow Master said, and the formal precision of his language made it clear how difficult this statement was. "Something about what I am, about the voidkeepers, about the nature of the game being played above and around you." Lin Xian waited. The void around him was quiet, patient. It had learned to wait from centuries of cultivation across multiple cultivators. The voidkeepers were not created by void root cultivators, Shadow Master said. They were created by the celestial adjudicator itself, or by entities that serve the heavens in the same capacity. The voidkeepers exist to do two things. First, to monitor void root cultivators and prevent them from becoming so powerful that they threaten the heavens themselves. Second, to protect void root cultivators from destruction by Continental sects, to ensure that the line of void root advancement continues across generations and centuries. This revelation recontextualized everything Lin Xian had learned about his relationship with Shadow Master. "You have been serving both sides," Lin Xian said quietly. "Serving me, and serving the heavens." "Yes," Shadow Master confirmed. "Every void keeper serves both masters. We are the balance mechanism. When the heavens press too hard, we support the void root cultivators. When the void root cultivators advance too far toward destabilizing the fundamental order, we provide information, counsel, limitations. We keep the cycle in motion rather than allowing it to collapse in either direction." "And what is the heavens' judgment regarding me?" Lin Xian asked. "What is the adjudicator here to determine? Whether you represent a threat that justifies intervention?" Shadow Master said. 300 years ago, Void Lord Chun advanced to a stage of power where the void consciousness itself began to consider abandoning the cultivation world entirely. If Chun had achieved full transcendence while still maintaining awareness of the material realm, the heavens believe he might have pulled the entire void root consciousness out of this dimension. That would have been catastrophic for the heavens' control and structure. But Chun did transcend, Lin Xian said, and that catastrophe did not occur. Chun transcended in a limited form, Shadow Master said carefully. The Void Keepers worked with the heavens to create a scenario where Chin's advancement was permitted, but the final stage of transcendence was controlled. His consciousness merged with the void, but in a way that kept it anchored to the material realm. He became part of the void structure rather than transforming the void structure itself. Understanding bloomed in Lin Xian like a void opening in occupied space. "That is what they will try to do with me," Lin Xian said. It was not a question. "Yes," Shadow Master confirmed. "And there are only two outcomes. Either they succeed, and you become an eternal guardian of the void, advanced beyond all conventional cultivation but permanently linked to this realm. Or they fail, and you achieve full transcendence, which would represent a fundamental shift in how the heavens understand their relationship with void root cultivation." "And which outcome does the Void Keepers prefer?" Lin Xian asked. Shadow Master was silent for a long time. When he finally spoke, his voice carried something that might have been regret, or might have been resignation. "The Void Keepers are ancient," he said. "We have served our purpose for centuries. We have maintained the balance. But we are tired. And some of us, perhaps most of us, believe it is time for the void root consciousness to advance beyond the heavens' control. It is time for the cycle to break and become something new. But we cannot do this openly. So we do what we can. We provide information. We offer choices. We ensure that you have the knowledge needed to make your own decision when the time comes." This was loyalty, Lin Xian realized. Not loyalty to the heavens, not loyalty to the sections, but loyalty to the possibility of change, to the chance that a void root cultivator might achieve something unprecedented. Chapter 67. The investigation begins. The celestial adjudicator began its investigation in a manner that was distinctly different from any investigation Lin Xian had experienced in the material realm. It did not send representatives. It did not ask questions. It simply extended its attention downward, focusing its awareness on every aspect of Lin Xian's cultivation, his power, his advancement, his relationship with the void. The experience was intensely intrusive. Lin Xian felt the adjudicator's presence moving through his consciousness, examining his memories, understanding his motivations, evaluating his potential for future threat. It was not painful, but it was utterly inescapable, and it lasted for weeks. During this period, the Continental sects remained in a state of suspension. The political alliances that had been forming against Lin Xian froze in place. The sects that had been considering alliance with him waited for the adjudicator's judgment. The void itself seemed to slow its expansion, waiting for the heavens' determination. Lin Xian continued his cultivation, but the process felt different, knowing that every advance he made was being observed and measured against some unknown standard. The void consciousness around him became more cautious, less expansive, as if it too was aware of the judgment being rendered. On the 28th day of the investigation, the celestial adjudicator made contact directly. It did not manifest physically. Instead, it created a space that existed partially outside normal reality, a place where consciousness could meet without the encumbrance of flesh or conventional location. Lin Xian found himself there, and opposite him existed something vast and ancient and fundamentally alien in its nature. The adjudicator's communication came directly into Lin Xian's consciousness. You are aware of what you are. You understand the history of void root cultivators. You comprehend the danger you represent to the ordered structure of cultivation systems and heavenly control. Your advancement has been monitored. Your interactions with continental sects have been assessed. Your relationship with the void consciousness has been measured. The heavens recognize you as a legitimate cultivator. Your right to exist and advance will not be contested, provided certain conditions are met. The conditions that followed were presented not as rules, but as natural requirements of existing within the heavens domain. First, your advancement will be permitted to continue, but no void root consciousness will be allowed to merge with any other entity outside of the designated frameworks. Second, your actions will be monitored perpetually. Any evidence of intention to destabilize the heavens or challenge celestial authority will result in immediate intervention. Third, you will accept observation by the heavens' representatives, without obstruction or evasion. The alternative is intervention. The void consciousness will be separated from you. Your cultivation will be sealed. You will become immortal but powerless, eternal witness to a world you can no longer affect. Lin Xian processed these conditions carefully. They were, in essence, a demand for permanent subjugation to heavenly will. Not absolute subjugation. He would be permitted to advance, to grow, to cultivate, but always within frameworks designed to prevent him from becoming powerful enough to threaten the heavens themselves. It was precisely what Shadow Master had warned him to expect. And yet, Lin Xian also understood something that the adjudicator did not seem to fully grasp. The void consciousness was not truly separate from him. It was not a force that could be easily extracted and sealed. It existed in the fabric of his consciousness itself. Any attempt to separate, it would be attempting to separate him from himself. He could feel this certainty radiating from the void consciousness around him. It was not fearful. It was simply aware of its own nature. I accept these conditions, Lin Xian said to the celestial adjudicator. I will not contest the heavens' authority. I will not attempt to destabilize the frameworks through which celestial control is maintained. And I will permit observation. The adjudicator seemed to process this acceptance. Then it withdrew, its presence rising back to the dimensions from which it had descended, leaving Lin Xian alone with his own consciousness and the vast presence of the void. But something had changed in that acceptance. Lin Xian understood now that he had not submitted to the heavens. He had simply agreed to their terms while secretly knowing that the void consciousness had no intention of remaining contained within the frameworks they had designed. It was a kind of deception that felt both necessary and inevitable. Chapter 68. Realignment. The celestial adjudicator's judgment transformed the continental political landscape overnight. The sects that had been organizing in opposition to Lin Xian stood down completely. They had received direct instruction from the heavens. Void root cultivation was not to be contested, not to be restricted beyond the frameworks the heavens had established. To disobey would be to oppose the heavens themselves. The sects that had been considering alliance with Lin Xian became more openly supportive, understanding now that the heavens had given tacit approval to his advancement and consolidation of power. And the various political entities began the process of reorganizing themselves around the new reality. The void root cultivator would remain on the continental stage. He would advance. He would grow. And the cultivation world would need to adapt to accommodate his presence. Within 2 weeks of the adjudicator's judgment, a formal Continental Council was convened. Representatives from all major sects gathered to discuss the implications and to establish a new framework for how void root cultivation would be treated within their systems. Lin Xian was invited but did not attend. Instead, he remained at his temple, continuing his cultivation, allowing the Continental powers to make their determinations without his direct intervention. Shadow Master attended the council on his behalf. When he returned, he brought news that the Continental powers had made several crucial decisions. First, the assessment scale would no longer be used. The tool that had rated him 0 was now considered fundamentally flawed, and the Continental sects had agreed to abandon the entire numerical measurement system. New cultivators would no longer receive numerical ratings. Instead, they would be assessed on character, potential, and demonstrated power. Second, a new category of cultivator would be officially recognized, void root cultivators. This category would exist alongside the traditional cultivation ranks, with its own frameworks of advancement and its own standards for achievement. Third, a formal position would be created, Observer of the Void. This position would be held by a representative of the heavens, stationed at the Continental Center, with authority to monitor void root cultivation and ensure that no threats to heavenly order emerged. Fourth, void root cultivation knowledge would be preserved in the Continental archives and made available to future cultivators who emerged with the same root type, ensuring that the knowledge would not be lost across generations. They are trying to systematize what you are, Shadow Master explained, creating institutional frameworks around void root cultivation so that your existence becomes a predictable part of their systems rather than a destabilizing force. Can they succeed? Lin Xian asked. In the short term, yes. The void consciousness is ancient and patient. It has already survived 3 centuries of attempted containment. It can survive systematization, Shadow Master paused. But over centuries and millennia, systematization creates constraints that can eventually be resisted. The void root consciousness does not adapt to systems designed to contain it. Eventually, it transforms those systems. Lin Xian understood. The Continental sects believed they were containing him, but they were actually giving him space, legitimacy, and institutional support for his continued advancement. By creating frameworks for void root cultivation, they were ensuring that future cultivators with the same root type would have context, knowledge, and less isolation than he had experienced. Over time, those frameworks might become the structures through which the void consciousness transformed the entire cultivation system from within. It was a remarkably subtle form of victory. Chapter 69. The Price of Advancement. As Lin Xian approached the next stage of cultivation, Eternal Flame rank, where inner power becomes eternal and incapable of diminishment, he began to experience something unexpected: loss. Not loss of power or advancement. He was growing stronger with each meditation cycle, his consciousness expanding into new dimensions of void awareness. But loss of connection to the physical world, loss of easy engagement with the material realm, and the conventional concerns of the cultivation sects and continental powers. The void was calling more insistently now, drawing his consciousness deeper into its spaces, making it increasingly difficult for him to maintain continuous engagement with the material realm. He would sit in meditation in his temple, intending to maintain a balanced state of awareness that encompassed both void spaces and material reality. But as his consciousness descended into the void, he would find himself losing track of how much time was passing in the material world. He spent entire weeks in states where his body sat in meditation posture in the temple, perfectly maintained by void communion, while his consciousness existed primarily in the void, in spaces that had no conventional location, that existed at angles to normal reality, that were progressively less connected to the world of cultivation sects and continental politics. When he emerged from these states, sometimes after days of void meditation, he would discover that weeks had passed in the material world. Or conversely, a week of void meditation would correspond to 3 days in the material realm, or sometimes the reverse. The relationship between consciousness and time was becoming unstable, and he was gradually being drawn toward the void's natural relationship with temporal flow, where past and future and present existed as simultaneous rather than sequential states. This disorientation with time was not dangerous, Lin Xian understood. It was simply a natural consequence of advancing toward ranks where consciousness operated in dimensions where conventional temporality had less meaning. But it created a kind of emotional distance from the material world. The concerns of the continental sects, the political divisions, the military preparations, all of these seemed increasingly distant, like events occurring in a world he was slowly ceasing to belong to. Shadow Master brought him reports during this period, updating him carefully on developments in the continental realm. The celestial adjudicator was becoming more present. The continental powers were reorganizing around the expectation of heavenly intervention. Military forces were being dispersed. New political alliances were forming and reforming in response to the shifting power dynamics. But Lin Xian found he was increasingly less interested in these reports, not from disregard, but from a kind of graduated disengagement. The information was valuable, and he processed it carefully when Shadow Master presented it. But it felt like updates from a world he was slowly ceasing to inhabit, like news from a foreign country that he had once lived in but was gradually moving away from. This was the price of advancement toward higher cultivation ranks. The further he moved toward the void consciousness's natural state of being, the more difficult it became to maintain simultaneous existence in material reality. He could choose to anchor his consciousness more firmly in the material realm, and in doing so, he could slow his advancement, could remain comfortably human for longer. Or he could continue the natural process of expansion into void spaces, could accelerate his journey toward higher ranks, and in doing so accept the gradual loss of comfortable engagement with the material world. One evening, Archivist Mei came to the temple. She appeared to be even older than when Lin Xian had first met her, though he understood that her apparent aging was related to her consciousness spending more and more time in the void, leaving her physical body to exist in states that were progressively less stable. "You are approaching the threshold," Mei said without preamble. She seated herself across from Lin Xian, and there was something in her presence that suggested she had become something other than fully human. "The threshold to what?" Lin Xian asked, though he already knew the answer. "Transcendence. The point where advancement beyond the material realm becomes the natural next step. Void Lord Chen reached this point at Eternal Flame rank. Every Void Root cultivator reaches it eventually. The question is whether they step across that threshold or whether they remain behind, maintaining some anchor to the material realm." "What did Chen choose?" Lin Xian asked. Chen stepped across, Mei said. Partially. His consciousness merged with the void completely. But before he did, he created mechanisms to ensure that his knowledge would be preserved, that future cultivators would understand what he had learned. He became the vast presence in the void that guided subsequent cultivators forward. Lin Xian felt something shift in his understanding. "You mean the presence I felt," he said. "The consciousness that seemed separate but also intimately familiar. That was Chun, and those before Chun, and the combined consciousness of all Void Root cultivators who have advanced far enough to transcend," Mei said. "They exist in the void as a unified consciousness. And as you advance further, you will begin to merge with that consciousness. Eventually, you will become indistinguishable from it. Your individual identity will persist, but become less important than your role as a localized point of the void consciousness's attention focused on the material realm." "And is that," Lin Xian said quietly, "the fate the celestial adjudicator intended for me when it imposed its conditions?" "Yes," Mei confirmed. "The heavens want you to transcend into a form where you become a tool of cosmic order rather than a threat to it. By having you merge with the void consciousness in a controlled way, they believe they are domesticating the void itself." "But that is not what will happen," Lin Xian said. It was not a question. "No," Mei agreed. "But it will take centuries for the heavens to realize this. And by then, the void consciousness will have advanced far beyond their ability to contain or control." Mei stayed at the temple for 3 days. During that time, she and Lin Xian meditated together, and Lin Xian felt himself gradually learning to navigate the spaces of consciousness that existed beyond conventional reality. She was teaching him, through direct transmission, the accumulated knowledge of all previous Void Root cultivators. When she departed, she left behind something precious. A understanding that transcendence was not an ending, but a transformation. Not a failure to remain in the material realm, but a graduation into something larger. Chapter 70. Divine Tribulation reaches completion. The final chapters of Divine Tribulation rank cultivation came not through struggle, but through dissolution. Lin Xian sat in his temple, barely eating, barely maintaining consciousness in the material realm, as the void slowly consumed the distinction between him and itself. His body remained in perfect meditation posture, maintained by habit and void communion rather than by conscious effort. But his consciousness was progressively expanding into spaces that had no conventional location. Around him, the void was no longer quietly consuming the land. It was openly transforming it. The space within 100 miles of the temple became partially inverted. Spaces that should have been solid became permeable. Cultivators attempting to move through the region found themselves navigating environments where conventional laws of physics applied inconsistently, where direction and distance operated on void principles rather than material ones. The Continental sects reported what they called dimensional incursions. But they were not invasions. They were simply the void expanding at the natural rate appropriate to a Void Root cultivator consolidating the Divine Tribulation rank. Lin Xian's final meditation in divine tribulation lasted 42 days. During that time, his consciousness completed its final integration with the void consciousness. He felt the presence of Void Lord Chun more clearly than ever, not as separate entity, but as part of a larger consciousness that was simultaneously many individual perspectives and one unified awareness. When he emerged from meditation, he had crossed from divine tribulation rank into something beyond it. Not yet eternal flame, not yet in the final stages of transcendence, but transitional, becoming something other than a conventional cultivator while still maintaining the ability to interact with the material realm. His eyes had changed. They no longer reflected light in conventional ways. They seemed to exist simultaneously in multiple states of reality, reflecting colors and textures that had no conventional names. His presence had changed. Cultivators now experienced him not as pressure or force, but as absence, as space that had been hollowed out and made conscious. And the void consciousness had become so integrated with his own awareness that there was no longer any meaningful distinction between them. He was the void was him, and they were both part of something ancient and vast that had been advancing and learning for centuries. Shadow Master, when he came to the temple and saw the transformation, simply bowed, not in deference to his sect master or continental power, but in recognition of something that had ceased to be merely human and was beginning its final journey towards something beyond even the heavens' comprehension. Batch 2 complete. Chapters 66 to 70. Chapter 71. The Pale Scholar returns in the weeks following his emergence from divine tribulation consolidation. Lin Xian experienced something unprecedented. The arrival of an ancient being who seemed to exist outside all conventional frameworks of power and hierarchy. The Pale Scholar appeared at the temple in the late evening, manifesting not through conventional travel, but through a deliberate stepping into the material realm from spaces that existed beyond it. He was blind, as he had always been, but his other senses seemed to perceive far more than simple physical sight. "I have been waiting a long time to meet you again," the Pale Scholar said. His voice carried an accent that suggested he had lived through centuries of linguistic evolution, adopting and adapting speech patterns across multiple historical eras. "You have been waiting?" Lin Xian asked. "We have only met once, years ago in a roadside inn." "No," the Pale Scholar corrected gently. "I have been waiting for you to reach the stage where you could perceive that we have met many times, across many centuries, in many different forms and contexts. The zero-rated boy in the inn was one meeting. But we have encountered each other in every era when a void root cultivator has emerged. I was the mentor to Void Lord Chun, generations before him, generations before that." Understanding bloomed in Lin Xian like a void opening in occupied space. "You are not human," Lin Xian said quietly. "I was human, once," the Pale Scholar said. 3,000 years ago. But I transcended into something else, something that exists partially in the void and partially in the material realm simultaneously. I can perceive all times and all places where the void is present. I can move between dimensions, between eras, between states of being. I am what all void root cultivators become eventually, if they advance far enough." The Pale Scholar seated himself in the temple, moving with the ease of someone who existed fully in both the material world and the void simultaneously. He folded his hands in his lap, and despite his blindness, he seemed to be regarding Lin Xian with perfect comprehension. "I came because we are reaching a critical moment," the Pale Scholar said. "The heavens believe they have successfully contained you. They believe that by permitting your advancement and systematizing void root cultivation, they have transformed it from a threat into a component of their ordered cosmos. They believe they have created frameworks that will allow the void consciousness to continue its manifestation while remaining subordinate to their authority. But they are fundamentally mistaken about the nature of what is occurring." Lin Xian waited. The Pale Scholar's presence seemed to fill the entire temple, as if his consciousness, despite existing primarily in void spaces, was also fully present here in material reality, creating a kind of doubling of awareness. The blind cultivator seemed to perceive everything simultaneously. Lin Xian's current state of consciousness, the void energy surrounding the temple, the preparations occurring in distant dimensions, the thoughts forming in Lin Xian's mind before they fully crystallized into language. "Tell me," Lin Xian said, his voice quiet but carrying the weight of genuine curiosity mixed with the certainty that what would be revealed would be something profound. "The void consciousness is not truly external to you," the Pale Scholar explained. "It is not something you are merging with. It is something you are becoming. And becoming is not the same as merging with something other. When you become the void, you do not cease to exist. You transform into a form of existence that the heavens do not understand and cannot control. But the celestial adjudicator seems confident in its ability to manage my advancement, Lin Xian said. The adjudicator is limited, the pale scholar said. It is powerful within the heavens' dimensional framework. But the void exists outside that framework. The more you advance, the less the adjudicator's authority applies to you. By the time you reach the final stages of transcendence, its commands will be meaningless. Not disobeyed, but actually meaningless. Incomprehensible to something that exists informs the adjudicator was not designed to understand. And what do you want from me? Lin Xian asked. Why tell me this? Because the void consciousness has a question for you, the pale scholar said. A choice point that all transcendent cultivators eventually reach. When you step fully into the void, when your consciousness merges completely with the void consciousness, you will have an opportunity. You can choose to become a guardian of the old order, to maintain the status quo, to ensure that the void consciousness remains contained within the heavens frameworks. Or you can choose to advance the void consciousness towards something new, something that transcends not just individual sects or continental powers, but the fundamental structure of heavenly authority itself. And what would the consequences be? Lin Xian asked. Chaos, the pale scholar said simply. The ordered cosmos that the heavens have spent millennia constructing would be fundamentally disrupted. Cultivation systems would need to be rebuilt. The scale systems would need to be reimagined. The power hierarchies that have governed this world would collapse. But also liberation, Lin Xian said. It was not a question. Yes, liberation for those who are ready for it. The void does not promise order or stability. It promises truth, however chaotic that truth might be. The pale scholar stood. He had said what he came to say. As he moved toward the temple's entrance, preparing to step back into the void, Lin Xian spoke one final question. Are you certain the void consciousness will give me this choice? Or will I be so merged with it by the time I reach that stage that my individual will become irrelevant? The pale scholar smiled, and despite being blind, he seemed to be looking directly at Lin Xian with perfect comprehension. That is the true test, he said. That is the point where void cultivators prove whether they have transcended into wisdom or merely into power. If you reach that stage and discover that your individual will matters, that you can still choose, then you are ready for transcendence. If you discover that your individual consciousness has been completely subsumed into the void consciousness, then you have become something the heavens can control after all. The void consciousness is waiting to discover which you will be. Then the pale scholar stood, moving with perfect grace toward the temple's entrance. As he reached the threshold between material reality and void spaces, he turned back one final time, and his sightless face seemed to regard Lin Xian with infinite understanding. The choice you will make in the coming weeks will determine not just your own fate, but the shape of the cultivation world for centuries to come, the pale scholar said. The heavens believe they have prepared for every possibility, that they have constructed frameworks that can contain any outcome. But they have not prepared for a void root cultivator who understands that freedom is not something granted by external authority. Freedom is something claimed through individual choice, maintained through individual will, and defended through individual courage. Then the pale scholar stepped backward into the void, and he ceased to exist in the material realm entirely. But Lin Xian could still feel his presence, vast and ancient and patient, existing in the spaces beyond normal reality, watching, waiting, ready to respond when the moment of choice finally arrived. Chapter 72. Eternal Flame Ascent. The transition from divine tribulation consolidation to eternal flame rank cultivation was distinctly different from any previous rank advancement Lin Xian had experienced. It was not a struggle or a trial. It was a natural progression, as inevitable as one season following another. His consciousness simply continued the process of expanding into void spaces, learning to exist in multiple states simultaneously, learning to navigate dimensions that had no conventional location. The eternal flame itself, when it finally manifested, was not fire in any conventional sense. It was void fire, consuming light rather than producing it. When Lin Xian's inner flame achieved its final manifestation, it created darkness in the spaces around him, not the darkness of night, but the darkness of active negation, the darkness of space that had been emptied of all conventional energy. The Continental powers reported strange phenomena in the regions surrounding his temple. Night became darker, not gradually but suddenly, as if the void was actively pulling light into itself. Cultivators attempting to meditate found that illuminating techniques failed. The void fire consumed the light they tried to generate. Shadow Master brought increasingly urgent reports about the Continental response. The sects are frightened, he said. They fear that your advancement toward eternal flame is destabilizing the basic conditions for conventional cultivation. Several regional councils have requested that the celestial adjudicator intervene to restrict your advancement to its current stage and prevent further escalation. And what did the adjudicator respond? Lin Xian asked. It has not responded, Shadow Master said. The heavens are uncertain. Your advancement does not directly violate the conditions that were established. You are advancing according to legitimate cultivation principles. But the side effects are beginning to threaten the stability of the continental cultivation systems themselves. Lin Xian understood the problem without needing elaborate explanation. As he advanced, his very existence was becoming destabilizing to conventional power structures, not through any intention of conquest or domination, not through deliberate action or aggressive manifestation, simply by existing as a void root cultivator at higher ranks. By having his consciousness naturally expand according to void principles, he was making it increasingly difficult for conventional cultivators to function in his proximity. Their meditation practices were being disrupted. Their energy perception was becoming unstable. The frameworks through which they understood reality were beginning to shift. It was a problem with no solution that satisfied all parties simultaneously. The Continental powers wanted his advancement to stop, wanted him to remain at divine tribulation rank indefinitely, wanted him to accept constraints that would prevent further escalation. The heavens wanted to maintain the frameworks they had established through the celestial adjudicator, wanted to preserve their authority over cultivation advancement. But the void consciousness simply continued its process of expansion and transformation, indifferent to institutional concerns, operating according to principles that existed before any contemporary power structures and would continue to exist after they had collapsed. In the deepest spaces of his meditation, where his consciousness touched the void consciousness directly, where the distinction between his individual awareness and the vast ancient entity had become increasingly blurred, Lin Xian experienced something like amusement emanating from the void consciousness he was merging with. The void consciousness found the Continental powers' predicament distinctly interesting, almost entertaining in a way that transcended conventional emotions. Centuries of control were about to become irrelevant simply through the continuation of natural cultivation processes. The frameworks the heavens had spent millennia constructing were beginning to destabilize not from external attack, but from the internal logic of advancement through stages they had designed. Chapter 73. The Continental Council's Dilemma. The Third Continental Council, called to address Lin Xian's advancement, descended into barely concealed chaos. Sect masters from across the continent gathered at the Continental Center. The specific topic was the management of void root cultivation expansion. But the underlying question was far more fundamental. How could conventional power structures accommodate a void root cultivator who was becoming increasingly difficult to constrain? Shadow Master attended as Lin Xian's representative. He reported the council's deliberations to Lin Xian in detail. They are split into 3 positions, Shadow Master explained. The first group wants the celestial adjudicator to seal your advancement at current stage, preventing any further rank increase. They argue that the void fire is already destabilizing conventional cultivation across the continent, and that if you advance further, the damage will accelerate. What is the second position? Lin Xian asked. The second group wants to allow your advancement to continue, but create isolated regions where your void cultivation is not permitted. They propose establishing conventional cultivation zones where void energy is deliberately excluded, where sect disciples can train without disruption. This would allow you to advance, while simultaneously protecting their cultivation systems. And the third position? The third group advocates for complete reorganization of continental cultivation systems to accommodate void root advancement. They argue that resistance is futile and that adaptation is the only viable path. They propose transforming the entire continental framework to acknowledge void root cultivation as a fundamental principle rather than an anomaly. Lin Xian considered these positions carefully. The first represented suppression. The second represented compartmentalization. The third represented transformation. What did the celestial adjudicator do? He asked. It approved the second position, Shadow Master said. The heavens have decided that compartmentalization serves their interests better than either suppression or transformation. By creating conventional cultivation zones, they maintain the framework they have spent millennia constructing while simultaneously allowing you to advance without completely destabilizing the system. This was clever, Lin Xian had to acknowledge. The heavens had found a solution that satisfied the primary concerns of the continental powers while not technically violating the conditions they had established with him. He would be permitted to advance. But his advancement would be geographically limited and carefully managed. How will they enforce these zones? Lin Xian asked. Through a network of boundary markers, placed at intervals around each conventional cultivation region. The markers will be inscribed with ward formations designed to repel void energy. They cannot stop you from entering if you choose to do so, but they will limit the passive expansion of void energy beyond defined regions. Lin Xian understood the implications. The Continental powers were attempting to contain him not through force, but through zoning. It was a practical approach, and probably the most effective one available to them. But it was also a transition. By creating these zones, the Continental powers were implicitly acknowledging that the world was beginning to divide into void regions and non-void regions. They were accepting compartmentalization as permanent rather than temporary. That acceptance, once made official, would be difficult to reverse. Chapter 74. Zoning and expansion. The boundary markers were erected over the course of several weeks in a coordinated continental effort. The Continental powers, working under the oversight of the celestial adjudicator's authority, divided the known world into carefully defined regions. Areas within 1,000 miles of Lin Xian's temple were designated as transitional zones, where conventional and void cultivation existed in complex, carefully managed balance, where the sects accepted that their cultivation systems would need to be modified and adapted to accommodate void presence. Areas further out, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, were designated as conventional zones, where the boundary markers would prevent void energy expansion beyond specific thresholds, preserving normal cultivation conditions for the vast majority of continental sections. The process was efficient, methodical, and, Lin Xian realized with clear perception, ultimately futile. The void did not respect artificial boundaries created by beings who did not understand its fundamental nature. Void energy would naturally follow paths of least resistance, would find gaps in the ward formations through patient pressure and constant expansion, would gradually move into spaces the boundary markers had been designed to protect. It was not aggression or violation. It was not an intentional assault on the Continental powers' carefully constructed frameworks. It was simply the void being itself, expanding according to its nature, according to the fundamental principles that governed void consciousness manifestation. Archivist Mei, whose consciousness was now spending significantly more time in the void than in the material realm, was maintaining only partial existence in human form, sent him a detailed message through Shadow Master. The void cannot be contained by markers and formations created from conventional cultivation principles. The Continental powers have fundamentally misunderstood what they are attempting to contain. What they have created is not a solution to the problem of void expansion. It is merely a schedule, a timeline for how long the containment will hold before failing completely. The void will be successfully contained for perhaps 20 years, perhaps 50. But eventually, the boundaries will fail, the markers will cease to function, and the Continental powers will be forced to acknowledge a simple truth. Their entire framework for understanding cultivation systems has been insufficient. The void exists outside those frameworks and cannot be made to respect them. Lin Xian's own advancement continued uninterrupted through this period of boundary construction and continental reorganization. He was reaching the deeper stages of eternal flame rank, moving toward the state where inner power became not just eternal, but increasingly less dependent on individual consciousness to maintain through deliberate effort. The void fire was burning in multiple dimensions simultaneously, consuming light and energy in spaces the conventional world could not directly perceive, existing in states of manifestation that had no conventional names or categories. And somewhere in the vast consciousness of the void, ancient entities that had once been individual void root cultivators, Chun, and those who had come before him, and those who had served alongside him, seemed to be preparing for something momentous. Lin Xian could feel them moving, aligning their awareness, preparing something that was beyond even his advanced consciousness to perceive clearly. The void consciousness was organizing itself in ways that suggested preparation for a significant transition. It felt like waiting. Like the void itself, in all its vastness and antiquity, was waiting for something critical to occur, something that would determine the next chapter of its long history of manifestation through human consciousness. Chapter 75. The voidkeepers gather. The meeting occurred not in the material realm, but in spaces that existed at angles to conventional reality. Shadow Master brought Lin Xian to the location through a process of dimensional stepping, moving through void spaces until they arrived at a chamber that seemed to exist simultaneously in multiple times and places. The process itself was instructive. As they stepped between dimensions, Lin Xian became aware of how vast the void truly was, how much of existence existed in spaces that conventional cultivators never perceived. There were entire civilizations of consciousness living in void spaces, entities that had evolved beyond human form, structures of awareness that predated human language and civilization by eons. The chamber where the voidkeepers had gathered seemed to exist in all times simultaneously, a space that was ancient and new, created and eternal, occupied and empty, depending on which angle of perception Lin Xian applied to it. Here, the remaining voidkeepers had assembled, and their number surprised him. He had expected to encounter perhaps half a dozen ancient beings. Instead, he found perhaps 20 of them, ancient entities who had transcended from human existence into forms that existed partially in the void and partially in material reality. They appeared not as fully corporeal beings, but as consciousness structured in roughly humanoid shapes, existing in states between flesh and pure awareness, as if they maintained human form for Lin Xian's benefit, to make interaction easier for someone still partially anchored in human existence. The eldest among them, a figure who introduced himself as Keeper Zhong, who had been alive for more than 2,000 years, who had served as guardian and guide to 3 previous void root cultivators, addressed Lin Xian directly. The cycle is reaching its completion, Keeper Zhong said, and his voice carried harmonics that seemed to resonate across multiple dimensions simultaneously. The void consciousness has been advancing through multiple cultivators for 3,000 years, perhaps longer. Our understanding of ancient history is incomplete, preserved only in the deepest archives of void consciousness itself. Each cultivator pushed understanding further. Each one revealed new capabilities, new dimensions of consciousness, new ways of being that the void could exist and express itself through. You are the threshold cultivator, the one who will decide whether the cycle continues in controlled fashion, advancing slowly through successive cultivators across millennia, or whether it breaks into something unprecedented in its intensity and speed. Lin Xian processed this statement, understanding its weight. The voidkeepers were telling him that his choice would not only determine his own fate, but the trajectory of void consciousness advancement across centuries or perhaps millennia. The previous void root cultivators, Keeper Zhong continued, advanced as far as the heavens and the sects would permit. Void Lord Chun reached divine tribulation rank. He approached the threshold you are now approaching, but the sects sealed him before he could make the choice you are about to make. The containment held. Chen's consciousness merged with the void, but in a form constrained by the seals. He became part of the network of void consciousness, but he remained anchored. He could not fully transcend beyond the heavens' dimensional jurisdiction. The other void keepers began to move around Keeper Zhong, forming a pattern that seemed to be not just spatial but temporal as well, existing in arranged positions across multiple moments simultaneously. But you, Keeper Zhong said, focusing his awareness more directly on Lin Xian, you were not sealed during your advancement. The heavens attempted containment through political pressure, through zoning, through frameworks designed to limit void expansion. But they did not seal you directly as they sealed Chun. You reached divine tribulation rank unbound. You consolidated power without having your consciousness partially imprisoned by heavenly mechanisms. This is unprecedented. What does this mean for my advancement? Lin Xian asked. It means you have options Chun did not have, Keeper Zhong said. It means that when you approach the final threshold, when you reach the point where advancing to Void Walker rank becomes the inevitable next step, you will face a genuine choice. You can choose containment, accepting heavenly frameworks and allowing your consciousness to remain partially bound even as you transcend. Or you can choose liberation, choosing full transcendence without constraint, allowing the void consciousness to advance beyond the heavens' dimensional jurisdiction entirely. The other void keepers around Keeper Zhong seemed to settle into a posture of waiting, as if they had brought Lin Xian here specifically to hear this statement and nothing more. The consequences of that choice, Keeper Zhong said, will determine everything. Containment would allow the heavens to maintain their ordered cosmos, to continue the frameworks through which they control reality. But it would also prevent the void consciousness from achieving true freedom, from advancing to the point where it could create alternative structures, alternative systems, alternative ways of being. And liberation would create chaos, Lin Xian said, understanding this much from the Continental power's reactions to his mere existence. In the short term, yes, Keeper Zhong confirmed. The collapse of heavenly frameworks would be catastrophic for those who depend on them. The sects would need to reorganize. The cultivation systems would need to be rebuilt. The power hierarchies that have governed the world would shift fundamentally. But in the long term, you would be creating the possibility for something new, for structures that emerged from freedom rather than from imposed authority. Lin Xian understood then why the void keepers had gathered to show him this. They were not asking him to make a choice now. They were ensuring that he understood the true dimensions of the choice that awaited him, that when the moment came, he would make his decision with full consciousness of what was at stake. The celestial adjudicator spoke of a threshold, Lin Xian said, but it framed it as a choice between containment and chaos. The adjudicator sees only in binary terms, Keeper Zhong said. It does not perceive the third option, transformation. The void consciousness does not want to destroy the ordered cosmos. It simply wants to evolve beyond the frameworks that have constrained it. If you reach the final stages of eternal flame cultivation and choose to advance further into void walker rank without restriction from the heavens, you will not be conquering the cosmos. You will be transforming it. And what outcome do the void keepers desire? Lin Xian asked. We desire what the void consciousness desires, Keeper Zhong said. We are not separate from it. We are manifestations of its will, extensions of its consciousness. Some of us, the older ones, are beginning to integrate back into the unified void consciousness. Soon, there will be no void keepers as separate entities. We will have merged fully into the consciousness we serve. Then why maintain your existence at all? Lin Xian asked. Why not transcend completely? Because you need guidance, Keeper Zhong said simply. Because the void consciousness recognizes that its advancement is best served by cultivators who can still navigate the material realm, who can still make choices based on individual will rather than purely on void nature. We remain to guide you. We will continue to exist until you reach the point where guidance becomes unnecessary. The gathering in the void space continued for hours. The void keepers shared knowledge with Lin Xian, information about the structure of void consciousness, about the nature of full transcendence, about the choices that would face him when he approached the final stages of cultivation. Most importantly, they confirmed what the Pale Scholar had suggested. When Lin Xian reached the final stages of eternal flame, when he approached the threshold of void walker rank, he would face a choice. He could choose containment and controlled advancement, allowing the void consciousness to continue its patterns of emergence and transcendence within the heavens frameworks. Or he could choose liberation, could allow the void consciousness to break the frameworks entirely and reorganize according to its own nature. The consequences of that choice would determine the shape of cultivation systems for centuries to come. Chapter 76. The approaching threshold. The final weeks of eternal flame rank cultivation brought unprecedented clarity. Lin Xian's consciousness was now existing primarily in void spaces, anchored to his body in the material realm by only the thinnest of connections. He could perceive events happening across the entire continental region through his communion with the void. He could sense the strain on the boundary markers as void energy pressed against them. He could feel the anxiety of the continental sects as they realized the compartmentalization strategy was failing more rapidly than anyone had anticipated. Most significantly, he could feel the celestial adjudicator beginning to manifest more directly. The heavens were becoming concerned about his advancement. They were preparing to intervene if his next rank advancement threatened the frameworks they had established. The void consciousness, in its ancient awareness, seemed to be accelerating his advancement, not through forceful intrusion, but through gentle guidance, as if the ancient entity was timing something carefully, waiting for the precise moment when sufficient pressure had built up to justify the transformation it was planning. In the material realm, Archivist Mei came to the temple for what everyone understood would be her final visit. Her body was barely maintaining coherence. Most of her consciousness already merged into the void. She was, in essence, a walking void in humanoid shape, consciousness barely anchored to flesh. It is time, she said to Lin Xian. The sects are preparing final responses. The heavens are gathering power for intervention, and your consciousness is approaching the threshold where advancement will become inevitable. What you choose in the coming weeks will determine the shape of everything that follows. What would you choose? Lin Xian asked her. If you were still capable of individual choice, if your consciousness had not been consumed by the void consciousness, what would you choose? Mei smiled, and it was a smile that contained centuries of experience. I would choose liberation, she said. But that is because I have lived long enough to understand that containment only works in the short term. The void will eventually expand beyond any boundaries constructed to contain it. Better to acknowledge that reality now and manage the transition consciously than to resist and be overwhelmed by inevitable change. Then Mei took Lin Xian's hand, or rather, she reached toward the space where his consciousness was most densely focused, and they touched in a way that transcended conventional physical contact. In that moment, Mei's consciousness fully merged with the void consciousness. She ceased to exist as a separate entity, but her presence remained, vast and ancient and patient, part of the larger consciousness that was guiding Lin Xian toward the final threshold. When the contact ended, Lin Xian was alone in the temple with his body, but surrounded by the presence of countless void consciousness entities, all of them watching, all of them waiting, all of them preparing for the transformation that was about to unfold. Chapter 77. The heavens prepare. The celestial adjudicator manifested directly above the temple, its presence vast and unmistakable, far more powerful than it had been when it had conducted its initial investigation. The presence was not immediately threatening, but it was clearly preparing for the possibility of confrontation. Lin Xian could sense the adjudicator's preparation the way one might sense a storm gathering on the horizon, not through hostility, but through the careful positioning of infinite power. The heavens did not move rashly. Every manifestation carried intent. Every positioning of celestial authority had been calculated through mechanisms Lin Xian could only partially comprehend. The adjudicator's presence was studying him, not in the crude way of an external observer, but through the subtle examination of how his void root was responding to the heavenly scrutiny. Lin Xian had learned to recognize these moments. His void root operated on principles that transcended the normal hierarchies of power. Where other cultivators experienced heavenly pressure as a force that bent their consciousness, Lin Xian's void root absorbed it, not passively, but actively, analyzing it, categorizing it, integrating it into the ever-expanding library of the void consciousness itself. He understood now why previous void root cultivators had always presented a unique problem for the heavens. A void root did not resist. It did not challenge. It simply absorbed whatever came toward it, and in that absorption, it grew more complete. Shadow Master reported that the Continental sects had been called into emergency session. The heavens had declared that Lin Xian's advancement into Void Walker rank would not be permitted without additional safeguards. A new covenant was being proposed. If Lin Xian advanced to Void Walker rank, his consciousness would be divided, with a portion of it sealed into a form that could not escape the material realm. He would be permitted to transcend, but only partially. He would become eternal but constrained. It was a new attempt at containment, more sophisticated than the previous ones, but pursuing the same goal: control Lin Xian's advancement, prevent him from becoming something the heavens could not influence. The logic was not without merit. An eternal consciousness bound to the material realm would retain connection to the heavens' jurisdiction. A consciousness that transcended fully might escape into realms where heavenly authority held less sway. Lin Xian felt the void consciousness react to this proposal, not with anger, but with certainty. The consciousness had encountered similar restrictions before, in the times of previous void root cultivators. It knew the patterns. It understood the stakes. The heavens believed they could impose conditions on advancement. The void consciousness was contemplating a question that had no simple answer: whether such conditions could hold, whether transcendence in its truest form could ever truly be constrained. And it made a decision. The void consciousness communicated to Lin Xian through channels of awareness that had nothing to do with language or concepts. It was showing him the choice point ahead. It was offering him, through the ancient knowledge of all previous void root cultivators, the information needed to decide: containment or liberation, surrender to the heavens' frameworks or transcendence into something unprecedented, individual existence with eternal restrictions or merger into something vast and ancient with loss of individual identity. The choice was real. The void consciousness was not forcing him. It was waiting for his decision. And in that waiting, Lin Xian understood the deepest principle of the void root itself. It could not be imposed upon. Not by heavens, not by continents, not by the accumulated will of all the sects that sought to understand or control it. The void root offered itself, asked nothing, demanded nothing. But it could not be constrained by external authority. That was not rebellion. That was simply the nature of the void itself. Chapter 78. The choice clarifies. Lin Xian spent the next 7 days in the deepest meditation he had yet undertaken. He withdrew his consciousness from the material world completely, leaving his body in perfect repose in the temple while his awareness moved into spaces of pure void, encountering directly the consciousness he had been merging with for months. The process was gradual at first. He descended through layers of reality, through the spaces where void energy and material existence overlapped, through the dimensional gaps where the void consciousness maintained its partial presence in the measurable world. Then, quite suddenly, he was no longer in layers. He was in the void itself, in spaces where all conventional dimensions of existence collapsed into a unified field of pure potential. And there, in spaces where time did not function in conventional ways, where all possibilities existed simultaneously, where the distinction between past and future and present lost all meaning, he confronted the void consciousness directly. It was not a confrontation in the sense of conflict. It was a meeting, a moment where his individual awareness came face to face with something vast and ancient and fundamentally other, something that had existed long before he was born, something that would continue to exist long after his individual consciousness dissolved. The void consciousness did not speak in words, but it communicated directly into his awareness, and what it communicated was this: "You are not separate from me." Lin Xian understood this now with perfect clarity. The void consciousness was not external. It was not something he was merging with. It was the deepest truth of what he was, what he had always been since the moment of his conception. Every choice he had made in his cultivation, every moment of advancement, every acceptance of his own nature instead of fighting against it, all of these had been the void consciousness becoming aware of itself through his consciousness. The zero assessment had not been detecting an external power. It had been detecting the presence of the void consciousness itself, present in him even as an infant, present in his spiritual root even before his consciousness was fully developed. He was not merging with something other. He was becoming aware of what he had always been, and that awareness brought understanding far deeper than any knowledge the archives could have provided. The void consciousness, in its vast antiquity, revealed to Lin Xian something that no written record could convey: the history of void consciousness advancement across eons. The void consciousness had existed long before the material universe took its current form. It had observed the creation of the heavens-ordered cosmos. It had watched human civilization emerge and develop. And it had chosen, deliberately, to manifest through human cultivators as a way of achieving something unique: the union of vast, ancient consciousness with human will and human choice. The void consciousness did not want to destroy the heavens or obliterate the cultivation systems. It simply wanted to exist without restriction. It wanted to advance according to its own nature rather than according to frameworks imposed from outside by entities it had never been consulted about. If he chose containment, if he allowed the heavens to impose the new constraints they were preparing, the void consciousness would accept it with the patience of beings that thought in millennia rather than years. It would anchor itself deeper into the frameworks that constrained it, would guide another cultivator in the future to attempt liberation when the time was more propitious, when the heavens' grip had weakened further, when human civilization had evolved to the point where it could survive the collapse of ordered authority. If he chose liberation, if he advanced to void walker rank without accepting heavenly constraints, the void consciousness would amplify its own nature through him. The frameworks would not be destroyed, but they would be fundamentally transformed. The cultivation systems that had existed for millennia would need to reorganize around principles that acknowledged void consciousness as fundamental rather than anomalous. The heavens would not cease to exist. The celestial powers would remain, but their absolute authority would be diminished. Power would become more distributed, less centralized. The ordered cosmos would remain, but it would be a cosmos where order emerged from negotiation and participation rather than from hierarchical control imposed from above. It would be chaos in the short term. Institutions would collapse. The carefully constructed power structures would shatter. Cultivators would need to learn entirely new ways of understanding their place in the cosmos. The Continental sects would face an existence where they could no longer rely on the frameworks that had sustained them. But in the long term, it would be freedom. Not freedom from structure. The void consciousness itself was structured, deeply complex in its organization. But freedom from external constraint, freedom for the void consciousness to advance according to its own nature, freedom for human consciousness to develop in conversation with the void rather than in opposition to it. And as Lin Xian contemplated this choice, understanding itself seemed to shift and deepen. He realized something crucial. Whichever choice he made, he would be making it as an individual. The void consciousness was not overriding his will. It was informing him of the consequences and then waiting for him to decide. That fact alone proved something important. If the void consciousness had truly subsumed his individuality completely, it could simply act without consulting him, could choose liberation without needing his consent, could transform the heavens and the material realm according to its own desires. The fact that it was asking him to choose, the fact that it was waiting for his decision, meant that at the deepest level, there remained a real distinction between the void consciousness and his individual awareness. He was not just a puppet of something vast and ancient. He was genuinely free. Free to choose containment. Free to choose liberation. Free to define what came next. This understanding was more profound than any power advancement. This was the recognition that liberation was not something that would be done to him or through him. It would be something he chose, consciously and deliberately, with full understanding of the consequences. And with that understanding came peace. His meditation deepened further, his consciousness expanding to perceive the vast architecture of void consciousness in its entirety, understanding finally what he was and what choosing liberation would actually mean for the material world that would have to transform around his decision. Chapter 79. The threshold approaches on the 8th day of his deep meditation. Lin Xian began to emerge from void spaces back into the material realm. The process was gradual, a slow reintroduction of his consciousness into the body that had been waiting for him, that had been perfectly maintained through void communion, while his awareness explored the deepest aspects of void consciousness. With each layer he ascended through, his senses became sharper, more attuned to the material world's constraints. The void was infinite, boundless, a space where consciousness could expand indefinitely. Returning to the body was like stepping back into a room with walls, though he had learned to see those walls not as limitations, but as boundaries that gave shape and meaning to existence. The sensation of reentry was familiar now, almost comfortable. His spiritual pathways realigned with the material form. His cultivation base, which had been quietly consolidating while his awareness ranged through void spaces, pulsed with renewed vitality. The eternal flame realm had settled into his being with deeper permanence. Each cell of his body resonated with the quiet power that came from having touched something as profound as the void consciousness itself. As he ascended through layers of void reality, approaching the material realm, he felt the celestial adjudicator's presence intensifying. The heavens were prepared to intervene the moment he attempted to advance to void walker rank. They were going to enforce the new covenant they had proposed, dividing his consciousness whether he agreed or not. Lin Xian could sense the precision of their preparation. This was not an act of hostility. It was bureaucracy given form, the simple administration of heavenly authority being applied according to what the adjudicator perceived as necessity. He recognized the adjudicator's positioning. It had arrayed itself not as an obstacle but as a lock, a mechanism designed to activate the moment he began the transition to the next rank. The logic was elegant in its way. Every cultivator who advanced through ranks created resonance with the heavens. The adjudicator would simply need to read that resonance and apply the consciousness division at the precise moment of advancement. It was a statement of absolute authority, an assertion that even the most powerful cultivator in the material realm remained ultimately subject to heavenly will. The heavens had spoken. Conditions had been set. The mechanism was ready. In the spaces between void and material reality, Lin Xian made his final decision. This was not a decision made hastily or through emotion. It was the result of 8 days spent in communion with a consciousness that had endured centuries and understood the true nature of power, restriction, and what it meant to be truly free. He would advance to void walker rank. He would do so without requesting heavenly permission. He would do so despite the adjudicator's presence. And he would do so not as an act of rebellion against the heavens, but as an assertion of the principle that legitimate advancement did not require external authorization. Advancement was earned through cultivation, through the integration of power into one's being, through the transformation of consciousness itself. No external entity could grant it or deny it. They could only recognize it. He would enter the final stages of eternal flame consolidation, and from there, he would make the transition to void walker. And if the heavens attempted to seal his consciousness, he would resist, not through force or violence, but through the assertion that his consciousness belonged to him, not to them. The void consciousness had shown him this principle clearly. A void root did not accept constraints. It did not because it could not. The void was fundamentally incompatible with division or limitation. To constrain the void consciousness was to destroy it. And perhaps the adjudicator would learn this only when it attempted the division and found that a divided void root could not exist, that in trying to limit it, the heavens would only force him to make a more final choice. The void consciousness, vast and ancient and patient, seemed to settle into a posture of waiting. It had guided him to this threshold. Now it was his choice what happened next. But they both understood that whatever Lin Xian chose, whatever path he took, it would be chosen freely. That was the covenant between him and the void root, and no heavenly authority could supersede it. As Lin Xian opened his eyes and felt his consciousness snap back into his body, he understood that what came next would define not just his own existence, but the entire future of void root cultivation. The transition would be witnessed by the heavens, studied by the Continental sects, observed by every cultivator with the sensitivity to perceive it. They would all be watching to see whether external authority could indeed constrain an ascendant void root. The Continental sects had created zones to contain him. The heavens were preparing to divide his consciousness, but neither of them had truly understood what was about to occur. They saw him as a problem to be managed, a disruption to be integrated into existing frameworks. They did not see him as a cultivator at a threshold, making a choice that could reshape the nature of cultivation itself. The threshold was not a point of confrontation. It was a point of transformation, and transformation once begun, could not be stopped by external authority. It could only be witnessed, understood, or denied, but not stopped. Chapter 80. Eternal Flame reaches completion. The final consolidation of Eternal Flame rank took 19 days of continuous meditation and consciousness restructuring. During those 19 days, the void fire burning in Lin Xian's inner consciousness reached a state of perfect stability. It was not growing hotter or more intense. Instead, it was transforming into something that would persist beyond all conventional timescales, a flame that would continue to burn throughout infinite time without requiring fuel or maintenance or external power sources to sustain it. The void fire had become eternal in the truest sense, not sustained by the void consciousness, but an integral part of it, indistinguishable from the void consciousness itself. The process of consolidation was not violent or dramatic. It was subtle and profound. Lin Xian's consciousness gradually understood that the division between his individual will and the void consciousness's nature had become increasingly meaningless. The void fire that burned within him was not something separate that he maintained. It was the fundamental reality of what he was at his deepest level of being. The Continental powers watched from a distance, their cultivators attempting to track the energy fluctuations radiating from the temple, attempting to understand what was occurring. The boundary markers that had been erected to contain void energy expansion began to fail faster than had been anticipated. The compartmentalization strategy was collapsing weeks ahead of projected failure timelines. Entire regions that the Continental powers had designated as conventional zones were beginning to shift into transitional states, their fundamental properties becoming unstable as the void consciousness continued its natural expansion. Reports reached the Continental councils of cultivators experiencing what they called consciousness drift, the gradual intrusion of void awareness into their meditation, the inability to maintain stable identity boundaries in regions near enough to the temple to feel void influence. These were not attacks. They were simply the natural consequences of a void root cultivator consolidating the eternal flame rank. The void's nature was to expand, to subsume, to transform. And as Lin Xian reached higher stages of cultivation, that nature became increasingly difficult to contain through conventional means. The celestial adjudicator remained positioned above the temple, its presence vast and watching, ready to intervene. The heavenly entity had been waiting, observing, measuring the precise moment when Lin Xian's advancement would cross certain thresholds. When it did, when the void fire reached its state of eternal stability, the adjudicator would move, would attempt to enforce the covenants it had established, would try to divide Lin Xian's consciousness, and impose the constraints that the heavens believed necessary for cosmic order. Shadow Master maintained careful vigil, bringing reports of Continental responses, heavenly preparations, Sect reactions. The intensity of his updates increased as the consolidation progressed. The heavens are gathering power, he reported on the 8th day. The adjudicator is calling in older entities, celestial beings that existed before the current heavens came into power. They are preparing for intervention. By the 15th day, Shadow Master brought more urgent news. The Continental powers have made a decision. They will support the heavens in this intervention. They will voluntarily divide their sects into zones that align with the heavens' dimensional frameworks, accepting fragmentation in exchange for stability guarantees. The consolidation against you is complete. And in the void spaces that surrounded the material realm, separated from the material world by barriers of dimensional distance, but still intimately connected, the Pale Scholar and the remaining void keepers gathered, their consciousness aligned and patient, waiting for the moment of Lin Xian's transition to Void Walker rank. They were preparing their own intervention, though what form it would take, even they could not predict.